Good morning.
Good morning.
Hope everyone is doing fine. Before we start our meeting this morning, we will have a moment of silence and ask that you choose the God that you want to talk to, and we'll end with amen. Amen. At this time, I'll call our planning retreat meeting to order, and I ask that you stand, and I'll ask Commissioner Walker to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Commissioner Langley will be with us shortly. At this time, we'll have opening comments by the board members, so I'll start with the first one that wants to give comments as it relates to the retreat.
Yeah, I'm here today at behest of my constituents. They want me to be here and watch over how the county spends its money, hear how all the needs that we're going to be inundated with today and tomorrow. And this begins the budget process for the year. In fact, some people say this is when the budget is determined during this 2-day period. So I'm here. I'm going to be watchful, mindful, and represent my constituents to the best of my ability.
I'm here because we need to give a 10% tax We need to give a 10% reduction in property taxes that we collect to our constituents of Beaufort County, because the county is piling up money that we don't need, and that is dead money as far as the economy is concerned. Also, sales taxes, the increase in collections of sales taxes. Last year during the budget, all the surplus money that this board could find, they spent. But we need to be pulling our horns in. The more spending that government does, the higher inflation is going to go. We're putting bad money into circulation. So I'm looking for a 10% tax reduction for our constituents, and I'm also looking for certain excess spending that's going on in certain parts of the counties, and I'll be calling that to the attention of the various department heads when they appear in front of us. I'm fine.
Okay. Anyone else?
I don't have an agenda. I'm here to do the best we can for the county.
Well, having an agenda and being in politics is an oxymoron, Ed.
Well, that's your opinion, and you're an oxymoron.
Gentlemen, let's show a little respect for each other. I'm here because I think it's our duty as an elected official. One of the things that is very big as we look to the future, it seems like operating money kind of takes care of itself, but as it relates to capital expenditures and what really needs to is on the plate that we're looking at in the future, how's the best way to finance that? And as you well know, we're in the middle of the solid waste discussion, moving forward to see if we can purchase land on both sides of the river for 2 different sites. The anticipated cost of that, we don't know what the final cost will be. How's the best way to handle that? Is that with money that we had in the general fund, or do we go and borrow that money to complete that project? as it relates to the school system, which is another big capital outlay, is, how do we continue to fund and update our schools and the buildings, and, where do we have weak spots, and what does that look like over the next 5 years? And I personally would like to challenge our school board to do an updated study compared to the one that we did, I think it was in 18 or 19 by NC State. So my primary concern listening to the different departments is, what are we facing over the next 5 years as it relates to capital needs? And so anyway, we are, Brian or Anita, did you have any comments?
So yes, sir. Thank you for the opportunity to just kind of give a brief overview. I know that the majority of the board understands why we do what we do at this meeting, and for an educational component for the folks that may be watching, to help kind of dispel some of the rumors that may be out there, or some of the comments that have been made about how we do our budget. So during this process, we have asked our department heads to come in and talk about where they are, essentially do a mid-year update, let you know kind of where they stand, where they see new challenges coming in the new year. A lot of our department heads are members of specific associations, whether that's the Tax Collectors Association across the state, whether it's finance officers, those kind of things, where they get information through their associations about legislative things that are coming up that may impact their departments. We ask them if they are aware of those to let the board know that, so we can anticipate changes that may be coming, new things that we may be facing. So that is essentially what we want to do for you, to give you that update, help you see into the future as best that we're able to see into the future. I remind the board that the budget is the manner by which the board enacts its policy and gets done for its constituents what it wants to get done for its constituents. Statutes require that we put together and that the manager submits a manager's recommended budget to the board. This process that we're going through today and tomorrow helps me in determining that budget that I'm going to submit to you. Once that budget gets submitted to you, it becomes your budget. And you may, during the workshops, when we will bring the department heads in to specifically talk about their line items and their budgets, you then have the opportunity to take that budget and craft it as you will. We're here to give you the information as best we can for you to make those decisions, and handle those policy decisions as you see fit as a board. What I will say to you is the way I was taught to do budgets many, many years ago, and the way I've continued to do budgets throughout my entire career, is that what I will provide for you as a board, unless I hear something differently today or tomorrow, and that's what I'm asking you for. Unless I hear differently something today and tomorrow from the Board of Commissioners, my plan is to submit to you a budget that continues the operations that you are doing in this fiscal year, next fiscal year. So what does it take to continue to do the existing operations that you're doing this year in the new year? We call that a continuation budget. Now, I've been criticized for the language about what's called a continuation budget. There have been comments that, we just take our budget and add 5% to it and move on. I would submit to you that that is incorrect. There have been comments that, the county needs to go back to a zero-based budget. And I would submit to you that essentially that is what we do. We sit down with department heads and we go through line item by line item their budgets, and we look at what it is that they need to perform the duties that they've been assigned to do. So if you talk about zero-based budgets, a zero-based budget says you look at what the function is and what it takes to do that. So I'll give you an easy example, and that is like our utilities budget. we look at our utilities budget, we look at the historic cost of what it is for electric, water, sewer, those kind of things, and then we say, this is what it takes to do that next year with what we anticipate there might be increases. So I would submit to you that it is essentially starting from zero every year and re-justifying why we need those things. Now, that is why I ask you for your policy decisions. I'm going to look at the services that we are currently providing, and we're going to tell you what it costs to do that in the new year. If you tell me during this budget retreat, that's not what we want, we don't want this service anymore, then I will adjust my thinking and my presentation to you and say, what I heard you say in your planning retreat was, we don't want to do this anymore. So we'll take that out. But otherwise, my job is to give you a budget that continues what happens next year that you're currently doing this year. Unless I hear differently, there's nothing else I can do. I'm not the policymaker. The Board of Commissioners are the policymakers that decide what services and what things go on that you pay for as a county. The second part of our budget, so once we do that, once we give you that budget, we say to you, here's what we believe it is going to take in fiscal year 23-24 to continue to do the exact same operations that you were doing this year. We'll present that to you. Again, you have the opportunity to tear that to pieces as you go through your budget workshops. The second piece that we present to you is what we call service expansions. And maybe that's a misnomer as well. Maybe I just need to change what I call things. But what I tell our departments is anything that's new or different from last year. So if there's a new service, if there's an outside agency that wants to be included in funding, we say to them, you come and it's a separate piece. It's not part of the continuation budget. It's not what we did last year. It's something new. And we pull that out. Now, some managers across the state will call that, instead of a service expansion budget, they'll call that a decision package budget. We can call it whatever you want to call it, but I want to be clear to the people who are listening and for folks to understand, it's something new or different than what you did last year. And because it is a change, it is the board's decision on whether you do that or not. I purposely take myself out of that piece. And the reason I do that is if I walk in and say to you, I think this is a good program, I think you ought to do this. And if you ask me that question, I'll answer it. But in my mind, it's not what I need to do to try to sway one department's proposal over another department's proposal. That is why department heads, when they believe they need changes in their budget, they we'll discuss it. We'll have those conversations. I'll have those conversations. Finance officer and I'll have those conversations with our departments as they come in and present things. Sometimes they'll bring a budget in, they'll bring their continuation budget as we talk about it, and they'll say, I want to do this, and we'll say, no, wait a minute, that's something different. That's something new or different. That's got to get pulled out. We do that occasionally and say, no, you can't just put that in the budget as a continuation. That's got to come out. It's something new, it's something different. The board needs to look at that. So we bring that, and essentially the department heads stand up in front of you during one of your workshops and say, here's this program that I think is beneficial for your constituents. Here's what I think helps our department be more efficient. Here's whatever. You get to look at that as a board and say, we like that, we don't like that. Ask the department head questions about why they're doing that, why they're proposing that. And then you as a board make a decision. Do you want to fund that? Do you not want to fund that? Are there even resources available to fund it? Are your priorities such that you say, no, I want to cut this and fund this? Or do you have resources available to fund the additional piece? So that is the two ways we bring a budget to you. Again, I just want it to be clear. We've been doing this, how many budgets is this? 7? This is our 7th budget, I think. We've done this the same way every year. But I want people to clearly understand, and I feel like I have to say it every year, just so that it's clear, because there are some comments that are made that are just not right. And I want to be clear about that, because our point is for people to understand what the budget is, what it does, to be transparent about it. We're happy to answer any questions you have about where money is spent, how it's spent. There have been some requests from the board this year so far about things like grants and different stuff. We're happy to present those. We just need to know what it is you want to know. But the other piece of our budget, and we talk about that in the message, is that it's not just a spending plan for the county. For us, it's an educational plan as well. My goal is for someone in the public to be able to pick up our budget and go to a section of it and understand what it is that department does and what it costs to do that service that they're doing. So to understand, so not only just a spending plan, but an educational piece about understanding where county money goes and where the policy is from the board and what it is that the board wants to accomplish. You'll get a message from me, pretty standard message that goes with the budget to start with. And then once we go through the workshops and you make any changes, we present, when we do the final budget, we will show a new message that updates and says, the budget was presented on this date, we went through this, we went through that, the board made these changes to the budget, and it is now the board's budget. It's no longer my budget, it's your budget. I have an obligation under the statute to provide you a budget that what's called a manager's recommended budget. And again, for me, that is what it takes for us to continue to do the operations that we're doing this year. Again, unless you tell us something differently as a board during this planning session. And then you make your changes and do for your constituents what you want done for your constituents. With give and take, obviously it takes a majority vote of the board to essentially do anything. So there's got to be compromise, there's got to be back and forth, and that's healthy debate. That is always a good thing, as long as it is cordial and you can be passionate about your debates and not be ugly about them. And that is the way. Essentially, our founding fathers put it together to say, we can be gentlemen in having discussions, and we can come out and still be friends, but you don't have to compromise your values in doing that. So I appreciate the opportunity to lay those things out and kind of give an update on where we are with the budget. And the schools are supposed to be here in 13 minutes. I'm not sure I can talk for 13 more minutes, but I can try.
Chairman, I would like to weigh in on this.
Yes.
Well, first, I want to congratulate the manager for what he has said here today. He has done a great job of clarifying what is really going on up here. And that is the manager's budget is the manager's budget and how it's put together, and it's up to the board to do the final budget. He defined where these responsibilities are. Mr. Manager, you need to print this out and you just read it every year because it is totally on target with what we're supposed to be doing. As a commissioner, I've sat here and had my fellow commissioners tell me, you have no choice but to vote for the manager's budget. It's the manager's budget, it's the manager's budget. On and on this stuff goes. Just because the manager puts it in the budget doesn't mean that we have to approve it. We are the policy makers. That is our job, and that has been lost in the fog of this. And debate has been held down in the past. I expect us to be able to discuss these things wholly and openly, looking at alternatives and with some compromise, which is what the manager said. This is where I have been the whole time that I have been a commissioner. Unfortunately, we have commissioners that want to get real personal real quick. And when you get personal with me, I'm going to get personal with you. Turnabout's fair play. So be prepared for more debate. Now, if I understand the manager correctly, this is a policy-making session, which has never really been defined to the commissioners before, and I'm so glad that he did that. If I understand this correctly, and the commissioners need to tell me if I'm wrong, when we leave here tomorrow afternoon, we need to have set the manager on a path to the preparation of the budget that he's going to present to us, a policy path. Now, we still have another shot at the whole budget because he's going to prepare his budget, and then when we get it, it can still be changed. And the thing that's been whipped on me in the past that I thoroughly resent is you have no choice but to vote for it. It's the manager's budget. You sat there through that budget session, so you agreed to all this. No, I haven't agreed to anything till I see the final budget. So thank you very much. You can play that every year, and you've hit every button. Thank you.
Anita, I didn't mean to cut you off. Did you have anything you would like to add?
Yeah, I would like to add something. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think what I'd like to see is a discussion about our general fund unassigned fund balance. So right now, we have a cash management and fund balance policy that states we have a target goal of 35% for general fund unassigned fund balance, and we've reached above that. We're now at about 42%. And so that difference in dollars, that additional 7% that we're over the 35% is about $5.6 million. And just, don't want to say that that money wasn't generated by overtaxation or anything. Pretty much all of that money was generated from pandemic funding from the federal and state government through the CARES Act and the ARPA funds. So just getting some direction on how we should spend that money to bring it down to the level that we've stated it should be at the 35% level is something I'm looking forward to from the board.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Jerry, we're in the very beginnings, and the floor has been open for our commissioners to make any comments before we actually get started, so don't want to leave you out if there's anything you'd like to say.
I had none. I'd like to say something.
Yes.
When I was studying up in Cary with the School of Government and North Carolina Association of County Commissioners, learning new things, I did learn one thing that was very interesting. And I think this board's going to have to take that into consideration when we do the budget this year. In the past, we've always given money each year to what Hood famously likes to call charities. We shouldn't do that anymore. It has been considered against the general statutes for us to enter into a relationship where we give money to a group that's non-governmental. Now, if we have some kind of agreement with them where they're working for us, and it is a real agreement that can be verified that we all agree to, that's a different story. But it has to be real and verifiable. But giving money to this person and that person and this person and saying it's for a worthy cause and it's the taxpayers' money, we're not supposed to do that anymore. Now, some of us have voted against it every year. And we should all vote against it this year. We should send that signal to the public, don't bring us your requests, because we can't honor them, not unless you're in some kind of firm agreement with this board.
So when we end that discussion, are you saying we're not supposed to have any relationship with like the Boys and Girls Club? Or
specifically Boys and Girls Club,
okay.
Clubs like that. I did ask about that one, yes. That is one, and we give a lot of money to them.
How about the library?
And we have an agreement with the library each year. I mean, it's a verifiable written agreement that they are working for us as a manager probably has a better understanding of this if he's, once he requires a verification from additional people in charge at state government. But yes, if we have a contract with them, we can give them money.
Well, the relationship with the library is a general statute that sets out what our relationship is with the regional library. So that's in the statutes.
So, Mr. Chairman, real quick, just to hit that, and I know school system's here, and thank you. So the general statute, the Constitution, the North Carolina Constitution has the emoluments clause. You've heard that probably more than you want to hear on the federal level. But there is an emoluments clause in the North Carolina Constitution that says you can't take public money and benefit an individual. And so we have to look to enabling legislation that says we can fund certain things. So is there statutory authority for us to assist with certain things in, health and human services, different kind of things? If there is enabling legislation and it is a public purpose and it is defined as a public purpose, then you can fund outside agencies to do that work kind of on your behalf because it's been deemed as a public purpose. It's something you could do yourself as a board if you wanted to through one of your departments, or you could fund that as an outside agency. So you do have to look at them and make sure that they are performing what you'd believe to be a public purpose, and it's always good to have, for them to come and give that information to you and present, and for you to have a good understanding of that and understand where that goes. So, but yes.
Okay, we're happy to have with us this morning our superintendent. So we'll turn it over to Dr. Cheeseman. Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
I heard the message loud and clear.
And also, can I just put a flash drive into this? Straight in?
Melissa, he's going to put in a flash drive and bring his own presentation up. So
I'm just putting up what you're seeing in writing. It's trying to open.
We could have the commissioner sing while we're waiting.
I'm sorry for the moment of silence. All right, so. All right, it's up.
There it is.
First of all, thank you so much for having me here today. I represent the Board of Education and all of our employees and our students moving forward in this year's budget season. And just to move on, the strategic plan of the Board of Education has not changed. So this item that you see in your handout should be the same for the next 5 years, or at least the next 4, as the Board of Education approved a new 5-year strategic plan as of January 1 of 2022. So we just completed our first year looking at this strategic plan. And in short, if you look at the very top bullet, this is a primary focus of the board, looking at educator preparedness and meeting the needs of our students. And I'm really delighted to announce to you that last year, 48 new teachers to Beaufort County, not necessarily beginning teachers in their first year of service ever, but of 48 beginning teachers last year, with a support program that we put in place, 46 out of those 48 returned to Beaufort County for this current school year. And so that's part of the board's strategic plan of being highly intentional to beginning teachers and supporting our teachers. And remember, in the state of North Carolina, a beginning teacher actually has that status for the first 3 years of their service. And so we retained that type of support. Third-party contractor, River Bay Educational Consultants, works very closely with our teachers. They're former educators, former administrators right here in North Carolina. And so a large majority of those 48 who came back this year asked for additional support this year. And I'm delighted to say that as part of growing that pipeline and securing that pipeline of employees inside of our district. Also in the second bullet point, increased student and district performance. And in this presentation, you'll see some of those measures that some will change and some will not change based on the accountability model, and I'll explain that to you. But the other part is family and community engagement. We're out of COVID, meaning that we're not doing 6-foot protocols anymore. Our buildings aren't shut down to volunteers anymore. So really, we're trying to be very intentional about bringing families back to public school and back to public education and back to our schools here in Beaufort County Schools. So the intentionality around that in our strategic plan really shows how our schools can open our doors and bring, our volunteers and our community back into our schools to really help us in educating our students. So if you notice in the next slide, the focus areas, the reason I put the state accountability model first, 80-20, proficiency versus growth, and proficiency is where you need to be in the state accountability model, but I wanted to update it for you. In short, the State Board of Education and the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction has worked cohesively to really consider new models to present in front of the General Assembly to move away from that 80-20 marker. As I learned last week in my superintendent meetings, that used to be on target for August of 2023 in terms of changing the scheme for next year. But in reality, Beaufort County Schools and the 115 public schools of North Carolina will actually stay under the same accountability model that we currently use, where the General Assembly and the State Board, once they do agree on a final opportunity of a new accountability model, they're going to pilot that model for about 8 to 10 months to gain data to see if that model is most accurate in terms of whatever data is used. So in short, at the end of this school year of 2022-2023, you'll see, letter grades come out for schools, and then in 23-24, you'll see those letter grades come out again. But what we're hoping for is in that 24-25, we would see a new model that would be more reflective of all districts and all students across the state.
Are we going to ask questions at the end, or what do you think?
I would say, in order to make sure he gets through his main presentation, we'll save it for the end.
Well, I would say that if he finishes his presentation and uses all of his time, that we need to be sitting here asking the questions if it gets into our break and change.
I'll be done. Thank you very much. I purposely built in time, so I should be done in about 30 minutes, 35 minutes. All right, so under the ADM and student enrollment, Beaufort County Schools, we look at roughly 6,000 students. And remember, there's two different categories of population, meaning that we look at K-12, so we're right around 5,900 students, and then you're looking at pre-kindergarten. So they're actually calculated and captured differently in our statistics reported to the state. We have 161 pre-K students in the district right now. So we service just over 6,000 students in the district, which leads us towards planning allotments for next year. As you know, in the springtime, DPI starts putting out planning allotments and teacher allotment predictions and projections for the upcoming year. We don't have those for this meeting right now. We anticipate those sometime in the mid-spring. Prioritizing capital needs, really excited to announce to you that moving forward, using ESSER money, we have been able to update our schools with some of our HVAC systems, $5 million capital program. We anticipate that coming to fruition by June of 2024, which we're very excited about. So really upgrading our public school buildings. Class size legislation and class size increases. So we need to recognize that there is K-3 law in terms of class sizes. There are caps on the total number of students that can be placed into a public school classroom. So for kindergarten through grade 3, that can be anywhere between 18 to 21, with a waiver of 3, so that 18 can turn to 21, that 21 can turn to 24, but no greater. The reason I express that to you is that when you're looking at your planning allotments and you're looking at your ADM and you're looking at your state level funding, a lot of that is coming down. You've seen the reports lately through the state that North Carolina ranks 48th out of 50 in terms of state funding in public education. Well, a lot of that is coming down. And so therefore, what you're going to see is protection in K-3 class sizes because the law says so, but you're going to see class sizes increase. So Bath Elementary School is going to see class size increases in grades 4 through 8. Northeast will see it. Chocowinity Primary will see it. Chocowinity Middle School will see it. Any school that has a 4th grade or higher is going to see class size increases. And the reason being is based on funding, based on ADM, based on position allotments. Unless money comes from somewhere different, such as federal grants or local support, we're going to have to make change, and you'll see that in a future slide here. School resource officers, so excited to talk about that. The sheriff and I just met a few days ago. talking about how the Sheriff's Department can support Beaufort County schools. Currently, as you know, we're midway through our second year of our allied contract, having an officer in each one of our buildings, and they've been a really great business to work with. And so in short, our families and parents have been really excited about what they see of coverage at our school buildings, from the car rider line in the morning throughout the day without someone leaving, still in that car rider line at the end of the day, making great family connections with our SROs and working with our kids. And so we're excited to say that our buildings are covered. And moving forward, working with the Sheriff's Department, Scott Hammonds and I and his team have already had a dialogue about how they can support us. Washington Police Department, Chocowinity Police Department, EMS, everyone has been really thoughtful and helpful to us in Beaufort County, so we've been very excited about that. School calendar, big topic in the state of North Carolina. This has not changed. This law has not changed, and it's good for you to know that. Public school in the upcoming year, for the first day of students, will be August 29th. That's a Monday. And as you may recall, you cannot start until the Monday closest to the 26th of August. And I know that there's an awful lot of resolutions that are going out from boards across the state, going back to our General Assembly about calendar law. Remember that your early college high school does have waivers in that, so they typically start the first week of August. But for traditional school, we're likely going to start that Monday the 29th, and our employees will come the week before or 10 days before. Flipping to that, mental health and wellness, employees and students. I think you've seen this from me for the last 5 years. This is my 5th year with Beaufort County Schools now. And it's a challenge coming through COVID, but also where we are with children. Just to let you know, we have approximately 50 students on our homeless list. We have 22 students who've had suicide ideation since October. Most of those students sit in grade 4, 5, or 6. So when we talk about mental wellness and health, we're seeing a lot of impact on students in our community from their family situations, from the world situations that bear down on them. And so we are looking at additional programs to help work with our families, and that's part of the other community engagement piece that we're really trying to develop. Technology, 5-year sustainability plan. As you know, we brought that back to you last year. Ultimately, with technology, I recognize paper pencil was always the way that I used to do it, and that's probably the best way for my own daughter here in Beaufort County Schools, but the state of North Carolina, in terms of their assessments, is moving to completely online. And so therefore, we need to be prepared to have a 5-year technology plan in place to make sure that we're ready for when those assessments come down. Safety and security threats, I spoke with the sheriff, as you know, but also with our Board of Education, consistently looking at our campuses and what we need to do in order to secure those campuses. Many locking systems, many video camera systems, many other things I can't necessarily say to the public. But in short, we're looking forward to having greater assessments done on our campuses and working with a team of people who can come in and help us and guide us in that way. Teacher and other personnel shortages. In terms of a shortage, I'll give you a really great example. We do tout ourselves as only having one vacancy, but some of those change during the course of a year, so we actually have a few more than just one. But there are some schools that are completely staffed with fully licensed teachers who've come through an education program. And then there are other schools, such as Snowden Elementary School, out of 19 teaching positions, 16 of those are lateral entry. And so in short, geography is a big thing in Beaufort County, but also the teacher pipeline through our universities, through our state, through our country has just diminished. It's decreased across the board. East Carolina, a great partnership of ours with the university, are seeing less people majoring in teacher education. So this is something that we really need to start looking at in terms of building our own. So if you look at the next bullet point, building teacher and administrator pipeline. So when we're looking at teacher assistants, trying to get them back into programs of getting into teacher positions and trying to help them utilize state funding to get them into programs to ultimately grow them into teacher positions. I implement what's called the Superintendent Leadership Cohort here in Beaufort County Schools. Through that, it's a leadership opportunity for all of our employees to learn about leadership. Well, in the last 2 years, we've actually staffed 9 assistant principals coming out of that program into our schools. And so we are looking internally, as we do always look externally, but we are trying to advance the professional opportunities for our employees within our system. but not just administrators such as AP or principal, but also those workers in our maintenance department, school nutrition department, transportation, build their capacities into greater leadership roles as well. Curriculum and instruction updates and changes, they're fairly consistent right now, meaning, as you may recall, a year and a half ago, the Board of Education went through an ELA adoption process. We're currently going through a social studies and mathematics adoption process. Behind that, you'll see a science adoption process. And these are all based on state standards of North Carolina that the State Board of Education works through. So we don't necessarily set the standards, we set the curriculum that goes in place to teach those standards. So when you look at academics on your next slide, let's just talk about where we were and where we are. So in 2018, you had 3 low-performing schools. When we came together as a team in 2019, less than a year later, you had 0 low-performing schools. Walking into the pandemic, you had 0 low-performing schools. And I just say it one more time, which means that your schools were an A, B, or C based on the accountability model of the state of North Carolina, that 80% proficiency, 20% growth. While walking through the pandemic and coming through that and coming out of that, 7 low-performing schools. And so when you look at the 29 low-performing school districts in the state of North Carolina, if you put a map of poverty line right next to that, you'll see that they pretty much cover the same. And so we're excited in this regard. We believe that we can come out of low-performing this year as a district, meaning that we have several schools that just missed the cutoff. And so we think we can attain that this year as a district, come out of low-performing. But there are going to be a few schools, just based on the math of it, that are going to take a couple of years to come out of low-performing if the state continues to have an 80-20% model. And so what we ask is a little bit of patience, a tremendous amount of support, and a greater amount of family involvement to help us with that. And if you look at the recovery projection, I think I gave this to you last year, pre-pandemic, if you had a bad teacher experience inside of the classroom, the research would say, hey, 1 bad year of a student's education would take 2 years to catch up. Pandemic research is telling you 1 hard year in the pandemic, 4 years to catch up. And we are seeing that. So we do currently have some students who are AIG, highly accelerated, came through the pandemic with 0 issues and actually accelerated. And we do have some students who may be in 5th grade right now on a 1st grade math level. All right, so that statistic is, or that ratio is pretty tight to what we're seeing. All right. So considerations, we've had state and local leadership changes, meaning a few years now, Catherine Truitt, state superintendent, has been in place. Her Operation Polaris is the state's strategic plan. She's now put out a 2.0 to that. And so as superintendent and local boards, we look at her plan, work on our strategic plan, look at our site-based plans, and go through in that regard. And so we've had change on our Board of Education with 3 new members. They've been in place for just over a month now, so they've had 3 meetings with us, and we're looking forward to their ideas and their activities and opportunities. We as a district are still preparing for retirements and departures, meaning that it's the time of year when people start looking at, hey, they've been in the business for 30, 35 years, and they'd like to action out, or they may have new opportunities in other places of the state or the region. And through that, it's the time of a little bit of uncertainty. So for example, last year we asked the county commissioners to help us with $1,083,000 of additional funding due to state mandated, unfunded, or partially funded initiatives. And of course, we always love it when our employees get raises, but on the back end of that, I believe you're aware that we have to cover benefit costs and other types of costs associated to that. Well, in total, we were looking at just over $1 million. With ADM, the finances coming from the state, that seems to be declining, as you're 48th out of 50 in the country in terms of education. Well, right now, we're looking at cutting 30 to 40 positions in Beaufort County schools moving into next year in order to try to hit a $2.1 million marker, which would have been the $1.083 million that we had asked for last year, and trying to assume that that would stay consistent for this upcoming year. So in short, we're not suggesting any type of rift right now, reduction in force, certainly not. What we are looking at is positions that opened up because of retirement, how do we close those? Positions that have opened up because people have left, how do we close those? And positions that have been open for years that we just can't find How do we close those? And that's why I also go back to larger class sizes. You'll see differences with larger class sizes due to the consolidation and closure of other positions. Looking at your projected enrollment, I said it a few minutes ago, right around 6,000 students. Where does that put you? Well, 10 years, 11 years ago, you were about 7,000 students. All right, so in eastern North Carolina especially, you're seeing decline in student populations. And in Beaufort County, if you go back and look at Census Bureau information of what's been shared with me, the total number of kids in the county has been changing, not in Beaufort County schools, in the county, which therefore changes in Beaufort County schools. But we typically educate anywhere between 89 to 91% of the students that are available to us in the public school system. But also, in terms of that uncertainty where I back up to it, Beaufort County Schools pays out funding to 8 other public charter schools where the student goes, so the money follows. All right, so the reason I bring that up to you with state changes, there are currently bills on the floor right now because our GA has come back. There's about 1,100 different bills for them to consider in education alone, and I'm sure some of those will, just be cut off or combined. But right now, there is another bill on the floor to give charter schools greater access to public school funding. And so I ask you to always consider that in how you fund Beaufort County schools in the future, because part of what you hand us is going somewhere else. All right, so, and I'm of the mindset that we're still educating Beaufort County students, whether they're in Beaufort County schools or one of those other entities, but recognize that anytime a student leaves Beaufort County schools and goes to one of those other 8 places, the money follows them. And after the 20th day, and we've done such a remarkable job, that family wants them to come back, the money doesn't come back. So be mindful of that. So if a student goes to a charter school in August and comes back to Beaufort County schools in November, the money does not follow them back to us. So we typically sit on an operating budget of approximately $75 million. That's where we are right now, give or take a little bit. Also know with ESSER funding, we were very blessed. Years ago, it's weird to say it that way, years ago when COVID hit, we were very blessed that the state and the federal government just started trying to support us with the initial CARES Act of $1.9 million that came to us. Blessed, but also overwhelmed, meaning that initial funding that came to us had very little, if any, guidelines or accountability to it or what to use it for. And remember, that's when we were absolutely shut down, trying to figure it all out. From there, in the second round and the third round of actual ESSER funding, the state has actually put in really great structures and metrics to make sure that we're using the money appropriately. And I'm really excited to say that Tammy Lewis, as our Chief Finance Officer, and her fiscal team sailed right through an audit with perfect scores from DPI in terms of how we've used that money for ESSER and how we've tracked it and what we've used it for. So congratulations to you and your team and to Beaufort County Schools for that. But that money ends. And so that money ends in September 2024, but for us, most of those line items will be, extinguished by June of 2024. So then really in terms of our budget, it's going to go back to state, federal, and local without that ESSER funding moving forward, so for your knowledge. But with that, we're very excited about where we are in the school year right now. Students have been taking their midterm exams, so we're looking to see where the progress data will be when it generates at the end of January into February. So I could give you a greater quarterly update. But also in our capital plans, thank you for the additional money in the capital funds this year. As I can also give you a quarterly update on where we are with our capital progress, as Director Jamie Stokes in our maintenance department and his team has done an amazing job working in our schools. So with that, I'll be happy to entertain any questions that you might have regarding Beaufort County Schools.
Okay, Commissioner Langley. My question is about the children who go to the charter schools.
Yes, sir.
And you said that when the funding follows them.
Yeah.
So basically what you're saying is when they go, the entire allotment goes with them then.
Yeah, so the ADM follows them. So the allotment of money for that child follows them. So actually how it works in our county is the allotment comes to us and then the charter school bills us. And then Ms. Lewis and her team pays the bill. and sends the money so we get a roster verification to prove that the child is there, residency verification, and then the charter school bills us, and then we send them a check for the money.
Well,
And then-
I just think there should be a way that when a child first goes there, it should be a way that money should be paid quarterly instead of just all at once.
I'm all behind your belief, sir. I am definitely behind your belief. I really am. And through COVID, and Mr. Waters, we had talked about this at one time. Where did the kids go, right? And I told you I knew where they went. Well, I knew where they went because of the payment, right? I knew where they went because they billed us for it, right? And part of that, I absolutely agree with what you're saying. And the child never intends that, right? The child has no idea about that funding, right? The parent has no idea about that funding. Each institution definitely understands what that funding looks like. And no one wants to see a child leave their institution. But there are times where you believe the grass is greener on the other side, and when you get there, it's not. It's not a great fit. So we do have children in Beaufort County schools who have left us and then come back, and of course, we're a public school institution. We're going to open our arms, open our doors, and say, thanks for coming back. But then we're going to have to spend our fund balance, our local money, and we're going to have to come back to you because that money's gone. But I like your suggestion.
But I think maybe that if boards of commissioners and boards of education could come together and let's try to do something in Raleigh to change that, because that will help all of us with our bottom lines.
And Commissioner Langley, I would stand right next to you, but what I can tell you is there's a current bill on the floor to give charter schools greater access and percentages to local funding from commissioners to their public schools. Yeah. So I'll keep you updated on it.
Okay.
But thank you very much for your thinking.
Commissioner Richardson has yielded to other commissioners.
Well, yes, I heard going through your presentation, you were telling about all your needs and the funds that you have, and with your ADM down, but the question that I have is, when it comes down to the food program,
Yeah.
I understand that those funds has been cut. I think it's part of the farm bill or something like that. How are we absorbing the funds that the feds or the state was putting into your food program?
Great question, Commissioner Booth. Well, let's backtrack for a second. In COVID, there were times where we opened up meal service basically at no cost. School nutrition never likes to stay free, right? Our state legislators never like to stay free, but it was no cost, and on a reimbursement, the state was absorbing that through COVID dollars and ESSER funds. So we're out of that. Well, right now, we actually qualify for what's known as Community Eligibility Program, CEP. You've probably heard of it before. But that's based on a percentage of poverty across your district, but you look at each school as to where they are. So as an example, a majority of our schools are Title I schools, which means that they qualify to a certain percentage of poverty. However, other schools, such as Early College High School and even Bath Elementary School, would not qualify in that regard. So long before I arrived, the Board of Education made a decision that they would cover all schools because some kids should not be left out in that regard. So where we are right now is actually seeing, I don't want to call it a food crisis, but when your box of lettuce was once, your pallet of lettuce was once $17 and now it's $61, we're stopping lettuce and salad service, right? We don't have the money to afford that. The other part of that is coming through COVID, whatever was coming on the truck with our vendors became really intermittent of what they promised because of the availability. And you're seeing that not just in school service, but even in your own supermarkets, right? So right now, we're pretty tight on our funding for our food program, but ultimately, we're going to have to come back and work with the state. The state has a program called No Child Hungry, or NC Hungry, in North Carolina. So I think there's a lot of our legislators and our state board looking at what they could potentially do for us. But right now our budgets have been holding tight, and that's only because we eliminate certain foods that the cost is just outrageous with.
One other question.
Sure.
You stated that you was doing pretty good, Jamie, and his team was doing real good with your capital needs.
Yes.
How much of your money, your escrow money or your ARPA money or whatever you have,
Yeah.
How much of that money have you spent on capital needs that if you didn't have, we would have to have spent?
Well, I would like to bring that back in a quarterly report to you, just so I know the exact number. I can say this, the first project that comes to mind is a $5 million HVAC ESSER-funded project that we've been working on. So by doing that, we have not had to come to you and ask you to help us with boilers and chillers and HVAC systems inside the school. We decided to absorb that in ESSER, send it to the state, and they approved that. And so those projects should be done by June of 2024. But that's the minimum part of it. But I would like to bring a more detailed report to you so you can actually see how it was spent and what would have been your contribution. So I appreciate that. So we can do that maybe in March for you, bring back when we come back in our next budget meeting.
Commissioner Walker?
How many buildings or portions of buildings do you have that are not being used and are almost condemnable? I mean, just you can't, it's not safe to put people in there.
So just walking through it in my head real quick. So when you look at your school buildings, we do have space in it, just based on total number of students and the school itself. But they're used for different ways, such as pull-outs for computer labs, pull-outs for reading interventions, pull-outs for IEP meetings, whatever it might be. But when you're looking at spaces that we can't use, Washington High School as an example, the mobile units that are attached to that building, can't use those anymore for student use because of their age. On the back of Chocowinity Primary School, we knocked down a mobile unit for that 5th grade because it dry rots over time, 20 years, we can't use those. Inside of our buildings, the only building that I really think about that we possess that we just can't go back into based on safety alone would be the Ed Tech building right around the corner. We use the annex part of that. We fully staff in that building. We use the PD center, not just for our local business, but the state of North Carolina comes in and uses that in partnership. But the classroom spaces of that are deemed unsafe. The gym on that campus is deemed unsafe for student use or community use. But across the district, we fully utilize our maintenance buildings. We fully utilize our district buildings, like district offices on Small Road. Fully utilize our transportation. On the south side of the river, you may find a few empty classes at Snowden Elementary School based on size, but I am excited to say that they're one of the 3 communities that have increased in public school size. They've gone from about 150 kids to about 190 kids over the last 2 years, 2 or 3 years. But right now, I wouldn't say that we have anything glaring where you'd shut down the space. But I will say that the Board of Education is starting to be very thoughtful around needs-based school grants to potentially look at taking 2 and making 1. As an example, Pamlico County just qualified for one where they can take 2 smaller schools and put them into 1 school. Perquimans County has, Halifax County has, Washington County just won that grant as well. So I initiate that conversation on February 22nd with some of the teammates who write those grants for those schools are coming to visit me. But the Board of Education is starting to look at a combination scenario. I don't want to panic anyone and say consolidation, but it is going to look like a combination scenario potentially here in Washington. And part of that is when you look at students in Eastern, students in JCT, students at John Small, there are so many transitions very quickly. And data shows you that that's not very good for children, all right? So when you're walking out of pre-K 1 at Eastern, and then you transition straight into 2-3, and then you transition into 4-5, things to consider. So in terms of space, we're utilizing our spaces. ESSER funding, Commissioner Booth, you asked about, large portions of that went back to our athletic fields and extracurricular activity devices for our students. Washington High School especially, $135,000 track renovation 3 years ago is going to cost us over $400,000 now coming out of ESSER. And so that's ESSER funded. So it will tick up really fast. That's why I want to bring it back to you.
With HVAC replacement and rehab, does that include filtration systems for the air?
I'd like to say yes, but I would rather just give you the entire contract for you to look at in detail, as I have really smart people who work with me who better address that. Yeah.
Commissioner Redwoltz?
Just a couple. What is the average class size in 4 through 12? You said K through 3 was
Well, K through 3 is a state law.
mandated.
So that's 18 to 21 in K through 3. But in 4 through 12, I can put 100 kids in a room if I wanted
Okay,
to.
well, what is yours?
It
You know?
depends where you are. So if
Okay.
you're out at Northside, you're probably 15, 16. If you're in Washington, you're probably 20 to 23. If you're in an elementary school of 4 through 8 at Bath and CPS, John Small is sitting at 25 to 27 right now. But based off of where we are fiscally and in terms of our allotments, you're going to see 4 through 8 probably climb anywhere to 25 to 30.
Okay.
So for example, Chocowinity Primary School, we project their grade 4 class will jump from 17 to 25 with the position cuts that we're expecting. John Small this past year went about from 18 to about 27 in 3 positional cuts.
And if my recollection is correct, Chocowinity Primary actually scored higher during the pandemic than they did pre?
Yes, they have increased in that. They are a pre-K through 4 school, and in the state of North Carolina, they ranked 3rd, I think. But in our region, they ranked 1st, yes.
Okay. And has a safety assessment been done, or are you anticipating doing
We're anticipating that. I met with Sheriff Scott Hammonds 2 days ago to talk about how our groups are going to come together with other experts in the region, including our emergency management services. Looking forward to reaching out to them and others. But we did actually do a price quote for an assessment back in the fall, and that came in just under $200,000. So in short, we're going to ask the experts in our community to help us with that threat assessment.
Okay.
Mr. Dethridge?
Yeah, I just have 2. On the technology 5-year sustainability plan, what government guidance are you getting in stipulating this large need? Who's giving it? Is the state? Is the Fed?
Well, in terms of the need, what we recognize is the state of North Carolina has declared that assessments for students are going to be done online. That alone tells us that we're going to need, technology in place for those assessments to occur. But any other federal guidelines or state guidelines, I would defer to my Chief Technology Officer, Andre Lilly, to come back and answer specific questions for you.
So this is coming out of state DPI?
Yeah, Stan, seriously, they're telling us all these exams are going to be online. They started this past year. So when a student does a math problem on paper, as an example, I don't know if you can see this, I'm going to show it to you. A lot of students, you and I both know that this says 1/4 over the fraction line. That says 1/2, right? How do you teach a child whether the fraction line is horizontal or diagonal? Wait till you do that online. All right? So those are the things that teachers are going to have to teach kids of, okay, math is on paper, but now you want me to do it on the technology so you can assess it more quickly, more readily, and gather that data at the state level faster for us, right? Right. So my point is, do I really know if the child knows the math or didn't know the keyboard?
Yeah.
Right? So there's a lot of things. Look, I kind of joke about it, but it's really scary. All right?
It is scary.
And so in short, what's really driving us are those who govern us above us in terms of what the requirements are in order to do the assessments, because we don't create state assessments or the platform for that. Yeah, it's going to be really interesting.
Yeah. Well, keep us informed on that.
Well, I will. Part of it is, in clear transparency, we have taken a lot of conversation, we have absorbed a lot of conversation about data results that came out of this past school year. And so 1 year ago today, this past school year, right? Well, what most people think is that you had 2 years of the pandemic. In reality, you had 3. So at the beginning of last school year, not fall of 2022, fall of 2021, actually impacted your 3rd year in the pandemic of the school season. So in that time, you still had over 2 quarters of school where we were sending kids home, quarantining, masking everybody 6 feet apart, right, 10 feet apart, whatever it might have been. So now when you look at that data, some of that data was actually collected from online assessments. So how do I know if it was the student who did not know the topic, or the student who didn't read the computer properly, or the student as a great example, you do a drop-down menu for one of your answers, but then you scroll down with your keyboard arrow, you just changed the answer above you, even though you went to the next question. We see a lot of simple things like that. So that doesn't get you low percentages of proficiency. What that gets you is more time that you need to work with students to help educate them of just how to even take an assessment before they even know the content.
Well, I have a personal opinion about technology in the schools. I feel like while it is important that they learn and learn well how to use technology moving forward, I think basically the way people sitting up here at this dais, you yourself were taught, is going to be ultimately the best way to educate in the classroom, teaching on paper and pencil, just like we do voting. You got to have a paper ballot. I think you're going to have a paper approach to teaching students, because once they learn technology, we're finding there's so many influences in the internet, the world, that teaches them that social media might be the way to learn everything, and we're finding that it's a deterrent to intelligence.
I think there's a balance. I would say this. You and I have similar beliefs about paper pencil, but I'm also looking at requirements of workforce development, military, university, both local and statewide, nationally, of how do they educate their kids, and it's our responsibility to get our students prepared for those organizations and circumstances. So we have to adapt to what the growing need is and what the demands are, and the demand is greater amount of technology.
Well, let me segue into my next question from what you just said. Is the Beaufort County Schools planning any unique new curriculum, or will you stick to your mandate to educate students on the basics to build them into productive adults?
I'll answer your question with a question. Please define unique.
Unique would be moving away from what we just talked about, the essentials that they're going to need to move forward to learn math, to be able to look at a fraction and understand that's part of a whole, and that's where the word problem begins. How do you deductively reason what's being taken out, what's being put in, because that's the basis for everything that they will do in life. At least I would like to think they will do. How do they fit within the process of whatever they're doing in life and whatever they're doing within their families and in their communities? And it's all, math is a logic, and I think we've talked about this before, is a logic, and not only in science, but in everything you do that's creative.
So you're speaking to a trained chemist?
Yeah.
And a large part of my work as a chemistry teacher was 80% algebra.
Yeah,
right? So I
the
get
language of math.
Right. So let me say this too, though. Nothing replaces a qualified teacher in front of a child. Nothing. No textbook, no technology, no program. Nothing changes and replaces a highly qualified adult in front of a child. All right? And that's it. And so when you talk about unique programs, please be mindful of a few things. Your social studies teams in Beaufort County Schools have not actually had a set curriculum in well over a decade. Your mathematics teams have not had a set curriculum in nearly a decade. Letters training, science of reading, that was dropped onto all public schools over a year ago, paused those adoption processes, which now we're back into. In order to ensure that our public school professional educators are aligned to the state standards of what each and every child is learning and how they're taught, we need to put devices in place for our teachers to be able to use. For example, we don't ask the mechanic in the bus lot to change a tire with no tools, but we ask teachers to educate kids with no tools in public school education all across the state. And so therefore, we have to use local dollars and some state funds in order to give those tools back to our professional educators, who, by the way, are college educated, state certified, and they're the expert in their field. You would not walk into an emergency room and tell the doctor he or she does not have any tools to work on you. And that's the problem in some of our classrooms, that we have to give those tools back to them, of which our board is moving forward on. But to answer your question, I don't believe there's any unusual or unique circumstance that should be dropped down on any of our teachers right now. They're working through adoption processes with state-approved curriculum sources that they're considering, 18-month processes to do so, guided by teachers directly, overseen by the superintendent and my office, and reviewed by the board.
So, and we're not going to see any exogenous social studies directives coming from the school board?
Can you just ask me the point-blank question you want to ask?
Well, that's just that.
Just ask me, because I know what you're talking about, but I'd like you to just ask.
Well, I don't even know exactly. It could be anything. Are we going to teach history the way it was taught to us? Now, there's been changes.
Well, my question is, the way it was taught to you, was that unique?
I'm sorry, was it
unique the way it was taught to you?
No.
So my point is,
it wasn't.
All right, so Commissioner Deathridge, who determines the standards for children to learn in the state of North Carolina?
I would hope the parents would.
No.
Well, through their government officials, they do.
The state of North Carolina determines the standards. Who creates those standards? This is important to know.
Yeah, well,
and I appreciate you pausing to
I hear
allow
your
me to say
rhetorical
this.
question. Give me the answer.
So the state standards are actually developed by professional educators, professional people in the industry, university partners, the State Board of Education's designees, which are usually DPI officials, and they put those standards together, and then once they come up with a set of standards as a draft, they put them out for review in the state of North Carolina. And since you're talking social studies, the State Board of Education voted 7-5 last year at the end of 2021 on a set of standards. Those standards are then addressed to your and charged to your K-12 public school systems, Beaufort County. Now, you may or may not agree with those standards. However, those standards are then assessed to our children, meaning the children take assessments based on those standards. So if the children do not have curriculum aligned to those standards, yet the assessment goes to the standard as created by North Carolina, how would you expect our students to score well if they don't have the curriculum that is aligned to that? That's like asking a hockey player to score without a stick. All right? So my point is, whether we agree or disagree with what the curriculum is, the Board of Education has to vote on the presentation that's brought to them by professional teachers as recommended by the superintendent, whether it's me or someone else. The board looks to see whether that curriculum is already on a state-approved adoption list, which some of the community has asked me about, of which they brought to me is not on that adoption list. So you have to go to the state to get it on the adoption list, not to my office. And I've explained that multiple times, as you can see by my behavior. So in short, what I'm saying to you is, I don't think it's going to be unique. I think it's going to be aligned to the standards, whether it's social studies, mathematics, health, art, science, whatever it was. Do you have any further question about it?
Well, you've certainly taken us into the weeds. I'm looking at it from a larger perspective.
But sir,
will it be helpful later on?
My job is to live in the weeds in order to educate children.
I understand that. It's my job to take an overview.
I think unique is a 30,000-foot level.
Okay.
Before I yield to Commissioner Richardson, mine relates to the lottery funds.
Yes, sir.
When I was at the State Association meeting, I sat in on a discussion on the lottery funds, and it appears that more and more funding for capital is going to come through the lottery.
I'm hoping, yeah.
And to qualify for new construction or major repairs, do you already have to have a plan in place?
So, part of that is yes, right? So, for example, what the state likes to see is that your Board of Education, along with your county commissioners, have come together to look at your needs. So, for example, we give you a 5-year facility overview. By law, I have to hand it to the county manager. We did that last year, I believe, right? And so you're looking at that facility study in order to figure out where your future repairs might be. But the state likes to know that your Board of Education and your county commissioner groups are working collectively of what you have in place right now and what your needs may be. And that's the purpose of that 5-year study that we have to do each time. And so in short, you're to review that study, see what our needs might be. We're to look at that information, bring it back to you, and talk about what critical places are. Now, what's most interesting is in that lottery funding, I'm not sure exactly how they come up with the percentage or the formula for you to actually receive lottery funds. That's a little bit of a mystery to me that I hope to be educated on. But when you're looking at some of the grant-based building needs or school needs grants, your required 20% is now shifted down to a 5%. And that's why you're seeing like Pamlico and Halifax and Washington come back in and do school needs grants because the 5% match has surfaced. But in short, yes, I think the state would always love to have a collaboration, a dedicated plan in place, and I would always welcome the conversation to really look at that.
Okay, Commissioner Richards.
Okay, I've got a bunch of things. Some of this, you don't need to answer. It's just to make you aware. The requested staffing that we made several weeks ago, I presume is going to be in the budget book. That is the staffing of the breaking down the jobs that are paid for by the county versus the state, combinations.
I can provide that to you, yeah.
We made the request. Is that correct?
Well, and that would be a new request to the school
Yeah,
board because that was made to us as a county. I didn't realize that was
Yeah.
asked.
Oh, no, the school board was included in that.
Okay, well, that clarifies it for me because at the time I thought you were talking just about county forces.
No, I was talking about county employees that are paid by the school board.
And I'm sorry, just a point of clarification.
County money that's pays for
I
employees.
understand. Just a point of clarification. You've not asked me that directly, right? I haven't seen any requests, but I will.
Well,
bring it
that's
back.
why I brought this up, because I want to be sure that you're aware
Yeah,
of this, and apparently there's confusion on our part, so I apologize for that.
We'll work together. Thanks, Brian.
Okay, glad I asked that. How much rent is paid in the Ed Tech building by the museum? Do they pay rent for that space?
No, that is a MOU agreement between the museum and Beaufort County Schools. So we have an agreement in writing that they can use that space.
Oh, okay.
Since that building is already utilized by Beaufort County Schools, all rooms are actually utilized inside that building, so we moved that space for them.
Okay, the food situation in the schools. I'm getting a lot of complaints about the quality of the food, and this was before the so-called reduction in the budget. My question to you as a commissioner, I get all over this county. Can I stop at a school cafeteria, I'll pay for it, and have lunch?
Yes, I welcome you too.
Okay, unannounced.
No, sir, you cannot walk into a building unannounced. You need to stop at the main office.
Oh, no, I mean, the day that I go by the school bill, I don't know what day I'll be there, but if it's convenient, go to the office and then go and have lunch.
Just announce yourself, check in, sign in.
Right.
Make sure you go through the bioscan for, registered offenders.
Yeah.
And then, yes, you can go into the building.
All right, thank you, sir. The advertising that I see in the newspaper, what is the source of funds where the school system puffs itself in the newspaper?
We don't puff ourselves, but we advertise the great things that we're doing using local funds.
You're using county funds.
Local funds, yes, sir.
Local funds being county funds.
I call it local. It doesn't say county on my budget, but yes, local funds.
Well, I mean, what do you do with the county funds that you get? How do you post that into your system?
It goes into local.
You call it local funds. You convert it from county funds to local funds.
It's a name, sir.
I got you. Okay, thank you very much. I'm concerned about the amount of advertising that the school system is doing because, to me, it's useless.
Would you like us to stop?
Yeah.
All right. Please, hold on. We need to call Washington Daily News and cancel that contract. Did I get your support on that?
You have my support. I don't know about the rest of the board.
So, I understand. So, let's just be thoughtful for a second. Our goal is to attract families into Beaufort County School. Thank you.
All right. So you're going to cancel the contract, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to talk with Washington Daily News to see what they can do, and then I'll contact you back.
Well, I have a problem with taking money from taxpayers and using it for the school system to advertise itself because everybody knows the school system here. It's like advertising a sheriff's department. Everybody knows we've got one.
Right. So you're talking newspaper, correct?
Yeah. I mean, that's the place I've seen it. There may be other places that you're advertising that I think you should stop too.
So in short, you'd only like me to talk with local people about Beaufort County schools? because when we work with Washington Daily News, we also work with their online resources. Like, for example, the article that Washington Daily News did about you and they put online, the world can see. So you don't want the world to see Beaufort County Schools?
I mean,
I'm just asking.
They put whatever they want to online. I don't run the Washington Daily News,
Well, I'm
and I
just
certainly
asking.
didn't write the article.
No, but I understand. So having read that article, I now understand this conversation. But what I'll say to you is, if you only want me to talk about Beaufort County schools in Beaufort County, how do we actually attract families to Beaufort County to be in Beaufort County schools?
That's not the purpose of the school system, to attract families to Beaufort County.
Well, how will
Your
you
purpose
do
is
it?
to run a school system.
How will you do it as a
Will
county
people come
commissioner to
here?
bring more families to me?
Well, it's a misuse of public funds to advertise for something that is useless to begin with.
All right, what funds would you like me to use?
I don't care where you get them from, as long as the county taxpayers don't pay for it,
Okay,
okay?
all right.
The other thing I'm concerned about, and you don't have to answer this, and this is not just you, but there's other stuff going on with not accepting low bids. We have a serious problem with people claiming a bid's not qualified because somebody said something bad about that person. Well, I can go out and get somebody to say something bad about everybody.
Is there a law that says you have to accept the lowest bid, sir?
There is a fiduciary responsibility.
I asked you if there was a law, yes or no?
There is a law that gives a fiduciary responsibility to you and to every public official to spend the taxpayers' money appropriately.
And how would you prove that responsibility?
By accepting low bids.
Is there a law that requires low bid?
The lowest qualified
Qualified,
bidder.
correct. Qualified. So the lowest bid may not be the most qualified, correct?
Well, the
Yes or no,
excuses
sir?
that I have
Not
heard,
excuses, yes or no. The lowest bid at times may not be the most qualified.
that's correct, but
So
the
therefore,
excuses for unqualifying the
Yes or
bid
no?
have been very flimsy that I've heard so far.
sir, you say excuse, I say explanation. Thank you.
Whichever you want to use. Okay, when is the statutory required meeting between the commissioners and the school board? I mean, and that's just for planning purposes. It's not a demand. It's just, have you thought about it, and about when do you think it'll happen?
So, Commissioner Richardson, just on that, I mean, we typically talk about a budget conversation and the boards come together. In the statute, it reads, and I'll be glad to provide that statute, it says that the board should work together. It doesn't require them or mandate them.
I'm very familiar with that.
Yes, sir. So it's not statutorily required, but I do know that we work together and try to have a retreat with the two boards, and sometimes that's productive,
April.
and sometimes it's not productive.
I think the last one that we had together was last year at the Early College High School, Beaufort Community College. Prior to that, before COVID, was April 2019 at our office.
Well, just as a notice to the public, in case there's conflict between the school board and the commissioners get sued, as happened several years ago, and you haven't been having those meetings, it puts the commissioners at risk, and that's why we should be doing that.
I think the commissioner group has been very thoughtful with Beaufort County Schools. I'd be very surprised if there was any energy to sue you, sir.
Well, we don't know when a lawsuit will pop up, do we?
You can
We
sue
can't predict the future.
You can sue anybody for anything.
The other thing that's going on in the school board is, you mentioned the $5 million for coolers and air conditioning systems.
HVAC, sir.
HVACs. The county runs about, I would say, $15 million, the school system, of really complicated and sophisticated heating, air conditioning systems. And when I go to the schools and find out they can't be adjusted, and I've been to school on this thing in 4 or 5 years, but 4 or 5 years ago, when you went to the school, you found out that someone in the maintenance department was running a very sophisticated system. And we had a program at that time, and we had consultants come in, and the school system resists. I don't know why educated people will resist hiring educated people so fiercely. But you really need an engineer in that maintenance department.
Thank you for bringing that up.
Because he will save you a lot more money than you will ever pay him.
I firmly believe in what you just said, and I appreciate that you brought it up. In last year's budget proposal, there was a line item for an engineer at $100,000, which was included in the $1.083 million that you did not fund last year. So your engineer position, of which I agreed with you on, was declined, sir, because the funding was not there as provided by you.
Well, that's additional staff is what you want it as additional staff. I want it within your budget as a cost savings to the taxpayers.
Can't do it.
And if you're not going to do it, then the public should be aware that the school system really doesn't appreciate an education.
All right, does the school system appreciate teachers? Yes, we do. Am I about to cut 30 to 40 positions in the county, but I need to hire an engineer for you?
Not for me, you don't need to hire an engineer.
I'm just asking what the public wants me to do. Put a high-quality professional teacher in front of a child that's irreplaceable based on the program? Or would you like an engineer to talk about the calling system and I've got a substitute in a room for the rest of the year?
When we get your report that has who the county is paying as staff in the county, we can adjust that for you and send it back, and then you can have it to do whatever you want to with. But I'm not going to expand the staff when management is what you need, and that is what you don't have. Sure. As a matter of fact, an engineer will probably cut staff in your department. So, you know, if you can't see that,
I see
we'll
it.
be at loggerheads for a while.
Sure.
Do you have a written agreement with the principals or policy of these underperforming schools as to when they will become performing schools and the step process by which you expect them to be brought up to passing?
All right, so let's talk about that. The state of North Carolina requires low-performing school districts to send in a low-performing plan, which was done in December. The state of North Carolina does not approve the plan nor deny the plan. They provide just a critique of the plan. Each low-performing school in the state of North Carolina, which was 864, give or take, low-performing schools in the state of North Carolina, has to develop their own plan unless, of course, their district is a low-performing district. So in short, we do not contract with our principals in terms of when they would come out of low-performing. We do have projections as to when they may come out of low-performing, but we don't contract with the principal about low-performing. So each school has a site-based strategic plan on an annual basis that is approved by the board in the fall, usually October, sometimes November. And each school has a school improvement team that implements that plan. And each principal has their own goal-setting activities with the superintendent as required by law and required by the state. And from that, the superintendent then evaluates the principal. But the principal does not automatically gain or lose based off of the performance, except in bonus structure, meaning that there are times where teachers and administrators may gain in a bonus structure for productivity and greater outcomes, yes.
All right. Well, thank you. I'm glad to know that's in place. Completely online, do I understand on the testing that you expect the county to pay for all of the students in the school system to be able to take the test at the same time?
Well, they'll never take the test at the same time. So it will be a different schedule throughout the week or throughout the month from class to class. Didn't ask the county to pay for it, for their assessments, because the assessments come from the state. However, public schools in the state of North Carolina do not generate their own money. I don't have anything for sale that I can mark up in order to have cash flow, sir.
Well,
therefore, I appreciate your pause. Therefore, in order to provide students the resources they need to be successful using online tools, I either have to ask the county, the state, or the federal government, of which you're not the sole entity that I ask.
Well, what I'm going to in my question is, are you doing planning so that we have to have fewer computers by scheduling people in for tests?
Yes.
You are? Okay. Now, do you have...
And that's called a testing schedule, just so you know.
Well, that's the testing schedule, so we've got it set up so we don't have to buy so we can buy the minimum amount of hardware in order to get this done.
Okay.
All right, next question. Do you have a dress code for teachers?
We have a dress code for students, and we have professional attire for teachers, yes.
Well,
not just teachers. The Board of Education promotes professional attire for all employees.
Well, I've heard complaints that some teachers are walking around with belts that have skulls and crossbones on them, and there's some other things that have to do with an abundance of tattoos, things like that?
Sir, I can't remove someone's tattoo, sir.
I know that, but do you have a dress code for teachers that's specific?
A dress code would require what they wear, but not what's on their body, sir, unless that on their body is completely offensive, right? So, and I know where this is going, and I'm glad you brought this up. So there's an individual in our community who actually sent an email and talked about very specific teachers. It was extremely bigotry, biased, and absolutely uncalled for, and talked about her afro hair, and talked about her tattoos. And I know you know. And so with that, I will say this. Professional attire, yes. But what an individual chooses to do on their own body, I can't remove it or require them to remove it. For example, if you didn't like someone wearing earrings, do I have to take those off their head too? So in short, I understand where you're going with it. And I do believe that if we go down that pathway, we're going to completely step over. And you can wink across the table all you want. But what I can say to you is, I represent all employees and all students. So if you don't like the way their hair is made, or where they come from, or what they wear, as long as it's not a marijuana leaf sitting on that shirt, as long as it's not a gun sitting on the shirt, we meet kids and our employees where they are. You're allowed to have your opinion. I get it. But if what they're wearing is not deemed unsafe or demoralizing to others or causing a distraction in the classroom, I cannot legally walk in there and say, take your Under Armour logo off just because I might prefer Reebok.
Let's do this a different way.
I hope so.
Do you have a policy on the interview of individuals insofar as their professional appearance during the interview and how that would fit into our school system?
No, I cannot judge them. I cannot personally judge them. I would find myself in a court of law for that, sir.
Let me tell you that you're derelict in your duty as a hiring practice if you are bringing people into this county who are devil worshipers and who do not, as we say, dress in something like conventional attire. You're also setting a terrible example for students.
Thank you. So if I had showed up here not in a tie and I showed up here in a t-shirt with a tattoo on the side of my neck, I'd be a devil worshiper? Is that what you're asking me? Because I just
That's
need to
not
know.
what I asked you. I asked you if you have a
asking.
hiring policy. You have a responsibility for
And I
the
take it
personnel that you
seriously.
bring into this county.
sure
We're going to
do.
stick to the subject. Stop taking me off into the weeds.
Well, I'm just
Do
asking
you
you.
have a hiring policy that screens out things that are red flags that are definitely unacceptable, that screens out individuals during the hiring process? Now, keep in mind, when you're talking to me, I've hired a few people too.
I believe you.
And
Tell
I've
us
said
all.
to people, I have said to people who came to work, you didn't have that diamond earring in your ear when we did the job interview.
Right.
And they said, and I said, take it off.
Sure.
You can do that.
Sure.
I don't think you're on top of this problem. Let me go one step further.
Excuse me,
No, sir.
we're gonna call this.
We're conducting the county's business. You cannot shut me down. Allow me the courtesy
Yes,
to
we
finish.
can. Yes, we can.
You
We're
are
down.
derelict.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for
Appreciate it.
coming, and thank you for what you do.
I appreciate
And
you.
we look forward to working with you during the budget process.
Thank you, all of you. Thanks for your time today. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
By the way,
Take a recess.
by the way, just
You're just playing timing.
just be quiet.
No, listen.
Just take it easy. Just so the public knows.
Yes, sir.
That this board of 7 does not get run by this guy.
That's right.
Thank
Okay?
you.
There are 7 of us, and any of this discussion that he says I am not is not the board.
I appreciate you.
Okay?
Thank you.
Well, we're coming back from our break, and at this time, we're happy to have our new sheriff with us, Sheriff Hammonds. You have the floor.
Good morning, Commissioners, County Manager. Thank you. Thank you for coming today. I am before you today again with another first of mine for the Commissioners that missed my other first. I dredged through it, and I appreciate your patience. So today at the planning retreat, our order of business, I'd like to open it up, if you will, by our mission statement so you'll know where this administration, where our priorities are serving Beaufort County. So our mission statement is the Beaufort County Sheriff's Office members shall dedicate themselves to professionalism to the citizen and the residents of Beaufort County. We will perform our duties ethically and strive to bridge trust to provide the greatest quality of protection to every resident. The Office of the Sheriff will respond to unrest to gain order and a peaceful outcome. We will investigate crimes, perform security within the courts, and maintain security of the county jail. Sheriff will process and serve civil papers ordered by the courts. That was the mission statement for our office. So give you a snapshot of what the Sheriff's Office summary of 2022. The calls entered into our CAD system by the 911 center were over 24,000 calls. The law calls were over 9,000 calls that the deputies responded to and created some type of incident report. The 911 center logged 738 fire calls throughout Beaufort County. They also logged over 7,000 medical calls. And keep in mind that those medical calls are not as brief as two-way communication. They consist of CPR, with our protocols of doing measures over the radio or over the telephone 911 system. So those times are extensive and expansive, and it takes additional training and certifications to meet the 911 by mandate. And we brought Ms. Victoria today to answer the specific questions. But over 2,400 incident reports were created through 2022, and 339 were assigned for further investigation through our CID investigators. Beaufort County Detention Center, any questions about that information so far?
Well, can we get copies of that,
You sure can.
what you just gave us?
It'll be, once I brief it, I'll have to make you some copies.
Yeah, you can give it to the manager, and he just put it in the package the first of the month.
Thank you. The detention center we housed an average of 42 inmates through the year of 2022. And during the 22 period, for a brief period, there was 20. And the next note I missed here was the meals. Same amount of meals we provided. And we order additional meals because some of those meals, the quality control of the meals were not being met to standards at their location. So we took it as a management to order additional meals to create a quality control within us. And that was about 10 additional meals for that quality control. Because a inmate will quickly let you know by their behavior and by their words that they disagree. And that was a minimal thing to do to keep an inmate and a staff, to keep the most efficient department there. Any questions about that detention numbers? All right, moving on to weapons permits. Sheriff's Office holds responsibility of vetting and issuing concealed handgun permits. So there was 405 new permits issued and a renewal number of 613 renewals. Pistol permits, which are separate from the concealed handgun permit, there was 1,264 approved and 59 were denied application. And I do not have before me why those denials. So they vary from a vast number of reasons. So projections for 2020-14. So our main goal this year is to partnership with our school system and try to get our deputies back in our schools. I think that's an agreement between my conversations with county commissioners, school board, and the citizens of our county. Citizens of our county spoke the loudest. So that has been a commitment of mine. And what we have is we got some numbers together just to project what it's going to take from our point of view. And they were looking at the timeline that contract is coming to a decision point. And I don't know, I didn't hear Dr. Cheeson speak of the exact date, but I'm using a August 15th date that is of 2023. That begins the third year of the contract. And I believe with that budget of 23 to 24 school year, I believe we can transition with a smoother program, trying to get in there with the money, than waiting past that date. So my target date is 90 days prior to August the 15th to create a memorandum of understanding that we can work with and come to live with. Any questions about that preface of that? All right.
Yeah, I got one.
Yes, sir.
I mean, I would be glad to see, Mr. Chair. Yes. I would be glad to see our SROs back in our school system, but I have some grave concerns.
Okay.
And one of them is, how many openings do you have now?
I got 6 vacancies with 2 for our road division. Mm-hmm. And if you don't mind, we'll call them sworn deputies, sworn officers, because that's what we're going to have to use in the school.
That's right.
So we're 6, if I'm correct, that number's out, 6 short, and I've got 2 in a process that will be by February 6th, I'll be down 4.
Okay. Well, even at that, you're down by 4. Let's say you're down by 4 and 14 resource officers. That's an additional 14, 4, that's 18 more people. You're having a time now, and it's my concerns that those kids in those schools be covered as every minute that they are in those schools.
Right.
And that is one of the concerns that I have. I would love to see you there, but I hope you take under consideration, and not only you, but everybody in this state, in this country, just about is having a time finding law enforcement officers. And I hate like the devil for us to get the call that we got a few years ago that we can't do it any longer and leave our kids unattended. And if you can do that, I'm all for that, as long as both parties come to agreement. But I do hope you can keep an SRO officer on that facility as long as there's a child on that facility.
Yes, sir. And the strategy to that is a phasing in strategy. To say that I would go straight into having 13 deputies walking in the door on day one, I don't even see that happen. But I look back in a historical document, the old agreement back in the old MOU had a phase in also, which makes logic sense because I just don't have that personnel. So, but that's a great discussion at
I'm not anti.
I get.
But what I'm saying is, with things happening within schools today with safety and everything, that is a grave importance. And to me, and I understand phasing in, but we don't want nothing tragic to happen during the phasing period. When we turn the button, when you take a bite, I want you to be able to digest what you bit.
So kind of, if you may, out of the 13 schools currently Allied has contract on. Not every one of those schools has a armed guard on their property, on the campus. So even as we're sitting here talking, there's a lack of that security per se. They have right now, their Allied is using an adult in a uniform, walking around without the SRO training, with only eyes and ears, you know. They have the same, they don't have anything to offer any more than a good vigilant teacher and, you know, adult who sees something, say something. So what I would offer you is when that phase-in period is completed, is a sworn deputy with a gun, with training, because remember, those are the deputies first, and then they're trained to be a school resource officer and DARE officer.
Scott,
Yes.
before we take another question, do you want to go through your presentation and then we come back to
I think
questions?
that discussion is a table discussion, to be honest, because there is, well, when I say table, and we brought some discussion points. So yes, if I can just complete this, and
Okay.
then I can answer those very specific with the specialized, who've done the research. So additional major projects for 24 is, we're looking at the 911 system, and we're going to be looking at expanding by 3 positions in the 911 center. And that would bring us back to a previous date when, before COVID, and if we can use that as a benchmark date, when we were staffed appropriately to handle 911, when the pay at that time was commensurate to the duties. Now, we came before you this past month, and you have brought our pay up for our 911 operators, and just to say they are grateful to you, and I'm grateful to you, thank you. And it has now generated competitive, quality people calling into our recruiting section, and I'll let Miss Victoria praise that and let her speak on that. She's the director of that. The security assessment, so the school is another major project for 2024. And what that is, the response to what I'm taking on there is security assessment of the campuses, and that will include assessing it for the egress onto the campus for pedestrian traffic, vehicle traffic, access of the pedestrian and vehicle traffic into the pickup and drop-off areas, access into the buildings with the staff, the parents, and having controls that will make that a safer environment. Those controls would be personnel at the control points and deputies on campus is my ultimate goal. Access and recommend assess and recommend physical security protocols to the school superintendent. That's one of our goals, and that's dealing with traffic control for the drop-off again, the pickup, door monitoring, door security, cameras. And I heard you talking earlier about parents coming to the facility, coming to the campus. Actually, that's part of a security benefit when parents do come to the property, see something, say something. So, and that is the talking points for that. So, Chief, if you will, step up here and speak on behalf of the breakdown of the school resource officer and the questions of staffing, equipment, please.
Good morning.
Morning.
Monday morning, the sheriff and myself and Captain Gerard met with Dr. Cheeseman, at the school to discuss the issue about the security in the schools and the possibility of getting the deputies back into schools as resource officers. Dr. Cheeseman was supportive of it. We were looking at the issues that they were having with Allied, and the sheriff spoke on some of those, where some of the campuses currently are not covered. Some of them are sharing a resource officer. Some of them have a resource officer at the school that is not armed. They're not a certified police officer, so they are, in essence, more of a security guard than anything else. We just recently hired 2 that were SROs with us that went Allied, hired 2 of them back, so they'll be losing those, which puts them in a little tougher spot as well. And they have the same difficulty that we have trying to hire qualified people. In fact, I would say it'd be a little bit more difficult for them to hire because of not having an insurance or not having a retirement system. Their insurance is, subpar to what the county's insurance would be. So the benefits are a lot less. Right now, they're currently trying to cover schools with officers that they bring in from other parts of the state. So you may have an officer from Raleigh today, and tomorrow it may be an officer from Charlotte. So given that, the children don't have an opportunity to become accustomed to the officers. The parents see a different person there every day. The officer sees the parents once a day, so he has no idea of being able to connect that parent with that child, or who belongs on the campus or who doesn't. So it does kind of make it difficult what they're doing. Whereas when the sheriff's office was there, we had normally the same officer at every school who was there long enough. He became familiar with the children, familiar with the parents, knew who belonged on the campus, knew who didn't. So it was a little bit different situation, which is an ideal situation to have as a resource officer. But in doing that, we talked to Dr. Cheeseman, and he asked us to put together what it would take if we had the opportunity to get back into school. So as soon as we left from the meeting, Sheriff Hammonds instructed myself to do a study on what personnel funding would cost to meet the needs of the school, to put an officer at every school that's in the county. He had Captain Gerard, who is our captain over support services, to do a study of what equipment would be necessary and the cost on that to equip each one of those officers as they come on. So to start with, I'll do the salary portion of it, and if you have any questions afterwards, I'll cover it. But Beaufort County Schools, and you do have this document in front of you, Beaufort County School System has 12 schools that are located throughout all of the county. Of those, there are 3 high schools, 2 middle schools, and 7 are elementary schools or K-8 schools together. The Beaufort County schools are tentatively set to begin their 2023-2024 school year, with faculty and staff returning on the 17th of August, tentatively, according to Dr. Cheeseman. And students should be about the 28th of August as well. But those dates have not been finalized yet. Ideally, you would have a sworn deputy at each and every school. So in that case, we would be looking to try to hire 12 deputies. For 12 deputies, you're also going to need supervision. So in that case, we were looking at the possibility of doing 2 sergeants and 12 deputies. Well, when we started looking at it, we've done some reorganization around the sheriff's office. And if our patrol shifts have first sergeants that are divided over each side. So one first sergeant would have the day and night patrol shift during that day he works. The next first sergeant when this shift is off, the next first sergeant would be over 2 patrol shifts. And that's 6 men to a shift, so he would have 12 men under him altogether. So using that model, we looked at, with the 12 resource officers, having 1 sergeant and 1 lieutenant. And when I say lieutenant, our intent in the current county pay plan, the position they're in, the ones that are first sergeants, say first sergeants, but we would like to just rename them. No moving the salaries, it would just be a name change only, from a first sergeant to a lieutenant. And the reason we're talking about doing that, it would more mirror, since the Sheriff's Office is a paramilitary organization, it would more mirror the military as far as not having first sergeants over squads of men or platoons. You would have 1 first sergeant normally. So to do that, we're just trying to clean up our organizational chart, and that's what we hope to have done later as that name change as well. But if you look on the document below, it's proposed necessary salary and benefit funding that would be required for us to be able to do it. Deputy position, if you see the CPL beside it, that is a corporal position, and the reason we decided to make it a corporal position, some of the surrounding counties have done the same thing. Craven is one. Pitt is another one. Their SROs are corporals. They hold that rank because there is some leadership in the school. They may not be leading other men, but they should be leaders and mentors to the students in the school. It also allows us to be able to start them at a salary that is commensurate with about the average of the Allied salary. And if you'll see the note I did with the asterisk, the current salary or average salary the SROs provided by Allied are in the $51,000 range. They do furnish a 401k. I'm not sure how much they match on it. Their insurance, they pay a lot more than what you would pay as far as county insurance on it. So with that being said, the base salary, we're looking at starting to try and attract these qualified applicants for these positions would be $50,000 as an annual salary with $7,020 going to insurance. Their 5% 401k match would be $2,500, and the total per deputy would be $59,520. Multiply that by 12, and it would be $714,240. And as for the 12 deputies, if you look on the second page, you remember we spoke about having 2 supervisors. The thing about supervisors, with the ratio in law enforcement, you should ideally have 1 to 6, but in this situation, you could get by with a little bit less on that, because this sergeant and this lieutenant would be able to fill in if you had a person that was out on vacation. They would be able to cover for somebody, if there was a court case that they had to attend. And our intent, if we get in the school, is to leave that person there the whole school day, not to pull them out, not to use them for anything else. Unless, granted, there are times when there's a natural disaster, but at that time, schools are probably not going to be occupied anyway. So there would be times that there may have to be a deputy doing another role, even in the summertime when school's out. There are schools that have summer schools, but we talked to Dr. Cheeseman about that, and we'll have a SRO on that campus during the time they're doing summer schools as well. If you look at the sergeant's salary on this, I did an annual salary of $55,000 a year. What I did was a 10% increase above the salary of the corporal coming up. Insurance would still be the same, $7,020 with the matching 401k, or the 5% of $27,050 for a total of $64,770, and that's sergeant's salary. Below it, the deputy lieutenant, and he would be out of school as well. He's not going to be sitting at the sheriff's office in an office. He will be a working lieutenant. Average salary on that would be $60,500. It's a 10% increase above the sergeant. So insurance is going to be the same, $7,020. 5% 401k would be $3,025 for a total of $70,000, $545. So at the very bottom, 12 deputies, total cost on that, $714,000, $240. One sergeant, $64,770. One lieutenant, $70,545, for a total funding of personnel only, $849,555. And these, the base salaries that we started with are between the hiring rate or the minimum rate and midpoint. They're about halfway between both. Question?
Commissioner Langley.
Yes, sir.
I have a couple questions.
Yes, sir.
All right. I understand what you were saying about phasing in, what'd you say, August, was it June? August. The current contract that they have with Allied, it doesn't end for a year.
According to Dr. Cheeseman, they start a new year, and I want to say it was about the 25th of August. So right before the school year, that third year will start. They're paying annually from what he told us. I don't think it was I didn't understand it to be paid for 3 years out.
So that's what I'm talking about. How are they going to end the contract with them and turn it over to you guys? I don't have a problem with the department going back, but
The reason I came up with the 15th is this teacher's return on that day. You're right about 25th. The 90-day clause that allows them to come in and cancel that contract without any penalty. Dr. Cheeseman assured us that was doable. It's a doable. That's what we come up with. That 90 days prior.
okay, and
Is what they have. Now, they can go as short as 5 days. There's two options, a 5-day and a 90-day. The 90-day is the optimistic way that we get on, get personnel recruiting started. And that's the reason you see their salaries, the salaries reflect what they do. Because we're dealing with and I know I'm going to hear salaries, but salaries are consistent with what is bringing a quality, who's got to go to SRO. Remember, the deputies is a deputy at the 40,000 rate, 42,000 higher rate, but that is only with BLET, the basic training. The people we're pursuing for this is one who has SRO training, which is a send away or local trained, and a DARE school is what is in that requirement of that quality of and holding a leadership role in that school to guide the teachers in a physical, what we said, a physical assessment of the school daily. Sorry.
And
I understand your portion about the salary. I'm not concerned with that right now. But so also you would need to have 12 new vehicles.
Yes,
it's
sir.
going to be, it's a whole new day.
Yeah.
And Captain Gerard's going to discuss that. We've got that figured up as well. As far as recruiting, our turnaround time on trying to get a qualified candidate, get them through the process, sometimes can be anywhere from 60 to 90 days. So one of our problems would be if we're going to be in the schools by the 28th of August, we need to start now trying to recruit people. If it's, granted now the positions are not available, but we could go ahead and start in the process trying to find those people. Now, one advantage we do have, there are some qualified SROs that are state sworn law enforcement officers that are still in the schools. Now, they would have to apply. They would go through our screening process, our background investigation. And if everything was good, some of those could be hired as well. That would be the quickest way to get numbers up.
But correct me if I'm wrong. The ones who are working for Allied now, if they leave Allied, they have to stay gone for 6 months.
No. We talked to Dr. Cheeseman about that, and the non-compete clause would not apply in that case.
Not coming
back to a sheriff's office. They could not go to, and I don't know another security company, but, Acme Security Company, they could not go do the same role when the Roadrunner does. Yeah, I'm that old, that's the last cartoons I remember.
Randy?
You haven't mentioned courthouse security. Do you want to take over that too?
We do. We did not bring it up. I did not bring it up in this, but yes.
In the vehicles, could the Allied vehicles that are there now be purchased?
They're doing a lease, and we talked to Dr. Cheeseman about that as well. There were, I think the payment on each one was $1,100 a month on a lease. This is year 2. I thought about, could you purchase it, at the end of the lease won't be over, but could we purchase those? But the problem is, they're not going to be law enforcement vehicles to start with. They're going to be, it's a civilian Ford Explorer is what it is, the ones with sunroofs and everything else, so it's not a police package. And according to Dr. Cheeseman, they paid $14,000 per car to retrofit it and upfit the car. We don't pay that much for it. So I don't know what they put in those cars that cost $14,000 per car. But if we took those cars, short of a bar light, the bar light control, radios would have to be, they do not communicate with us. They don't have a radio that's capable of doing it. So that would have to be replaced. So there's only certain things from that car if we were going to use it. So I don't know if that would necessarily be cost effective to be able to do it. But it's definitely something we can look into, though.
So you're telling me that if a current SRO left Allied comes to the Beaufort County Sheriff's Department, that they could come back to the school and work without a performance clause violation?
Yes, sir.
As a deputy.
As a deputy, not as a private security company.
Right. But they have the SRO qualification.
Correct.
And
As do I. I mean, I am mine.
okay.
And the good thing about it, the ones that are already in the schools, they already have theirs. Anybody that we apply, they have up to 12 months once they're in school to go ahead and complete that class.
Commissioner Richardson. As far as supervision of the individual SRO in the school during the school day,
Yes, sir.
who is going to supervise him?
The sergeants,
Who is going to supervise the sergeants?
the lieutenant.
Who's going to supervise the lieutenant?
He will
Okay,
fo-
so the school system is going to have no say on the daily activities of the SRO,
They had no say when we were there before.
right?
They would lose and I'm certain the ones that they have there now are doing things that, as law enforcement officers, we wouldn't have been able to
It's a
do.
work relationship. Yes, they have say in how we can best accommodate their day-to-day operation, but that's what they're there for. Our job is to protect, assess criminal activity around, about, continuously assess.
And not to enforce school rules or anything like that. We're there to enforce the law and protect the children, ultimately.
I have a question.
Yes.
Regarding that, the
Yes,
school
sir.
rules, what if it bleeds over into maybe a criminal activity? Would you enforce that?
Yes. But now when I say school rules, I'm thinking, student run down the hall his pants or, dragging the ground. As a law enforcement officer, and this is what Captain Gerard and myself both were SROs at one time. So when that person runs through, I'm not going to tell them to pull their pants up. That is not my job. Because if I tell them to do that and they tell me to pound sand, what am I going to do at that point? They haven't broken the law. That is an administrator at school's responsibility.
And that system's in place, that those kids already are respecting that. They're expecting it, and that's not our role.
And most of the teachers and administrators understand that, and they don't have issue with it. Now, the only problem now, I think, with what they've got, they may have more leeway in having a little different assistance provided by what they got.
But in terms of narcotics that you might find with probable cause?
Absolutely.
In terms of the violence against an instructor, administrator,
Yes, sir.
anyone, then you could
Right.
do whatever you need to do.
And everything you mentioned there is a mandatory reportable offense in a school. That you have to report it. You don't have any choice. And the other thing with us too, and I'm sure most of y'all, if not all, would agree with it, the resources that we can bring to bear are so much greater than they can. Their authority, when they step off that curb, they have no authority. They do not have the ability to investigate a complex felony that occurs on that campus, short of a minor misdemeanor. I mean, and I'm not taking away from what they are, but it is comparing apples and oranges. They are one thing, we are something else.
A reportable offense, is that a chargeable offense?
Yes, sir. But it's things, there's 4 or 5 things that are by statute that are required for a school to report. Drugs, weapons on campus, assaults with serious injury, there's several different things that a report has. And I assume Allied has their reporting mechanism. It's going to be different than ours, but our role would be entirely different than what theirs would be. And the model for an SRO is to have that same person in that school because you build that rapport with that student. If you're changing, if you've got Allied's bringing someone different in every couple of days, that child never has a chance to bond with him. They never learn their name. Kids want you to know every one of them's name. Out of 475 students, I was expected to know every single one of them's name. And the way I started doing that, I would go with the guidance counselor at every kindergarten class and sit in a circle, and they've got these little drills where you pass the potato around, and I give it to you, you say your name, it comes back around, it goes back to you, or to me, I have to tell your name. So it's a name association game. But you do that, eventually you know all the kindergarten students. Well, next year, they're first graders. You know them plus the kindergarten students. And we see, if we live in a community, we see them, when we're off. Allied, get in a car and leave.
Hopefully we won't have to go back to mass.
Sir?
Hopefully we will not have to go back to mass.
No.
Or you will have no way to be able to ascertain who's who.
Absolutely. And that is just to the detriment of students. I'm not an educator, but I can see the problem with that.
Detriment to society.
Chief,
Yes, sir.
Chief Hickman, on your numbers,
Yes.
I would suggest that you get with Anita.
Okay.
My experience is when we hire a new employee, you can take that salary and you can multiply it times 1.3,
Right.
and it covers all of the benefits that are associated. So,
Okay. And I got help from Kathy Dickinson in the office with coming up with these.
yeah. So, so that we're dealing with realistic numbers.
Yes, sir.
My quick math, I came up with about $80,000 more in additional funds
really?
that would be needed.
Okay. And my
Right.
apologies on that.
That's fine.
Yes,
Right.
Mr. Chairman, if agreeable, what we'd like to do is work with the Sheriff's Office, both HR and Finance, to make sure that we've got everything covered, and we can talk about, I think they're going to talk a little about vehicles, so that may change some, but FICA, making sure we got FICA covered, and equipment and things like that, so that we've got everything covered. We can bring you back a clear package, because it sounds like to me if this is a policy that the board wants to implement and move forward with, we've got to move fairly quickly on it.
Well, and my comment on the policy and making that change, I've heard from you guys. I know what my personal observation is. I never liked it when we made the change, but I accepted it once it was done. I think if we're going to put this thing in place, what I would like to see, because it's going to come up in the budget if we pursue it, is that I would like for the school board to take a vote to make sure that they're on board with it. If we go back to when we started school resource officers, I said in a meeting where 3 school board members were opposed to the sheriff's office doing it before we ever got started. And I don't want us to get too far along and then the school board says, no, we're not in favor of this.
Right.
The other concern I have is if we already have schools that there is nobody at, and I'm not asking you to name them,
Right.
is there a way for us to phase into it with Allied and say, you're having problems, we might be able to solve that if we start out with 3 or 6?
They don't, as a business model that they have, I'm sure they're just happy to stay right where they're at.
Well, as a taxpayer, I've been in 2 elementary schools for basketball games starting at 3 o'clock, and I did not see an officer at either one of those elementary schools. Now, I think we're paying for something that we got criticized for when it was in the sheriff, but we don't hear any criticism on it now. But I thought they were supposed to be there when the first teacher got there and be there when the last one left.
I don't want I'm not certain if they're doing the elementary grade basketball games. I'm certain they're doing high school age as well.
But at 3 o'clock, wouldn't they be on campus? I mean,
I'm not sure what they're on.
I mean, there's a lot
I
of
know
parents
I've been
coming
to a
in at
campus
3 o'clock picking students up.
If I go to a campus, I beat the SRO there a lot of times.
Yeah.
You know I'm not going to make a negative comment on Allied's performance, but they're there when they're there.
Right.
My commitment will be there from the beginning of school, pick up, children drop off, prior to that actually, because our model is to assess the properties before schooling begins and after the school drop off.
Right.
And one thing we have done, since the 5th of December with the new administration, we have every road deputy that is working in an area where there's a school to stop and get out and walk through the school. I myself go to schools and stand at the car rider line until it's over with before I go into the office each morning. But principals are telling me now that they're seeing the deputy at least once a day, sometimes more. We encourage deputies that have children in the schools to go eat lunch with them. Other law enforcement agencies are doing the same thing.
And you'll have continued our commitment in that. Now, in additional, I know I keep bringing, but to fill that gap of...
Step a little bit closer.
I'm sorry. What we've implemented also since the 5th of December was incorporating our Viper radios that we had in excess. We put those, we had the reprogrammer from Motorola come in, reprogram the radios to fit the needs that the school needed. We absorbed that cost, put those radios in the private schools, the Montessori schools, and all the public schools. Now, what does that radio actually do? It just it fills that gap of response time. So now the principal and his designee his or her designee has the ability to notify law enforcement if they have a shooting, a mass casualty incident, if they have an injury on the property. We gave them some training. We gave them parameters, how to operate the radio. The radio has a SOS or officer down type of button on top. That was trained how to use it, when to use it, and that gets a deputy and any state law enforcement officer who's in that area, gives us the quickest response time to that property. So those are tools other additional controls that we're putting in place, have put in place, at no additional cost other than the program.
John?
Do we know what the budget is right now that the school, in terms of what there's, I look back in 17-18, we spent $765,000. And that was when it was with the sheriff back then.
Yeah, let me bring that spreadsheet up. So currently, we're giving the school $603,600 annually for SROs. This current fiscal year, the state, through their grant programs for SROs, gave Beaufort County back $396,000. So we get to back that off of our contribution to the schools. So the net payment to the schools for SROs is actually only $207,600.
Do they get anything direct, or does it all come through us?
The 396 grant is directly to the schools.
Do they get anything, okay, so they're reimbursing us?
Yes, we get to back that amount, that grant amount, off of the county funding that we give them for SROs.
So what they're spending with Allied right now is just $603,000 total?
Well, I'm thinking they must be subsidizing the contract from other funds, from
Okay.
school funds, because
Did they
we're only
tell you
giving them
that?
6036.
Okay.
And Commissioner Rebels, and the reason we do that is because the state over the years has changed. They've upped their SRO grant funding.
Right.
So we do that every year because every year we've gotten more. So as we get more from the state, we back off what we give.
Well, what I'm just trying to understand is what they're spending right now with Allied.
Yeah, we can ask that specific question.
Because-
I don't know that answer.
Because we're up to $1 million here when we add in the vehicles.
Right.
At least that much.
Well, that's true, but I think there's a level of service that you.
Yeah, there's a 12-month deputy there.
Yeah.
Plus those costs wouldn't
But we're
be every year then.
But as I understand it, the school district is paying an annual contract, even though they're only getting 9 months worth of service.
Yes.
And 3 o'clock, the question about
Yeah.
3 o'clock.
And, yeah.
And then
I mean, we've got those deputies, more deputies for service across the county for another 3 months.
Correct.
now that number,
So there's,
that number they quoted is on a 40-hour, 5-day work week. Then there's overtime calculated, to my understanding, in addition to that.
right. So if we can just find out what the total spend is.
Since you got 2 other people, employees with you, do you want to move into, did you say the vehicles? Or?
Caveat, it's a, yes, to support the SRO, if you want
Okay.
to brief on that.
And I know you got some 911 comments.
We can hold off on the vehicle if you want,
Okay.
and when she gets the total cost, I think that would be most practical, then
Okay.
to brief that.
All right. Do you want to move to the 911 center?
Yes, please. And what we're going to speak on is the need for additional employees to the 2024.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Director Van Nortwick with the 911 Center for the Sheriff's Office. We're going to come with, in the new budget, we're going to be asking for 3 more telecommunicator positions. Right now, the 911 Center as a whole, we hold 16 positions. That includes 2 director positions, 1 IT position, and then it leaves us with 13 telecommunicators on the floor. We run 4 shifts, divided in 2 on each side of the, we have 2 sides of the house, so that's what I'll kind of be referring to. 2 sides of the house with 2 separate shifts, so 4 shifts total. 13 telecommunicators gives me an odd number. The plan was to have 3 telecommunicators and on each shift and 1 split on each side of the house. But then with prior budgets and prior administrations, the 1 IT position got pulled, so instead of the 14 positions I needed, it left me with 13. So now I have the capabilities of filling 3 on each shift, and then I have 1 telecommunicator just kind of sitting on the wing. So I could put them as their split, but then I'm missing my other split. So we thought to go ahead, now's the perfect time, instead of asking for 1 position to fill that split, we want to look for 3. That gives us 4 total telecommunicators for each shift. That we've always I will not say always, we've operated with 4 in the past. We've been allotted 4 telecommunicators per each shift the past years. It wasn't until recent that those numbers went down. But right now, we're operating right now at a staffing minimum of 2 per shift due to staffing shortages. We have a couple in training. Once those get out of training, we'll be operating pretty much at 3 full-time employees per shift. But with 4 positions, and right now, with thanks to the commissioners and to the sheriff for bringing it, we have an increase in salary. So we've now jumped to 40. That's making us more marketable and competitive to recruit these telecommunicators that we need, because yes, we have staffing shortages right now, but it comes to a lot of things in play. We have some on maternity leave and things like that. But with 4, it allows us to raise the minimum of 2 minimum staffing to 3. That then ensures that our employees are getting the breaks they need. It ensures that the coverage is still being maintained for the citizens in the county when those shortages do arise, because we will have those shortages. We will have people out that are sick. We will have people that are hurt. We will have people on maternity leave, and just people that go other places. So it ensures for that. It also gives us the resources we need during times of inclement weather, such as hurricanes and things of that nature. I think ever since we've been EMD and EFD certified, we're on the phones longer. So instead of just asking for 1, I know that it is a very reachable goal for us to have, and to not only have those positions, but to staff those positions for 4, not just 3 right now with 2 to split shifts, but actually have 4 full-time shifts, people and personnel on each shift.
Questions?
How many stations do you have?
How many consoles? We have 4 consoles.
4 consoles.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
I understand you, and you do a good job. You don't, that's one department you never hear any complaints about. For some reason, we don't hear it.
Yes, sir.
But the question I ask is you got a chart. Now, 4 people at 3 o'clock in the morning, somebody's not working.
Right.
So you got a chart when is your peak hours.
Right. I need to go, right now our peak hours, so we have a policy set in place where between 4 and 7, nobody's allowed breaks during that time because that is, but you're looking at 12 to 12, and I can get more numbers and things of that, but you're looking at 12 in the afternoon or even, but it just depends. It's 8 o'clock, you're looking from like 8 to midnight sometimes,
Well, I know when
8 to
I was
10.
out there, they always just tell us when there's a full moon, anything could happen.
Absolutely.
But what I'm trying to get to, and I'm not going to try to micromanage your office. That's not my job. But what I want to know is why, to make sure that we need those 4 people.
Right.
Because at 1 o'clock in the morning, if Mama used to tell me if you're out after 1 o'clock, you're up to no good.
Right.
So those numbers are going down. So I want to see those numbers when it's your peak hours.
Right, and I can get you those numbers, and then, I mean, you have to take into consideration as well, so during the summertime, those peak hours are a lot longer, they're a lot more extended, and I would like to have the positions in place so we can prepare, and not just during this, or in the wintertime months, you might not have as peak hours, but you have more serious calls that are going on in the wintertime due to climate and all that. I mean, there's a lot of things I could get into. So more cases and more things going on that take up more time for a telecommunicator. We also do things that a lot of people don't see as we have to, all of our hot files, we have to keep up with all the DCI records for the county, so domestics and protection orders and missing people and wanted people, those take constant hands-on, constant modifying files, and day shift, there's several times and almost 5 days out of the week, there's paperwork that's being left for night shift. So you not only is it the call volume, but the abundance of paperwork that's having to be done, the abundance, and I have 3 right now that we have per shift, and I can't tell you how many days I walk in and I have ever seen 3. So giving me that 4, I mean, you still have to, when I have 4, I'm still going to have the people out sick. I'm still going to have the people on leave. If that answers your question, but I can get you those numbers.
I could very well see that you need 4 people, 7 to 7.
Right.
Like that, but at 3 o'clock in the morning, I'm going to pull my shoes off and grab back.
Right.
Jerry?
Right. Yes,
Jerry? A quick question.
Okay.
I was thinking when Commissioner Booth was talking about the slow times and the peak time.
Right.
What about if you had a person who came in and worked those peak hours and put in the hours during that particular time period instead of, just, y'all do 12 hours, right?
Yes, sir.
So instead of them just doing the 7 to 7, have them somewhere where from the hot time till it cools off and like that. I don't know if that's something.
Well, and right now we do have the split shifts. So the split shifts that I've talked about earlier, there's one for each side of the house, and that's a 12 to 12 shift. So that is because that makes sure that our people are getting breaks. That makes sure that ensures that the paperwork's getting done. I can't speak for how we would be able to go about doing that type of position with them still having to maintain full, certification and their work hours, the 40 hours or however much. I couldn't speak on that.
Indirectly, we do that now when she brings in our part-time people. She may not be speaking of it that way, but they come in and they'll work 3, 4, 5 hours. But that's not a commitment of a whole that position.
So my thought was it's not somebody doing it part-time. I'm talking about
Right.
an actual 12-hour
That goes with her.
Right, yeah.
Split shifts.
To hire a full-time employee and only need them for 4 hours or 5 hours a shift, I'm not sure how that would look and
No.
figure.
I'm not asking that.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I misunderstood you.
I'm talking about a person working their shift during the peak hours. This
Gotcha,
thing-
okay.
Not,
Right, like
not come in and work 4 or 5 hours. I'm
Okay.
saying their entire 12 hours
Right.
is doing pretty much peak time from maybe sometime in the afternoon when it picks up until it slows down. That's their time to be
What
there.
what do they do after peak?
Well, that's
I think that's what you'd, like an 8 to 8 shift, or like a 10 to 10 shift. Is that
So
what you're
in that
speaking of? Like a
same
10 in the
12.
morning to 10 at night type of shift?
Yeah.
Right, I'll follow you now.
Aren't you, that's
Yes,
what you're
sir.
doing with your split shift.
Yes, sir. And there's nothing saying that if we get the 3 positions and now go to 4, that we couldn't make one of those positions a 10 to 10 shift. I mean, we've modified positions all the time, so we could have the 3 that are the 6A to 6P, 6P to 6A, and then have that one person, whether it be the supervisor on that shift or whatever, do a modified type of shift, like a 10 to 10 or an 8 to 8. That's definitely a possibility. Yes, sir.
Do we have a question down here? Okay. Did you get finished? Well, we're right down to the time, so you've done extremely well. And I would encourage you to work with Anita as you work through the numbers as it relates to equipment and the employee side.
So let me ask this question of the board. You guys had some timeframes from Dr. Cheeseman about what their contract looked like and when that is.
Yeah.
I'm assuming we need to move fairly quickly. What I'm not sure I heard kind of clear direction from the board. I mean, if you want us to put all this together so that we can get it back to you quickly, because what I heard was if it's something the board is inclined to do, we're going to have to move before budget time.
Right.
To get things moving forward. So we would need to know that based on the time frame they have. We'll put all this together as quickly as we can to make sure we have all the numbers, the full package for you, so that we understand where the school system is, what their timeframes are, and bring it back to you where that might be at the next, whenever.
I think we heard Frankie recommend that you go to the school board and have a vote of its approval there.
But
Before we spend,
well, I hear that. It's not much for us to spend to get in a room and figure out what the numbers are.
okay. Well, then you would have that to take to the school board.
Correct.
I would say work together, and then if you can come back with some numbers for our next board meeting, then we do that.
Mr. Richardson, would you be in the county food tester? Will you be dining at the jail?
He said he would.
I have inspected the food that comes into the jail on occasion. As long as it's on the vehicle that it's delivered on, it's the property of the vendor. And when it's put on the ground to be picked up by the sheriff's department, it's the property of the sheriff's department. So I've had that go around with the last sheriff. I do periodically go out because my office is right there and say, open it up and let me look. And they do that because they know that I'm a commissioner. So if you're having problems with the food quality, you really need to be talking to those people because they have always been cooperative.
Chief reminded me that I was speaking on a historical comment. Chief says there's,
I think everything's fine with it now. The additional plates were more to quell any kind of arguments in a sale. Your piece of chicken's bigger than my piece of chicken or something. So that was the point behind having additional.
Yeah, we've been into the extra plates on occasion. There's a lot of reasons for extra plates. I don't have a problem with extra plates because we've been into that before.
Right.
Not a problem at all, but I will continue to check the food.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hey, guys.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for your time, sir.
Thanks. We're down to our health department, and we have our new director here. So, Janelle.
Hi.
Welcome.
Thank you. All right. And I've got a handout for you guys.
Might look a little different than things in the past, but.
Thank you.
Tell me and I'll fix it.
All righty.
I need to wait for Mr. Booth, are we okay? All right, hi. I did not do a PowerPoint. I do a lot of PowerPoints. So hopefully this handout will suffice, but in the future, again, if this is something you want me to break down further or PowerPoints, just let me know and I'm willing to adapt however. So obviously this is my first one, 26 days into the job. So bear with me. Approaching this as much as I can for some feedback from some commissioners and some other leaders. And so hopefully I'll give you what you're looking for today. First of all, the good news is I would say that looking over the budget that we have, we do not see any major budget expansion items coming from the health department. With that being said, we do have at least one area where we would look to have an increase in a continuation budget, and that would be solely for our environmental health. And again, we just got our budgets back from our departments this week, so this is a very quick review of that. But our environmental health, and that specifically goes back to this past year, we had to come back to you guys to ask for more money in regards to our mosquito control, in regards to the chemicals and that stuff. And so that has been put in the budget as a slight increase just to, not allow us to have to come back here and ask for money again. With that, in addition, we don't know necessarily the status of this program, but we are working very closely with the Sheriff's Office and the jail to evaluate our jail health program. It's going very well. However, to be good stewards of financial money, like any good program, we would want to evaluate it and compare it to other options to make sure that we are still the best option. The reason I say that is because, to my knowledge, when we took on jail health in that capacity, our big seller point was not only our local and our relationships here, but we could do it for cheaper. So the only thing we're doing there is ensuring that we are still doing it for cheaper, and we're reaching out to some private entities to compare what it would cost for them versus us to make sure we're still under that number. If you look on the handout that I handed you, so obviously I've been up here before to present on community health assessment, so looking to our future, our community health assessment always derives where we're going. And the reason that's being is because that's community input and data, that's your input and data and leaders in the county's data, as well as state data. And any program that we're currently working on or moving toward, if we were to implement new programs, would need to be involved with community health assessment. We don't want to provide a program that the county says we don't even need. So our four main focus areas are chronic disease, economy, mental health, and vulnerable populations. So I also kind of wanted to report out on some of the programs I know that were somewhat new, that we said we were going to do and we did it, and doing it pretty well, if I might put a good plug for that. But employee health is one of those. So since March 2022, that was delayed due to COVID, but we've seen 111 Beaufort County employees via our Healthy Living Clinic. And that's not if they came January, February, March. They could have multiple visits for different reasons, but we've seen 111 Beaufort County employees via our clinic. The way I look at that is not only is that relationship growing between employees and utilizing local resources, but we have their insurance and we're able to build those services, as well as the county's partnership with us being able to allow them to come see us. And then also, I believe in a healthy workforce creates healthy programs, and therefore, they show up to work. There's less sick days and all that stuff that goes forth with that. With our outreach, we have conducted 225 tests, and that's just tests outside of our four walls. So that is a program in particular where we go out to the county and we offer HIV, Hep C, and syphilis. What I want to draw your attention to, because I definitely see the future programs of the health department continue to focus on, is our drug and substance misuse. So our hepatitis C positivity rate in those 225 we tested just in last year is 17.75. We tie that directly to drug and substance misuse. We are able to refer them to treatments, no cost to us if they are in the community. However, anyone who we test in the jail system, if they are Hep C positive, we are not able to treat them until they're out. So what we do is provide them a contact. So the moment they step out, we're able to connect them to resources. And again, that goes all the way back to public health's root of prevention of disease. So in addition, community health workers are a very new program or substance in Beaufort County, and it's growing. But our community health workers, we have about probably 35 that meet monthly. We have a community health worker coordinator who been with us about a year now. She leads those efforts. And really what it is community health workers are trusted individuals
They're not necessarily specific education backgrounds or anything, but trusted individuals throughout Beaufort County, all the way from Aurora, all the way out to Belhaven, where individuals are learning resources available, maybe whether it's food, housing, domestic violence, whether it's vaccinations, anything you can think of, they are being educated on. And basically they're serving as extensions of the health department, in my opinion, where they're able to update their neighbor about resources available to them, or if their neighbor says they have pain in their right arm, they're trained to say, hey, that could be a stroke, and you go get that checked out. So anything you can think of, community health resources have been a huge impact. One thing community health resources have grown from was obviously the use in COVID. We had that concept during COVID, even though it wasn't technically a structure that we had implemented yet, but a lot of our success came from people spreading the word about vaccines and being educated and utilizing these well-trusted individuals in the county to make sure that the right education was getting out there versus false news. Community in Action is another event that was started, and we've had 3, and just in those 3, there's 800 individuals that have attended. So in those events, we have everything from, again, vaccinations and health screenings, but we have food boxes. There's a lot of resources set up from Trillium to other partners. The initial focus of those were to focus on behavioral health, mental health, and it kind of expanded because we also know that from a nutrition standpoint or other options, it goes into the behavioral and mental health stability as well. Environmental health. So I put this in here not to just point out our one program or that piece of our department, but what I found interesting was 163 construction authorizations. So to me, that shows the growth in Beaufort County. Also 458 permit applications, which that does not include any existing or repair applications. So that's just new. And then the environmental health revenue, this is fiscal year 21-22. We budgeted $80,000 in revenue, and there was $117,135. So chronic disease-wise, we have our diabetes prevention program and diabetes self-management. With any chronic disease, excess weight or high A1C numbers, we in our county have about a third of our population that are overweight. And then within that one-third, you probably see a good amount of individuals that have diabetes, and we're unfortunately seeing an increase in diabetes type 2 in children. Beforehand, we were normally seeing type 1, which was upon birth, but due to excess weight gain and other factors, we are seeing more cases of type 2 in children. With that, some of our participants that we incorporate with our diabetes prevention, which that is a year-long program. They meet once a week for a couple months, and then they move into every other month, and then once a month for 6 months. And the reason it's phased that way is because they rely heavily on this educator learning really in depth and then giving them that ability to operate on their own. You know, we're not going to hold their hand forever. We want them to learn their tactics that they can do at home to improve their health, because that's how lifestyle changes occur. And if you see here, we had 78% of our participants decrease in A1C. The reason that's so pertinent is because in those prevention programs, if their A1Cs are decreasing, the less likelihood they are from developing type 2 diabetes. And then we also had individuals, almost 70%, that met at least one, if not more, of their educational goals, which could be anything from eating better to walking more and all that stuff. So the funny fact about the fact on the right, the DSME, which is our diabetes self-management, so that is individuals that are diagnosed with type 2 diabetes, 1.1% decrease. I know 1.1 is like, okay, that's minimal, but if you compare it to the national average, and this is A1C drop, they're 0.5, so we're almost double what the national average is, and so I credit that to the educator that is overseeing that program. And then I think our last and maybe most important, I've heard it already probably 3 times in this morning's presentations from the school, talking about, you know, suicidal ideations and behavioral health issues, to obviously the sheriff's office needing to be a presence on school properties because of who knows what else. But we, as a health department, we started our behavioral health program, and we've seen we've had 403 clinic visits. Now, that could be duplication of some clients where, you know, you're not going to go see a help or a behavioral psychiatrist for one time. It's a continual thing. But we've had 403 clinic visits, and it's going very well. And then we've also served 45 clients via the medication-assisted treatment program. That program's being able to be offered solely through grant funding. And then we've had 20 reverse overdoses reported to us. Those overdoses report to us through our syringe exchange program, and it is Narcan that we have given out and they've reported back to us that they have utilized. So that number I anticipate actually might be higher, unfortunately, but these are the numbers that get back to us only first word of mouth. We've worked with EMS to kind of calculate ways we could better track overdose reversals, the drug that it has caused the overdose and all that stuff. So we're right now in the process of working, getting that data so that we can incorporate that and share it frequently, if not often. But in order for that to happen, we also have had to get the hospital on board. So we'll be meeting with them to see what data we can stratify, because I know that this request has been made by you guys in breaking down, fentanyl and other drug-related instances. But we also want to be able to show how much substance and behavioral health issues are taking up EMS time and hospital and our time as well, and what programs we're putting out there to kind of overcome those. So with the future kind of behavioral health, opioid mental health, we definitely foresee, and something I actually said in my interview for this position is, I foresee the health department going outside our four walls. Becoming more mobile as much as we can. Not to take away anything that we're currently providing in our health department, but we did purchase a mobile clinic. The other partners in the community have also, ECU Health has their mobile bus. The pregnancy center now has, I think, a mobile ultrasound and pregnancy. It would almost be like a food truck rodeo, but a health rodeo in some areas in Beaufort County that struggle to get to Washington for services. I mean, even yesterday, I'm sure everyone heard the news with the clinic in Aurora closing down. So as a health department, our main focus is to reach people where they are, wherever they are, to the ends of the county. And so, I mean, honestly, that's kind of the big thing to take away today is just expect us to be on the move in our not our mental clinic, even though I need one of those, but in our units and working with a lot of partners to make that happen, because it's not going to be a health department show alone. I think that's about it. Questions?
I have one question. The clinic in Aurora, that's a Vidant clinic, isn't it?
ECU Health, yes, sir.
Oh, gee, yeah. Boy, those guys are really living up to their promises.
Did you happen to get notified of that ahead of time? Did they contact you at all? Let you know that was going down?
No, sir.
Okay.
When I got that blurb yesterday on the phone that WITN sent out, I sent a note to the local PR person and said, how about let the folks know at Big Vidant that we would have appreciated a phone call about it before.
Have you gotten anything back?
No.
Because I know, Aurora knew nothing about it either. And, Cliff's really upset.
Well, and I mean, I guess from my perspective, I'd like to understand, I understand they say they lost $46 million last year, and that's why they did this. But if their mission is to serve underserved areas, then don't cut out the underserved areas. Make cuts in areas that you're still serving instead of leaving people out in the cold. So I'd like to understand what drove them to that decision to cut that particular.
Do you think we as a community ought to respond?
I think certainly can from the board's perspective to say, we'd like somebody to help us understand that. I mean, I've reached out to say, I'd like to talk to somebody about that. I don't know if I'll ever get anything back, but I'd like to understand what drove them to that decision.
Okay, so if the president of ECU Health can go to the Committee of 100 and make a presentation, I'm pretty sure he can come here to Beaufort County.
Well, I mean, he decides where he wants to go.
I know. But he apparently is mobile.
Everybody, okay, I have a question.
Sure.
How much is the fentanyl usage up in Beaufort County in the last year?
So I don't have a number. What I can tell you is every time I've looked into stratifying data based on just fentanyl, it is a hoopla of drugs in one, which is why we really have to work with the hospital, because they're the ones that will have that information upon someone entering what was in their system. So I don't have that
So
data.
do you have a number on opioids?
I don't off the top, but I can give it to you.
Okay, thank you.
John, how do you get referrals to the diabetes?
Sure. So we work with our well, we do a lot of promotion, like on the boots grounds, out at community events, those kind of things. The educator that actually oversees that program works with businesses, churches, local organizations to go out and offer screening events. From those screening events, she's able to actually inform individuals that might not be informed of their A1Cs, where they are. They could be pre-diabetic, and then she can basically have them referred by herself into our program, or if they're already in maybe a type 2 level, then she can connect them with the provider or also get them into our DSME, which is the type 2.
Okay. Does ECU offer a program too?
To my knowledge, no, but they do work with us to send referrals.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so if if a practitioner diagnoses somebody with diabetes, they
Yes.
use you as a resource?
Yes, we share updated promotions of those programs as well as our referral forms with ECU Health, and they share it to their practices.
Thank you very much, unless someone else has it.
Is it okay? Yes, it's quick. Okay, good. Well, and so just based off of that too, I think I've mentioned it when I came here to present one time before, but the link that I showed you guys in regards to what we'll now be presenting, like our scorecard is what we're calling it, for our community health assessment, our SOX reports, our improvement plans. It's going to basically be data like this in regards to all focus areas, whether it's, fentanyl and drug, opioid-related stuff, to chronic disease, and it's going to be a link. Our goal is to have it live by March because our SOX report is due by then, where you guys at any time, any day can go and click that information, and we update that depending on what it is, quarterly, every 6 months, maybe every month, where if there's questions you have regarding any of the data, it's right there at your fingertips, as well as the programs going on to kind of combat those.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Janelle. Brian, do you have any suggestions since we're ahead of schedule?
I do. Actually, I got a text from Angie, and she said the lunch got delivered early, so it's in the break room. So y'all can go ahead and eat. DSS will be here at 1 o'clock, so we're 20 minutes extra. So if y'all want to spend a little time extra, DSS will be here at 1.
All right, we'll be back at 1.
Oh, okay, I'll be a little bit, take that with me, I got good.
We're back from our lunch break, so our next person is Melanie. And she'll talk to us about social services.
Okay.
Floor is yours.
Okay, good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. A lot of things will be impacting our budget for next year, actually impacted our budget for this year, but we were notified of some of these changes after our budget had already been approved by the Commissioners back last May and June. So the state provided some gap funding and some bridge funding for this fiscal year because we didn't have time to build it into our budget. But that being said, for next year, the county will take over the loss of revenue for some of our programs. And so I'll go over each one, and just a reminder that we don't receive our state budget estimates until generally February 15th. By law, we must have them by February 15th, and generally we get them February 15th. So this may change when we turn in when we come back in May and do our presentation, but this is what we know as of now. We will see a loss of revenue in our Medicaid administration line. Back in July, we were notified from DHHS that they have been notified by the Federal Center for Medicaid and Medicare Services that we have been claiming Medicaid reimbursement incorrectly for some period of time. They were notified of this back in 2016. Didn't act on it at that time, and year went by, and then this past year, CMS said, we're not going to do any more reimbursements until this is fixed. So there was a big rush in July, between July and September, to make some changes to our automated system to correct how we're coding for Medicaid reimbursements. If you recall, for most Medicaid administrative services, we receive 75% reimbursement, which is one of our highest rates of reimbursement. But CMS said you can only receive 75% for those individuals determining eligibility for Medicaid. The line workers, they're actually determining the eligibility, their supervisors on up to me as a chain, of supervision. So they gave us a template to run the numbers to see what the loss would be. Last year we received about $1.5 million in Medicaid reimbursement, so it's a high number. The first time we ran that, it was about $93,000, and let me move so you can see online. About $93,075. They gave us another spreadsheet. They updated it because this was just real time making change. Every day they get something new from CMS. They pass it down to us. The last time we ran the formula on the spreadsheet they provided, it looked like we would be an estimated reduction of $76,200. That does depend if we have a vacancy for someone doing Medicaid, if we have a worker who doesn't generally do Medicaid, but for some reason that month they talk to someone about Medicaid, then we can code that. So it fluctuates. It will never be the same. But right now, we anticipate the loss of revenue for Medicaid administration to be somewhere between $76,000 and $93,000. Questions about that?
This is North Carolina, is that?
This is North Carolina.
Through the computer program?
No, we do the benefits through that program, but this is actually, when that program, the software was first rolled out about 10, 12 years ago. There was a big backlog in processing applications and recertifications. That's when CMS said, we're going to provide states and counties 75% reimbursement to hire staff to get the backlog down. It started when that system was rolled out, but it's not necessarily tied to that system.
So is there any indication they're going to come back and ask for that money back?
We've asked that question, and so far we've received no answer that they are going to do it.
Because that's county money then, right?
Well, state and county. But so far, we've asked that question originally, are we going to have to go back and repay money, for this 5 or 6 years? And so far, we've gotten no further clarification that that's on the horizon.
Okay, so we've got a state system that caused us to bill the wrong amounts.
It wasn't really the state, it was, but it's what DHHS put into the state system to allow us to do.
Okay.
Any other questions about that one? Okay. The next loss of revenue is tied to the Families First Prevention Services Act. That's a federal law that took effect, it actually took effect in 2018, but North Carolina did not roll out their Families First Prevention Services Act until October of 2021. And what that law did was say, we're going to put more services in parenting programs, upfront parenting programs in an attempt to avoid the removal of children from their home and children having to come in foster care, because we all know children do better in family-like settings. So while the prevention programs they are currently working on, there's some parenting programs that they're rolling out statewide. Actually, this spring, they have not rolled out yet. Part of that also limited our ability to claim funding, federal 4E funding, for children who remained in congregate care longer than 14 days. And of course, we try really hard not to have children have to go to congregate care. Federal law requires that we place children or attempt to place children in the most family-like setting that we can find, family foster homes or kinship relatives. But sometimes, due to the needs of the child or other factors, we don't have that option. And sometimes children have to go into group care either for a period of time until we work with our LME to get them services, higher level services, or until, we work with a family member and transition the child to a family home. So this is another service that During the last year, the state has been providing what they call bridge funding. And so if it was a child that stayed in congregate care longer than 14 days, normally for 4E, we're reimbursed 84 cents on every dollar for the board rate. During COVID, that went up to 86 cents because they increased the federal matches. Once the public health emergency ends, it'll go back to 84. After 14 days, these children can no longer be coded as 4E. We have to move them over to state funding, which is a 50-50 match. So we get 50% reimbursement versus the 84 cents. So for this past year, the state has been providing bridge funding for any children that were in congregate care and were there more than 14 days, and we can no longer code to 4E. Starting next year, if we have a child in congregate care that's 4E and that has to be there longer than 14 days, they won't provide additional funding. So where we normally we would get reimbursed 84 cents, we'll get reimbursed 50 cents. So we're going to lose that from the 50 to the 84 next fiscal year. We have had up to 7 children this past year in that category. Right now we just have 1, and that 1 in the next few months we will not have in that category. But I did want to let you know, we've done the estimates. We estimated on 5 children, but it just depends on the children in our care. You know, what they need, we never know. But based on past trends and the children we have now, it looks like there's going to be a loss of about $14,396. But again, that could go down based on the children, or that could go up. Any questions about that one?
This is children that are taken from their parents either by order from social services or a court.
It would be by court order.
It would be by court order, so it's, okay.
We would file a petition with the allegations of abuse, neglect, or dependency, and then the court would order them into our custody.
And dependency can be dependency of the parents, right?
Dependency, either the parent is unable or unwilling. Yep. One or other parent.
They remain in congregate care because of what? Because they're foster parents or what?
Sometimes it's that we're waiting for the LME, for the assessment to be done by the LME so they can be qualified for a higher level of care. The placements are called level 2 therapeutic or an alternative family living situation, level 3. It's just higher level of care. Your level 3 group homes have multiple staff members rotating in and out. Generally, it's based on the needs of the child. Some children just have high acuity behavioral health needs. Sometimes we're waiting for that. Sometimes we've got that, but we just can't find a placement. And we're just waiting, trying to, and this is statewide, just lack of placements and treatment options for children. Any other questions about that? Okay. Also, this past legislative session, the General Assembly voted to merge the North Carolina Health Choice, which is like a lower level of Medicaid service, not full Medicaid. They pay a monthly premium for this benefit, but the General Assembly has voted to merge North Carolina Health Choice and Medicaid. So starting April 1st, all the children that are on NC Health Choice will be automatically moved over into what's called MIC-1, which is a Medicaid category. The biggest thing that does for us and for the families is they do pay a premium for that, or a monthly fee. They have not been paying it since COVID started for 3 years. That was one of the public health emergency waivers. But they normally do pay the fee, and we normally collect about $15,000, $12,000 to $15,000 a year in NC Health Choice fees. And that's a pass-through that goes back to the state. But you will see in our budget, we will not budget anything in that line this year for revenue. It'll just be zero, because after April, there will be no longer North Carolina Health Choice Program. Questions? Also wanted to bring to your attention, I know you've probably seen this in the news about Medicaid expansion. That has come up again, talk about that this legislative session. They thought the end of last year they may have enough votes to do something last year, and then they didn't. They had talked about bringing it forward in November or December, and then they just didn't do it. But they have, the state DHHS has provided us a spreadsheet and a formula of what it would look like for our county if they did decide to expand. And it looks like we would have an expansion growth of about 21% in the caseload. It would be about 4.62, even though there's, not 0.62 of a person, but 4.62 additional staff members we would need to process those cases. And the total amount to the county would be additional, just county money, $217,056. And that would be for additional staff and for the equipment, computer equipment, to stand up additional to service additional Medicaid beneficiaries. Last time Medicaid expansion was really being talked about, there was some talk that there would be a fee to the PHP, the prepaid health plans and or the hospitals to cover the county's cost of implementing Medicaid expansion. I did ask a couple weeks ago when we were in Raleigh if that was still, as we talk about Medicaid expansion, if that was still an option or still being talked about. And they said at this time, there's been no talk about that. But they've just gotten back to Raleigh a couple weeks ago. I'm sure there's more to come about Medicaid expansion. We have been told that it's a good chance it will happen this year, but of course all that depends on what the General Assembly does. Questions about that? Okay. And let's see, the public health emergency, as you all probably have heard, was recently extended until April 11th, 2023. However, President Biden signed the Consolidated Appropriations Act on December 29th of 2022 that delinked the ongoing coverage for Medicaid, which has been in place during the COVID-19 pandemic for almost 3 years now, to continuous eligibility for Medicaid, and also is delinking the, we call them supplements, they call them emergency allotments, but Food and Nutrition Services beneficiaries have been receiving an additional allotment each month during the public health emergency. And Amy will talk a little bit more about the food and nutrition supplements ending, but I'll talk a little bit about the delinking of the Medicaid eligibility. So since April of 2020, we have not been allowed to terminate or reduce Medicaid benefits in North Carolina. And that was due to the public health emergency and federal Medicaid administration dollars, additional federal Medicaid administration dollars coming into the state. So for the state to get those additional dollars, the state had to agree not to terminate people off of Medicaid during the public health emergency. This act that was signed into law delinks that, so we will begin recertifying for Medicaid for terminations and reductions beginning in April 1st of 2023 for beneficiaries that are due a recertification in June. And so the law does give us 12 months as someone comes up for recertification to complete the recertification. And we will need that just because of the number of cases that we're going to have to work and recertify and then take action if they're not eligible anymore. Any questions about that?
How many people do we have on that?
Right now, we have a little over 15,000. When we started, right when COVID started, we had about 12,000.
Okay, so we got 15,000 on Medicaid. in a county of 44. Wow. I take it you did not do those reevaluations during the COVID at all, even?
Originally, in April, we stopped, and then the General Assembly passed a law in July of 2020 that said we must begin recertifying again. So we've been recertifying since July, August of 2020, but we have not been able to act on it if it was a termination or a reduction.
How many people would you have terminated based on what you found?
I don't have the exact number, but I would say, yeah, I mean, from 12,000 to 15,000, so I would say that in between that range. Any other questions about that? Okay. Medicaid transformation, just a reminder about that. The standard plans with the prepaid health plan started in July of 21. About 9,000 of our beneficiaries are currently served by a standard plan, and there's 4 that serve our region. But the tailored plans, which will be administered by the local LME MCOs, that was originally scheduled to start in December of 22, was pushed back to begin April 1st of 2023. And that's when those beneficiaries with high-level mental health needs, substance abuse, substance use needs, and developmental delays, traumatic brain injuries, will move over to being managed by the LME MCO where the beneficiary lives. Right now, we've got about a little over 1,100 beneficiaries that will move into the tailored plan. And just a note about that the non-emergency medical transportation will follow the beneficiary. So if they move to a tailored plan, the tailored plan will be responsible for assessing for non-emergency medical transportation and providing that. And so we will no longer do that for the beneficiaries that fall under the tailored plan starting April 1st. And then the foster care specialty plan, that was the Division of Department of Health and Human Services was in the process of developing a statewide foster care specialty plan to serve all children in foster care under one Medicaid program. They were moving forward with it, and then as more categories were added onto it, the LMEs came and wanted to talk about there's certain categories of individuals that they felt they could serve better. And so that's been sitting in a little bit of a limbo from last legislative session. It's our understanding that the Division of Health or Department of Health and Human Services is planning to move forward with a statewide specialty plan for children in foster care in an attempt to address the issues with children sleeping in DSSs or hotels or staying for long periods of time in emergency departments while waiting for treatment options and placements. Don't know if it will go, but that is out there, and that we have been told that they are planning to present that again this legislative session. And then last, we will have a few expansion requests this year that the administrators will go over. We will be requesting a Medicaid quality assurance position to help us review our Medicaid files just due to the number of audits, and to try to help us alleviate some of the issues prior to getting to audit. Some administration reclasses, protective glass or protective film or glass for some of our areas. So there's glass in the building, and then a $5,000 base pay increase for social workers that have or obtain a Master's of Social Work to help address some of our turnover in our child welfare. And the administrators will talk more about those in detail to give you a little bit more information. Any questions so far from me?
Good.
Okay. Okay, all right.
Good afternoon, everybody.
So
when NC Fast was implemented in 2012, the state encouraged counties to combine their staff to be able to take and administer applications for multiple programs. NC Fast originally was designed to where you could just enter an applicant's information and the system would determine eligibility. So counties were encouraged for caseworkers to be able to just enter the data in and NC Fast tell us whether or not a applicant was eligible for benefits. So counties across the state restructured their staff for staff to be able to take applications for multiple programs. And so counties across the state did this for numerous years because that was the recommendation by the state. However, since 2012 and over the last several years, due to the audits that we have encountered for across the board for all of our programs, last year we decided to restructure and do a reorganization of our units because we felt like the policies were changing rapidly, as well as the requirement in NC Fast for the workers to be able to know the ins and outs of NC Fast as well as the in and outs of each of the programs. So October of last year, again based on the audit findings that we have had, we decided to restructure our staff so that these workers are able to specialize in one program, so that one worker is not able to be, required to know so much about each program to prevent future audits or future errors in audits. So October of last year, 2021, we restructured our staff so that they could really focus on one program because the requirements are so different in NC Fast based on the different programs. So for this past year, the single county audit for the fiscal year 21-22, it showed we had 1 eligibility finding and 20 findings for technical errors. Now for this 1 eligibility finding that we had, the worker did, find the error, and this was back in 2020. The worker did find the error and tried to correct the error. However, the PHE had started, and even though the worker had found the error and had documented that they could have terminated the case because the individual was ineligible, because of the PHE, they were not able to terminate that case. So we were cited for an eligibility error for that case based on the fact that we were not able to terminate that case. We also had 20 findings for technical errors. 5 of these errors were for the current fiscal year, and 15 of these errors were for a previous fiscal year. Now, as we encounter our audits, we take these audits very seriously, and we are constantly looking to see what processes our agency can do differently to prevent future errors. But it's a constant challenge for us when we look at our errors that are found, but that yet they continue to pull cases and evaluate cases from several previous fiscal years prior to the current one. So again, this last fiscal monitoring for the 21-22, they were reviewing cases for 2020. So once we received something from the state just last month, giving us the opportunity to rebut these cases. So we are still looking at the rebuttal for one, being able to monitor cases from a previous fiscal year when we have constantly tried to improve our errors, in addition to where the PHE was, where we knew there was an error, we just could not terminate it. So we are in the process of rebutting several of these errors. 2 of the errors out of the 20 that were technical errors were errors that were not even completed by our county. The auditor documented that the action was taken from a different county other than Beaufort County, but we were still cited for that, and it was documented that what county it was done by. However, again, we were still cited for it. There was one case that was found for an audit finding where the auditor documented that the county
was not notified of the action that was required to be taken. However, we were still cited again as a technical error, even though the auditor as well as somebody from the state reviewed the case, and it was documented that the county was not notified of the action that was needed to be taken, but again, we were cited. So, like I said, we will still constantly be looking at our processes of how we can improve for at the county level, but we will continuously face these challenges when they continuously review cases from a previous fiscal year. The audit findings, for example, the eligibility error that was found, the audit findings could result in county overpayments. The eligibility error that we did have, we do not have an amount of what we could be looking at for a county overpayment, but again, that is one of the ones that we have rebutted due to it being we could not terminate the case, and the date that is being reviewed for was after when the worker documented that she could have terminated the case but could not because of the public health emergency. Melanie mentioned that we will be requesting in one of our expansion items a new quality assurance specialist for Medicaid. Even though we look at our in-house processes, that is something that we are going to be requesting so that we can continuously try to improve the Medicaid audits. So we will be requesting a quality assurance specialist so that they can start reviewing cases more so that we can try to find the errors before, the auditors. Currently, we do have 15,072 Medicaid beneficiaries. Any questions about that?
Is this a state auditor you're talking to, or are we talking about the county audit?
It's the state auditor.
Okay, so the county audit found additional cases, right?
I would assume you're referring to our county audit. It's the county auditor.
The single county. Well, we have 4 Medicaid audits a year. The single county audit is just one of them.
Okay.
Which is the one that you will receive information about.
Okay.
They're all done by the same county auditor, though.
Okay.
They just have to follow different guidelines depending on the funding amounts on how they go about doing the audit procedures.
To clarify, is this the auditor that the county pays, or is this the state auditor?
It is the auditor that the county pays.
Oh, it is, okay.
Thompson, Price, Scott, and Adams, the
Gotcha.
gentleman that was here at the last meeting.
Okay. I have a question. Go ahead. Do you still have your fraud investigator?
Yes, sir.
And they're still working?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'd like to hear a report sometime about that. You got it?
We do.
Wonderful.
You might not going to like it, but you got it. Okay, so due to COVID-19, we have continued to have several waivers that the state has implemented to promote social distancing. For Melanie mentioned what we call the supplemental, but it's also referred to as the emergency allotments. Over the last 3 years, Food Nutrition Services recipients have been receiving the maximum allotment for the amount of individuals that they have in their household. So even though they originally, if they were only eligible for $100 for the month for one person, that individual has been receiving $281 instead of the amount that they were originally eligible for. And that has been going on since March of 2020. So that will be stopping February of 2023, the last month that these individuals will be receiving that emergency maximum allotment will be February. They will be returning to their regular monthly allotment beginning March of 2023. This will have a huge impact on the recipients across, not only our county, but across the state. Individuals are used to receiving that maximum allotment, and with the cost of food and everything else going up, that is going to be a big transition for our families to go back to their regular monthly allotment that they have been receiving. So over the last, due to the pandemic caused overissuances have been terminated from March 1st of 2020 through the end of the federal public health emergency, except for intentional program violations. So what that means is any case that was determined that they had an overpayment for whether it be an agency error or a small mistake that the individual made, anything that was other than an intentional program violation will not be entered, will not be caused, or they will not have to pay that money back. It will not be an overissuance. Our fraud investigator worked hard over the last several years. She worked as she normally would and entered all these claims in. It was just this last summer, July of 2022, that we received notification that they were going back to March of 2020 and would be removing all those claims that had been entered. So she went in and done her job just like she normally would.
Next question. Okay, this is discouraging because you ask yourself, why do you have a fraud investigator if there's no such thing as fraud anymore? Or at least unintentional fraud, which is still fraud. I mean, and sometimes law is written in such a way that even if you didn't intend it, if you did participate in it, you're still guilty. Now, understanding that, is it the state or the federal guidelines that cause the overissuance of money to go away, to become a non-issue?
The state requested that waiver and the federal government granted it.
So the state did, okay.
I would say so.
Oh. I guess it helps to have a Republican majority in the state House and state Senate, right? Thank you.
Now, at the end of the public health emergency, those claims will resume, and our program integrity investigator will start re-entering those claims. Now, any household that had an outstanding claim prior to March 20 of 2020, they did suspend the collection of those claims. Now, that does not mean that they are still going to be responsible for paying that. They just suspended the collections until the end of the public health emergency. So that suspension will continue to impact our collections and our revenue for the county until that waiver is lifted. Several of our waivers are still in place and are scheduled to end March of 2023. We've had several waivers. Example, the program integrity waiver. We've had another waiver where we are able to take applications for food nutrition services over the telephone. That is something that they are looking at continuing to do past the end of the public health emergency, but we have not received specific notification on that. Our current caseload for food and nutrition services is 5,290.
Can you give a summary of who's included in that 5,220? Is that Meals on Wheels plus WIC plus?
That is just food nutrition services only. WIC and Meals on Wheels are not included in that.
Wow. So we probably got 10,000 people that are getting food assistance or more.
Usually it's about 2 people per case. So I would say of 52, I would say maybe about 7,000, maybe 8,000. It's not double.
But what does that food and nutrition services consist of? What do they get?
So they are only able to receive, go to the grocery store. That only covers food items. They are not able to purchase toiletries, paper products. They are not able to purchase alcohol. It's only food items.
That's on the card. That's the $100 that they're going to go back to. Is that what we're talking about, or is that we talking about a different?
That is what they're going back to. Now, some individuals if they do not have any income, they may be eligible for the whole $281. It's just that whatever they were originally eligible for is what they will be going back to beginning in March.
So Amy, just a quick question. Do you have a ballpark number, because Mel and I were actually talking about that the other day, a ballpark number of the new people who've come on the system who that is all they have known is the maximum allocation?
I do not have that figure, but I can certainly take a look at it.
But I mean, essentially, you've got new people that have come on the system that the maximum allocation is all that they've known, and then they're going to cut it back. So, I mean, some folks knew what their original was, and they got more.
Correct.
You've got some folks who are now on the system who that's all they've ever known.
We have definitely seen an increase in our applications. They're able to apply, come into the agency between 8 and 5 and apply. We can take electronic signatures for applications. They're able to go online and apply through our e-pass. We've definitely seen an increase. So you're definitely right. There's a lot of households across Beaufort County that that's all they've ever known. And they really, households may not realize what the increase in cost of food is until they have, it has been cut back to their original allotment.
I have another question. Are you getting any uptick in work first?
No, sir.
Okay. You think this might help with the work first? People seeking employment where there's plenty of employment available?
I think it will definitely, once it goes back to the original allotments, individuals will, look at that point to, find employment to help supplement the cost of food.
So the extra allotments probably did stymie work first. I mean, it's a continued success or resurgent success, which I would
the other thing it did, we have elderly beneficiaries that generally, because of their benefits, used to only get $19, now I think it's $24 a month. They've been getting the max allotment of $214 since this
Or
was
$281.
since this was implemented. So you have elderly people who have been having to choose between medication or food, because back before this, they were only getting $19. It's really helped that demographic be able to buy more healthy food. Those are the, concerned about everyone, but definitely the elderly that'll go back to the $24 a month.
And we will be reaching out with the local food banks across the county to let them know this change. So like I said, this has been continuing for 3 years. So I feel like there will be an increase for the need across our county for the local food banks that we have.
In qualifying the children of illegals, if they come in with children, are they entitled to any services whatsoever?
So if the children are citizens, they could receive an amount for the children. But if the parents are not citizens, so they could still be eligible for benefits, for food nutrition services. They just may not be eligible for as much as somebody that had parents that were citizens.
They would qualify with a birth certificate?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's how it's done.
We request that, ask, are they
Just
citizens?
as an estimate, do we have very much of that?
We do have that population. I won't say an increase. We have seen an increase in that, but we do have, individuals that, children are citizens and they are eligible for that program.
And you actually do see the birth certificate.
Sometimes they have Medicaid, so we already have the birth certificate, but for food nutrition services, it is not a requirement for the children to provide a copy of the birth certificate.
So they could, but it's not a requirement by law, but do you seek it at least at one time to verify it in the system?
So we have to be careful that we are not requesting information that is not required. That is an example of something that we could be cited for in an audit, that if we are requesting by the policy, program policy, if it's not required and we just request it just to have it in the file, that is an audit finding.
So so what you do is you ask if if the child was a citizen, was he born in America,
yes,
or
sir.
she born in America? And that's all you do is request. If they say it is, then you have to take their word for it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What would prevent someone born somewhere else but living in America from saying, oh, well, my child, in probably broken English, if English at all, my child was born here? And what would keep them from doing that? There's nothing to stop them, right?
Yes, sir.
If they are audited, is there a law that they've broken a law by doing that?
So if
Like
it is
lying to an FBI agent or something like that?
So if it is found, and the majority time in my history as a caseworker, they will state, that the parents are not legal citizens, but that my child is. And if they do state that, that they are a citizen, and if we
depending on what they have provided, if it's questionable at any time, we can request verification, but we have to be able to document why it is questionable. So if for some reason somebody comes in and we just have that feeling for some reason, but we've got to have some good documentation to cover ourselves. If it's questionable, we have the authorization at that point to request verification.
I know there's another question there. Anybody else got a question?
Well, I mean, what makes it questionable? If you've got to take their word for it, why would it be questionable? But if anything, be questionable.
So we look back at, I know, I understand your question, but there's a lot of times that something could be questionable. We look back when somebody comes in to apply for benefits, the worker looks back at a prior application. They may have stated at the last application that they were not a citizen, but then they come in and state that now they are. That is questionable. So like I said, to prevent audit findings, we've got to be able to document why it was questionable and make sure that we are not requesting information that is not required for that application.
Is there an increase in non-English speaking people applying?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
When you talk about adding a quality assurance specialist, to me, when you're dealing with these kind of programs, the proper language would be a compliance person. Because that's technically what you're doing, is seeing if they're in compliance, I guess, as it relates to the findings. I'm making the assumption that a finding is not that the information got to them on a timely basis to make a decision. Is that a finding? If there's a deadline in the process and you did not have all the information in place to determine if they were eligible?
That could be a finding.
That could be a finding.
So when we're talking about the quality assurance specialist within our agency, that individual would be going in, so as our caseworkers are completing recertifications, changes, applications, they would be going back in behind these caseworkers and reviewing records and trying to, they're reviewing the quality of that caseworker's work on that case, or is there any common errors that they're finding across each of the we have 2 Medicaid units. Are they finding errors for the same worker? Is it one worker that's continuously making mistakes in one particular area? Does that individual need training? Is it an NC Fast issue? So it would be, more of quality against that, for the caseworker to try to prevent those errors from happening, especially for the audits for them to come.
When NC Fast first came out, if I understood it correctly, the system would, once you fed the information in there, the system would specify what they were eligible for.
So that was the, what counties,
that was the
that was
design.
what counties were led to believe. And when as long as I've been working with the agency, when they first started talking about NC Fast, they kept saying, you won't need as many workers. NC Fast is going to do all the work for you. All you have to do is enter that applicant's information in, and that system's going to tell you what you need to know. You're not even going to need to know have as much training, because NC Fast is going to know everything built into the system. When it first came about, counties were under the impression that you would enter the information in one time and it would tell you completely all the programs that we have. If an individual was eligible for all of them, it's going to let us know. That did not happen. At this point, for every program that an individual is applying for, a separate application has to be entered. So it's not just entered in one time. If you're applying, individuals applying for food nutrition services as well as Medicaid, that's 2 applications. If they're applying for Work First Family Assistance, that's 3 applications. If they're applying for child care, that's another one. So you're talking about the time for staff, as well as that program knowledge is still required by our staff. It is not into the system. That worker, to prevent errors, that worker needs to know the details of the policy of each of these programs, so that if NC Fast makes an error and says,
Miss Melanie Corprew is eligible. There are instances that NCFAS says, look, they're eligible, but looking at knowing that program detailed policy, that worker's truly not, that client's truly not eligible, and that worker's got to figure out in the system why. Why is the system determining eligibility and they're truly not eligible? So these workers are required to know just as much about the program policy as much about NCFAS, and that was one of the reasons why we did that reorganization of our units, because it was these programs and the policies are so complex. Knowing multiple programs in addition to the NCFAS system was a lot on our staff.
And we can, even now today, almost every day, we get a notice from NCFAS or whichever program that something hasn't worked right, something, was issued, shouldn't have been issued, or should have been issued and wasn't issued. We've got to go back and work a report and fix what the system did. And this is almost daily. I have a book that's just full of all these notices, and it's just never stops.
It's not uncommon for us to receive an email stating that there was a glitch in the system, and it provides us a report, and it usually gives us, sometimes it might give us a couple days, it might give us a couple weeks, but we have to review that report, and when it provides us that information, it's requiring county action. So we've got to have a worker or someone stop what they're doing and go into that system and do to fix it. And it's not where the worker or the agency did anything wrong, it's just that glitch in that NCFAS, and we've got to go in and correct it.
We've heard about the glitches, but are they updating it with patches or updates on a regular basis?
Almost monthly.
Almost just monthly?
Almost monthly. It's generally not more than monthly.
Not more than monthly. Sounds like it needs to be more like weekly. Because I understand that, every situation is different. This is new software. Software has got to accommodate what's real on the ground. And, it just can't come out of the head of the people who put it together. Things change. So it has to be evolving. And you still aren't getting enough updates for it to work properly.
Well, they add in something and then it messes something else up.
Oh, yeah. We
have to go back and fix it.
That's the whole thing about software. You have to, it takes time. It takes a lot of time. And they don't get it fixed properly the first time. And then that creates a bigger problem, which could create a little side, a rolling problem going down a hill, so to speak, picking up steam. Okay. Snowball effect.
Unfortunately, this software's been around since 2012? So it's not new.
It's a bad state contract, what it was.
Yeah. When you and I first met, when I first got on this board, you were talking about that, and I asked Kidwell to get with you and your counterpart in Craven. Did that happen?
Not with me.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Good afternoon. So we're going to first talk about our foster care. There has been some administrative increases for our child placement agency. Child placement agencies are agencies that we use that are outside our foster placement. So we have some that are in county, but these are agencies that we go to, private agencies, to place children that we do not have placement for in our county, or their needs are just too great for us to handle. They need a therapeutic level of care. And so the rate changes that took place in August, and roughly it is about an $8,000 county increase is what we're seeing based on our current foster care number. So if we just estimated on what the kids we have currently in care, it's about $8,000 a year. The children 0 to 5, the increase was $89 a month. For 6 to 12, it was $122 a month. From 13 and over, it's $133 a month. Just wanted to let you guys know that we do have currently 109 children in foster care. We have 5 foster children that are in our 18 to 21-year-old program, and we also have 210 adoption assistance cases.
We still have trouble locating appropriate placements for our foster children, which often leads to sometimes our children spending the night in our agency. We do everything that we can so that does not happen. That's not good for our children. It's not good for staff. It's not good for us to get in a bad situation with kids. So we try not to let that happen, but I do want y'all to know that that does happen in this county as well as most counties across the state.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Sure.
The adoption assistant.
So they would be children, there's a long criteria that are eligible for adoption assistance. Somebody has adopted them and they get a monthly stipend. Sometimes it's due to age, sometimes it's due to race of children, a sibling group. So we do have 210 kids that get that. Currently, we have spent roughly about $20,000 in county money to do placements until children can obtain authorization. We still have a bunch of, I won't say a bunch, but we do still have some bills that are pending that have not come in with that. These normally are children that need a higher level of care. We're done an assessment and we're waiting for that authorization to come in, and we have to pay an increased amount to keep them there until authorization is obtained.
How does this fit into the congregate care?
The $20,000?
No, the process that Melanie was talking about.
So the congregate care is for a child that would be in a group home level, and they're saying that the child can only receive that funding for the 14 days. So the children, it's basically a way that you don't want children to stay in a higher level of care longer than they have to. You don't want them to become institutionalized. You want them in a family type setting. And so it's really to encourage children to get back into the community as fast as possible. I will say that we have several children in our custody that them maintaining in the community would be extremely difficult. Any more questions on that? So for the special assistance program, we want to talk about, there has been an enhanced rate increase for our basic and our special care units. Special care units are your Alzheimer's dementia units. That is a 50-50 county-state match. Session Law 2022-74, which become effective on January 1st, is for this increase. The total estimated annual cost right now is about $5,600 a year. The basic maintenance rate is an increase of $70 per month per beneficiary, which is a $35 county portion. The enhanced rate is an increased rate of $70 a month too. We have seen a decrease in the SA placements since COVID, so that means a whole lot of people were not going to rest homes during the COVID pandemic. We are starting to see that trend back up to our normal. But because of the decrease in the applications, we have had enough in our current budget to cover the increase that we're seeing. To cover the increase of the $5,600. So the expansion request that we wanted to talk about is we were looking for a base increase of $5,000 for social work positions for employees who had their master's in social work. This would help us with recruiting and retention of highly qualified social workers and social work supervisors that would stay here in our county. We definitely have a crisis across the state as well as our county, with maintaining staff, especially in our child welfare units. Over my entire career, I've been here in Beaufort County. I will say over the last 10 years, it has been a dramatic increase of complex cases. You're seeing a lot of fentanyl in this county, a lot of opioids. Fentanyl seems to be the biggest thing that we are seeing on a routine basis with children in houses with fentanyl. We also, of course, there is meth labs here. There is a lack of mental health services across the state and people understanding how to access those mental health services. And so we also tend to see, a lot of cases that are difficult because families don't know how to navigate that, and it requires a social worker who can really navigate those systems for the family. Since the fall of 2019, we've had 14 social workers that had their masters that chose to leave to go to other places. In talking with them, because I have a pretty good relationship with our social work staff, they will tell you that the cases are extremely difficult, that it requires a lot of outside hours, way before 8 o'clock in the morning, way after 5 o'clock in the afternoon, a lot of nights and weekends and holidays and Christmas and, things that people want to be home with their families. And so your senior master's level social workers go to places where they can work 8 to 5. And so we were hoping the $5,000 would hold some of the staff in place and give us some really good quality social workers to maintain that. So currently, we only have 4. So the state has done some stuff to try to recruit staff. They're doing a big campaign right now to try to get social workers to come into the child welfare arena. They're also bringing back some more in-depth training, but all that, of course, is taking time.
Any questions?
What is your estimation of the increase in fentanyl in some of these households
What is my,
over the last few years?
the number of cases? I'm sorry, I'm going to miss.
Just the increase. You mentioned fentanyl, so it was a major problem, maybe other opioids as well.
So even in the last 6 months to a year, especially since COVID, we're seeing a lot of cases with fentanyl. So you would hear about it once in a while. We're probably getting at least a case, maybe several a week.
What was the ratio before?
So before, you never really heard of fentanyl. You heard of opioids, but not necessarily fentanyl. The scary thing with fentanyl, which also kind of steers social worker away from this, is if you touch it and it's the right amount, that it's deadly.
Yeah.
And so you're sending our children to those homes as social workers, and you really don't know what you're walking into. We are getting a lot of drug busts, that kind of thing, where there is large amounts of fentanyl in children that are living in those houses.
Wow. Thank you.
And this is Paul Woolard. He is our IT administrator. He took Derek's position. I know most of y'all have met him, so I will let him do IT.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
So the first thing I wanted to go over is the child welfare and the NCFAS. It's been something that they've been working on. It's a separate site. They still have plans to roll it out and for an intake and assessment module statewide. It's unknown at the time what the implementation date's going to fully be. The new system is linked to the NCFAS, it will be linked to the NCFAS economic benefits for the shared processes and data. And it does have that separate website interface. When you go to NCFAS, it has, hey, if you're trying to get to the child welfare, this is the portal that you need to go to. So it automatically has that link. So just a couple of other updates that we've done in the IT department. We are now starting our rollout of our desktop scanners. The ones that we've had in the past are 1 to 2 models old, and at this point to get replacement parts it's almost the same price as getting a new scanner. So we have begin getting the 8000 model series. We just got those in the other day. We're doing our rollout of them as, actually, he should be back from lunch. He should be starting to roll them out right now. What we plan on doing with this is keeping them, maintaining a supply of the different rollers and things we need so that if it does get, in the next few years, obsolete again, we will have a backup and it won't be $1,000 for a roller. It'll be we have a stock that was $20 per. The other thing we've accomplished is the Meraki cameras that Derek had put in for last year. They've now been implemented. Both of our parking lots, the front and the back and the side, are now covered. Our indoor lobby, or the entrance to the lobby, the entire lobby is covered as well, so that we have a clear view of anything that's coming in, out, or around the building. And from what we've seen, that has really helped with any anxiety that some of our staff has had about if someone's coming in or if someone's in the parking lot or anything like that. And it's got a rolling 2-week backup, so if something happens, as long as we know about it, 2 weeks is enough time to get that information and get a copy of it. And all of our admin have access to it, so if anybody needs it, we're able to pull it up almost immediately. Those are the big things that I have right now. So that's on this guy. Oh, I'm sorry, is there any questions?
Any questions of Paul? You did a great job.
Thanks, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So I feel like I've talked about COVID funding the past several years I've come to you all. So it is included in this year's presentation as well. But the only COVID funding that we currently have right now is some ARPA funding, and that is in our, it was distributed to us through the Mideast Commission, and it was used to increase the capacity of our home-delivered meals and our congregate meals program. So that amount that we have right now, and that actually doesn't have to be expended until September of 2024, but that was about $122,000. And for the sake of time, I'm going to kind of get on through this. I know you have other people waiting as well, so if y'all have questions, please stop me. Our maintenance of effort, we have already met our maintenance of effort this year through our coding for our Work First program, CPS, our child welfare and foster care. Our maintenance of effort that we received last year in additional revenue was $422,000. We do expect to receive about that same amount for this year as well. Some of our expenditure and revenue projections, we are currently underspending a little bit in our training school and our professional development lines. This is due to many of the in-person trainings being still continuing to be virtual. As those trainings are going back to in-person, we are sending our people, our staff, to those trainings if they're available in person, because we all feel like they get more out of those in-person trainings than they do virtual. But some of those trainings have not gone back to in-person format yet, so that is why that line is a little underspent. We expect some overspending in our overtime line, which is directly related to our child welfare programs and our social workers having to work overtime because we are short-staffed. We're trying really hard to get those positions filled, but it's been extremely difficult to fill those positions recently. And of course, as a result of that, our salary line will be underspent due to those vacancies, so we'll be able to cover our overspending within our budget. As Melanie and Lori kind of hit on a little bit, we do have multiple programs that have less revenue in the coming year, but we have had an increase in our Medicaid administrative claimants program because we were allowed to incorporate our adult protective services into that administrative claimant. That's something we haven't been allowed to do in the past. So if a protective services client is eligible for Medicaid, we are able to bill that program and draw down some additional revenue for that. And also our Community Alternatives Program, which is our CAP program, that revenue has increased a little as well because the state kind of changed up the way that that is billed, or the way that we're able to bill for that. As always, we try to maximize our revenue sources and make sure that we pull down all of our CAP allocations at 100%, and that is so that we can decrease our county dollar. As Melanie mentioned, we do have a couple of expansion requests. In our admin and fiscal area, we would like to upgrade some of our positions. Some of our positions handle accounting functions, and then there's a couple of our positions that are mainly front desk and switchboard. So those positions that do handle those accounting functions, we would like to upgrade those positions to a processing assistant 5 instead of processing assistant 4. And then that would leave those front desk, like I said, they're mainly front desk and switchboard, so they're greeting people coming in. So those that are doing the higher level functions, we would like to upgrade them. And then also there is one accounting technician too that we would like to upgrade to a finance technician, as she's taken on some additional duties in recent years, such as handling our disbursement account, some FMLA, and some personnel tasks. If we're able to upgrade these positions, we would actually abolish one processing assistant for position, which would actually result in a county savings of about $14,000. We've made some upgrades to our lobby recently. I know you all, in the last couple of years, we've installed new door locks that have made our doors more secure. So we've made some upgrades in the way of safety, but we do feel like it would be a huge benefit and a safety feature for our employees if we could have some kind of protective film or protective glass installed. When you walk in our front door, our front desk, there's two ladies that sit there at the front desk, and then there's also two other windows. That front desk is wide open. It's full glass, and it's
been wide open. Didn't you guys install protective coverings during the COVID scare?
Well, they sit behind the glass.
Yeah.
So we didn't have to add anything additional for COVID for our front desk staff, but it's not protective glass.
Okay, there's a difference.
It's not shatterproof.
Oh, shatterproof.
Like
a gun.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Or yeah, you could. Yeah, a chair, a small hammer. I mean.
Chair to go through there.
A chair would go through it. Yes.
Did it go through it?
No, it has not, but it could.
That's more likely to happen than a gun.
It is, yeah. But it just kind of leaves them, we feel like it leaves them in a vulnerable position. And there's also several offices, once you get into the back of the agency, there's several offices that have, several of our corner offices have glass on both sides, a good amount of glass. And then there are, just about every employee office has a strip of glass in the door. So we would like to add some kind of protective film to that if you all would allow it.
Questions of Kelly or anyone else in DSS?
Can I make a comment about your quality control?
Yes.
A long time ago, quality control, for those of us that bought automobiles and stuff back in the 80s and 90s, was a disaster, okay? And their process was, back then, to build them and have quality control people go behind them and check everything. Well, a gentleman by the name of Edward Deming came along, and Deming said, you don't do that. That's the wrong way to go. He says you go back upstream to find out where your problems are and fix them upstream, not try to find them after the fact. Now, I'm not saying that's not the right thing to do, but I caution you because the tendency is when you put quality control people at the end is for the people upstream to become less conscious. Because they're transferring that responsibility to your quality control person.
Right.
Okay? So I'm just, that's a little bit of history, but that's the way it works.
Yeah, and this person would be more like, so we have second-party reviewers for their lead workers. They're called Income Maintenance Caseworker 3s. They're lead workers. And they do review cases. The issue is the number of cases we have, especially over the last 3 years, there's no way to touch every case. And so like Amy said, this would be a person to help do the second-party reviews, to help catch if it's a training issue, if it's one particular staff member that needs some additional training, if there's, unit-wide, this is, everybody's doing this, incorrectly, we need to retrain. That was our thought behind the quality assurance, to help monitor the cases so we could try to fix the issues, and it's just the sheer number of cases we have. And quite frankly, our supervisors spend so much time on audits. I mean, we could have 4 Medicaid audits a year when we're in the RETA, which we just came out of, and we're doing a corrective action with that. We're in the middle of that now. And we could have a federal be pulled for federal, and then we could have a quality assurance audit, and then the single county audit. So our supervisors, when they're in the middle of an audit, there's no time to stop and go do a second party review. So it's like this terrible cycle that, we're just trying to break the cycle and get ahead of it. And I think Amy said the, changes we made in October of 21 with workers going back specialized, in theory, it was good, like people would only have to see one person, but these programs, the policy is massive. There's no way for one person to know all the policy knowledge. But then we haven't realized those changes because the auditors are required right now to go back to the last action we took, which was pre-pandemic, which was pre-March of 2020. So if you pull an old case, you won't realize all the things we've done to try to make it better because it's back before we made all the changes.
Just check.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next on our agenda is Veteran Service Update. Jenny, welcome to the podium.
Hey, how are y'all doing?
Glad to have you.
Glad to be here. So, Veterans Office remains very busy. There's new presumptives for Gulf War veterans. There's new presumptives for Agent Orange exposure. So the uptick on claims is starting in the office. But I'm there and taking it one by one. The veterans are patient. No one has to wait a long time. They just have to wait a long time for their claims. But the numbers are pretty similar to the numbers that I submitted last year in 2021. So, and I believe you all have a copy of that. The numbers seem high, but these veterans get paid for their compensation for their disabilities. And it's a monthly payment that they receive. If they're 100%, it could be, and it is, well over $3,000. If they have dependents, depending on how many, then it raises in increments sometimes of $100 per dependent. So when you're looking at those numbers, they seem high, but actually a lot of counties have more veteran officers. There's more veterans, so those numbers could be doubled or tripled. But this is a small county, and I really think those numbers are pretty substantial for the small county that we are, because I do see a lot of veterans. The claims that I put in for 2022 were 459. The number of files I worked, there's like 8 file cabinets in that office. And they're so old, some of those veterans haven't been touched in a long time. So as I go through and figure out which veterans are no longer with us, family members are deceased, then I destroy the file. However, I am running around, coming across a lot of veterans Vietnam veterans, that now, with these new presumptives, aren't being paid as much as they should be because they don't realize it. A lot of veterans from Vietnam stay in a corner. They don't want to take any notice. So I call as I see them, and I do have a story on one. It was a veteran that I pulled the file out in January 2020. In 2020, the VA opened Agent Orange exposure rules for Navy vessels within 12 miles of the Vietnam coast. The veterans are referred to as blue water Navy veterans. And cleaning out old files, of course, I ran across a veteran, and I checked the database, and I saw his claim was submitted in 2016 of February. He was denied in August of 2016. I called him, and I asked him if I could reopen his claim for heart disease and a new claim for diabetes, because I was able to see his medical file, and he had diabetes way back. He was skeptical, but said go for it if I wanted to, but he believed it was a waste of time. The veteran went from no service-connected disabilities to 100% for heart, 10% for atrial fibrillation related to his heart, and 20% for diabetes. In August of 22, he was awarded $220,424 back pay from his initial claim in 2016, and each month now he receives $3,823 tax-free. disability compensation. So that's how those numbers populate, because it looks like, how can that much money come out of one small office? That's how. His wife has health care for the rest of her life through the VA CHAMP program. Those are for all the dependents. Needless to say, the veteran thanked me for calling from his file and reopening the claim. It's a larger than average award, but it paid off. So that's how those numbers, in a lot of instances, come about on those charts that I submit. For next year, request for 22, I just asked for continued support. And I feel like I get it from y'all and Brian. It makes my job a lot easier to work with the veterans and know that I have your support. I'm going to attend 2 conferences with the state of North Carolina for accreditation, one in the spring, one in the fall. And then, of course, they have local training. Sometimes it's in Kinston, sometimes it's in Greenville. And, of course, the online training, I take advantage of that. That is for my CEUs to keep my accreditation up to date. When I first started, I really wanted to go out into the community and go to the nursing homes where a lot of veterans have no clue, they have no family, there's nothing there, there's no help. So now I'm getting the office to a nice operating mode, and I'd like to be able to go out to the nursing homes and to the assisted living to see what I can offer some of the veterans there. Sometimes just to see someone with the VA makes their day. And they could already have their disabilities, but they feel like they're lost in the system. And most of them are. There is going to be a stand down, Miss Gaskins called. Barbara Gaskins wanting to know if I wanted to help with a stand down. That's when all the homeless veterans come to a location. There would be food, resources for them to plug into. And the bigger stand downs have clothing, but that's a big undertaking to have clothing there. So we're trying to coordinate that with the American Legion and, of course, Ms. Gaskins. And that's basically it. You heard it before. I love what I do. I stay busy in that little office, and but I think I know it's going very well. So I have more satisfied veterans than I do dissatisfied veterans. The only ones that are dissatisfied is they can't get Service Connect.
And?
So.
I just wanted to tell you how much I appreciate what you have done for veterans.
Well, thank you.
When you walk the streets and start talking to them, you hear more and more people that are very complimentary of your services. As a matter of fact, I was by your office a while back, and you was out sick. Mm-hmm. And I was going to get some information for a veterans group, and there was about 50 or 60 of them there, and I didn't hear one of them say anything negative about you. The only thing you said, you're to them where you made yourself available to them, and I want to thank you for what you have done for the veterans of Beaufort County.
Thank you. It's my pleasure. My pleasure. Anything else?
Good. I want to thank you for this monthly report that you put out and put your department in focus. Keep doing that.
Thank you. Will do.
It is very useful.
Thank you. Anything else?
Other
Good to go. Thank you so much. What's your rating? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jenny.
By the way,
100% disabled.
Yes.
well, now if you put a presumptive in for, say, hypertension and you were denied back in the day, oh, you know, but I will say this, the veteran that I did speak of, his house was up for foreclosure, and he took that money and he was able to save his house. Plus, he had the tax exclusion of the first $45,000 of value where he didn't have to pay taxes on it. So it was a win-win all the way around. So thank you very much for allowing me to do what I do. Thank you.
Thank you again. Okay, we're down to cooperative extension update. Good afternoon, Rod.
Good afternoon. We're doing fine.
I guess it's too wet.
It is a little wet right now, yes. It is a little too wet to do a lot of things, so a lot of office work going on currently. Is this on a PowerPoint, Katie, or do I don't have to, if they've got, oh, okay, all right, it magically popped up there. Somebody's taking care. Every time I come to this podium, I file the computer up some way, so I'm glad somebody else is taking care of that for me. So I will be brief here this afternoon. I listed a page, or a couple of pages actually, of some of our accomplishments. You know, in the world of education, which is where we are, COVID was an obstacle, obviously, for so many people. Of the three program areas that our office works in, of course, agriculture, and then 4-H youth programming, and the third one would be family consumer sciences. Of those, agriculture kept on. I mean, the farmers didn't stop, so the work that I do kept on as well through the pandemic. But in the 4-H world, the family consumer science world, everything kind of came to a screeching halt in terms of their educational outreach efforts that they usually employ. And so this first page there, I mentioned our 4-H program. Chastity Woodkovich is our agent. She has been extremely excited in this last year that she could finally get out and start doing some programming again. And as you can imagine, with youth programming, it's all about the hands-on. It's all about the face-to-face interaction that she has with her kids. And she was able to implement some programs that she's been wanting to do, a reading interest program where she took the kids to the library and they would pick out books and read them and just have a lot of interaction there. That was a new program. Our livestock show and sale that she takes a lot of pride in was a huge success this year. And that's actually one of the things we were able to do partially during the pandemic, but certainly getting back to normal with that. It was a huge success. Camping experiences, again, taking these kids to camp, taking them to places that they've never been before, and giving them those experiences that they've never had was tremendously successful. She did have a hiccup with one COVID outbreak at one of the camps this year, last minute. I mean, like just before they left to go. Forced her to have to change up everything they wanted to do. But she was able to line up an alternative series of experiences for them, ball game here and there, and going to a museum and just doing things. And she kept those kids in the loop and involved, and they still were able to enjoy that experience. And so she's extremely thrilled with her program, and she's excited as she moves forward. The program was a huge success this year. I mentioned also our Family Consumer Science program. Louise Hensley is our agent there. Same kind of a scenario. Just being able to get back to live programming has been a huge success. I've listed some of her classes here. The Med Instead of Meds class, which is basically a training program to show you how to cook and show you the value of foods of a Mediterranean diet. And the idea is to shift you away from medications that so many people are taking. And there's an alternative way of living here that gets you away from all of these medicines that people tend to take. And so that was a huge success, a healthy resolutions class. But, you know, one of the things that keeps her extremely busy, as we'll talk about in a minute with my horticulture agent, are the walk-ins. So many people walk in with problems. In this case, they want to know around the holidays how to cook a turkey properly, and they want to know how to freeze and how to can and all of these things, and it takes up a lot of time. So she is extremely busy with that. She writes a ton of articles. In fact, I dare say that our extension office is putting probably half of the articles in the paper some days between what Louise does and our horticulture program. So she's extremely busy. We flip the page over to the next slide, and you'll see a continuation there. Our horticulture agent, Gene Fox. I want to remind you guys that you have no money on him. He's a completely state-funded position, but we were able to have him housed here. He serves Beaufort, Hyde, Washington, and Terrell counties, but his footprint really is here in Beaufort County. Teaching garden that we've established out at the office, is they were able to do some more things there. His Master Gardener program is growing. He's training again. And again, writing columns for the Washington Daily News. No one in our office is any busier with telephone calls than Gene Fox. Every homeowner, depending on the season of the year, will call with questions about fertilization of lawns, how to care for shrubs, how to prune grapevines, fruit trees, and you name it, he gets all of those questions. And sometimes he gets questions from other departments, Brian. I think a lot of times we're the depository for what everyone else can't do. They will call Extension, maybe they can figure it out. So snake identification is not outside of our realm at times. But going back to really what he does mostly, and it saves homeowners money and it protects the environment in some ways. Just as an example, you have homeowners who don't calibrate a push-type spreader when they're applying fertilizer. They can apply a lot more than they need. And in a home in an area where most of you guys live, that fertilizer runs off the lawn or is spread on the concrete or the asphalt and goes into a storm drain, it's going straight in the river. So he has an opportunity to help homeowners calibrate sprayers, figure out how much of a fertilizer to apply, but not to apply too much. And that saves them money and is an additional benefit to our environment for sure. And again, all the other things that he does, we could go on for hours talking about his program. And then finally, the work that I do outside of administrative responsibilities would be agriculture. Can't say enough about, as I said before, being able to through the pandemic, to work with our growers. It never stopped. They didn't stop, so I didn't stop. And we did have to modify some of the meetings we did. We started adopting virtual programming, which we got a lot of, some growers didn't like that, but they were forced to it. But we're still using that now because some of the growers became accustomed to it and actually like it now. And so we've really got a hybrid mix of educational meetings, our live events, and we're right in the middle of meeting season right now with our growers. And so I'm seeing them often, talking to them on the phone a lot, answering questions. And we've also had a series of virtual meetings that have been very successful. The benefit of the virtual meeting is not only am I able to meet and talk with growers in our county, but this stuff gets advertised statewide, so we get a lot of attention to Beaufort County through our virtual meetings, and that is actually beneficial because it certainly gives me more insight on what I do, seeing things through different people's eyes in other parts of the state, and that helps me when I'm working with growers here in the counties. Field days, again, very successful program. We had our large annual summer field day this year, the Blackland Farm Managers Tour. It was in Beaufort County, had about 460 to 500 people. It was extremely hot that day, but it was very successful, and we got a lot of feedback from that. Pesticide license recertification, on-farm testing, the daily problem solving that I am a part of when growers call and want an unbiased opinion of a problem that they're experiencing. They're going to call me, and we spend a lot of time looking at diseases and insect problems and trying to help a grower. Just like Gene in his situation where he's trying to help a homeowner understand a problem and how to deal with it, I find that I'm doing the same thing with the farmers. The difference is, though, he's got it harder. Most of my growers understand agriculture. They understand soil fertility. They understand the terms that we use, and I can explain something to them, and they latch on to it. Not every homeowner understands soil pH and how much fertilizer to apply and different kinds of turf grasses. He has a lot harder job. I used to do that job, so I know exactly what he experiences every day. So I do have a smaller audience because of the number of farmers we have in the county is much lower than the number of homeowners. But it's a fun job. As was said before, I love what I do because I love to help people, and I love to be a part of helping them out of with problem solving and just education about farming in general. That extends to the non-farming public as well. We've had some efforts in the past and certainly always take advantage of opportunities to talk to the non-farming public, to let them know about agriculture, its importance in the county economically, as well as just to answer questions and smooth over. Sometimes it's a matter of smoothing over an issue between a grower and a homeowner about a pesticide drift, or what's a question, what is that farmer doing over there in this field? I don't understand. I spend a fair amount of time talking to the non-farming public about just educating them about agriculture. And so we love what we do. We feel like we're making a tremendous impact. The last slide you have would be things we're looking for help with this year. And this first one I'm asking on behalf of us and everyone else in the Farm Services building, especially Ann Williams and I have talked about this in soil and water conservation. It would be really helpful with things the way they are now to have some security at the building. And you probably have heard this from others. I don't visit many other county buildings, so I don't know what's in place, but we're kind of remote where we are. And some cameras would be nice, something that you just have a set of eyes on things that are going on. I actually had an issue over in Washington County recently at the extension office there, and they're right downtown. But they had a person come in, and it was kind of an uneasy situation, but just security is a good thing. Panic buttons at the very least would be nice, just in case there was an issue, we could get some assistance. So we certainly ask you to consider that. More specifically to our program, increasing our contracted services line item to accommodate an improved copier. We do a lot of printing, and we found it's just cheaper to do it in-house most of the time than to farm that out through Office Depot or somebody else. The issue is when we do color copiers or color copies, food when Louise does a series of menus, let's say, and for her classes, food doesn't look nearly as appealing when it's black and white as it does when it's in color. So she likes to have color, and we want to try to do that. So we do a fair number of color copies, which runs up our budget there, and $500 we would ask for maybe to increase that line item to help with those costs would be great. Our big ask here would be $4,500 in an increase in program support. So you all currently are supporting each of the four program areas actually here that we're talking about: agriculture, horticulture, family consumer sciences, and 4-H. 4-H is being supported at $3,500 per year, and is greatly appreciated. The other three areas are being supported at $2,000. We started that a year ago or 2 years ago, and I would like to ask to bump that number up to an even $3,500 per program area, which would be 3,500 times 4, whatever that number would be. It would be an increase of $4,500 over what we currently have, if that was seen as helpful. An increase in our fuel allocation of $1,500. We just have several vehicles and other equipment who are operating out of that now, and that's the same thing in our maintenance and repair of equipment line item. Like everything else, fuel has gone up, parts have gone up, replacement for tires has gone up. Everything is more expensive nowadays, and if we could, we would like to increase those two line items by $1,500 each. The last one here on the page is a $100 increase, or an injection into our budget, and we had to put it in a separate line item. It's for support for our state advisory council. Each county office has to send $100 to the state advisory council. Meg Howdy, who some of you know, down at the Washington District Harbor Market, is on our state advisory council. She serves as the secretary, I believe, in that, and she's very passionate about that, but we do have to send some support to that level so that they can have some of their meetings. So we need to find that or put it in somewhere. And I just thought I would throw that in. I do have an addendum, not on the slide, I'm sorry, but you said 12 copies, right? Yes, sir. So there's 6. Regardless, you guys don't mind passing those down. Hopefully there's enough. There's a whole bunch. I tried to do what I was supposed to do. That is this is an ask. We approached this last year, but I wanted to ask again. I'd like to have you guys consider including state or federal cost share positions in the county longevity policy. I know that's the obstacle, I think, Brian, that we determined that the policy does not include us. As I said before, we, in Extension, are different from most of the other departments. We are cost shared. You guys are supplying a certain amount of the funding for our salaries, and then the state supplies the other part. Now, I wanted to explain it in writing here so you could actually see what I've been explaining to y'all and how this works. At the Extension office, I have 2 support staff members who are funded 25% of their salary by the state and 75% of their salary by the county. Now, those 2 positions are money sent to Raleigh for all of us. I should say that first. It's sent to Raleigh, then we get a check back. These two positions are allowed. They're different than the agents at EPA and SP. I forget all the acronyms, but they are actually allowed to participate in longevity. But that longevity is only based on their state portion of their salary. So in this case, 25% of their salaries that the state is providing, they do get longevity on that. That's those two positions. The other three of the four, the fourth agent, as I said, Gene Fox, is completely state funded. So you guys have no money in him, and he's not considered in this. But Louise, Chastity, and me, the three other agents, are funded, again, two of us, me and Chastity, 50-50. So 50% state, 50% county. And then Louise Hensley is actually 67% county funded and 33 or so percent state funded. These three positions, I know it's believed that the state has longevity and we get to participate in it. So for some reason, the university, because of the university system, we're excluded from that. So we do not get to participate in longevity at all. And so what we're asking, I wanted to make sure you understood that. We were included in the longevity program back in the early 2000s when that ended before, and we would just ask that you review this again and consider including us based on the county portion. I'm not asking for this, on our state portion of our salaries. Just, it would be nice to be included on the county side of our salaries if you guys would entertain that as an option. So that concludes what I'm bringing to you today. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have or leave so y'all can go and break.
Ed? Ron, prior to COVID-19, Beaufort County had a great 4-H program. And you might not know the answer now. How many 4-H clubs do we have in the county at this time?
I'm glad you asked that question. I don't know the number, but they are rapidly increasing. I meant to mention in Chastity's part of her time here recently has been training new, we call them volunteers. So the volunteers are like the club leaders who establish the clubs. The model is that Chastity trains them, then they establish clubs, and then there's that connection back to that position. She has had at least 3 different volunteer trainings for club leaders in the last 3 months. I'd say maybe the last 2 months. So it is growing. We're seeing a big explosion. We've got a group now meeting in our auditorium. A homeschool group that is a formed group, and some more on the way, one down towards Blunt's Creek area. I forget where the other one is, but yeah, it's growing like crazy. It's really good. But again, I think things are coming around because of COVID. Yes.
Okay. We're running just a little bit ahead of schedule, so instead of coming back at 3 o'clock, can we come back at 2:50? Since we have our speakers here, so we'll start back at 2:50. Sorry. Okay, we're back from our break, and the next department is Human Resources, and Dolores, you going to lead that discussion.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. In your booklet, you've got a printout of the activities that Human Resource participates in every year. The first one, recruitment and selection processes. HR typically will sit in on interview sessions. We prepare the postings with the help of the department heads. And we also send letters out to applicants and monitor the application process. We also are responsible for implementation of the Beaufort County Salary and Classification Plan and compliance with the rules that pertain to that. Also work to update the classification and pay plan when there's classifications that need to be added and have been approved by the board. We process retirements, family and medical leave processes, donated leave processes. Of course, we maintain personnel records, files, and databases, always continually updating the databases and personnel files. We work with department heads, with employee relations, on disciplinary processes to ensure that policy is followed, and oftentimes sitting in on those disciplinary processes. We keep up with all the countywide positions and the classification titles, the number of positions in each department. We also have a random drug screening program where all of our employees that are in safety-sensitive positions are selected randomly for drug screens, and that's done 4 times a year. We do employee onboarding, which comprises of a background check, a new employee drug screen. There's quite a number of forms that have to be completed. We go through the benefits that are available to them, sign them up for their benefits, and get all the information entered into our data system. We also do new employee orientations where we go over benefits, policies, leave accrual, all the things that a new employee needs to know. We usually are able to prepare them a badge right there while they're in the orientation. We get the badges printed and they're ready to go back to their departments with the badges. We also work with policy implementation and consultation for federal and state law compliances. So we have to keep up with policy changes and updates. And then every year we have annual enrollments for the state health plan, and then a separate annual enrollment for all of the ancillary products, the other type of benefits each year for our employees. And then, of course, all those changes has to be entered into our data system, and we have to continually do that through the year, too, as things may change. We also work with the Office of State Human Resources to provide a salary plan that's in compliance with the state laws. We work with the Affordable Care Act reporting, and that actually is a year-long process where we're continually updating information on employees, whether they were covered under the state health plan, whether their beneficiaries or their dependents are covered under the state health plan, and we have to keep that up to date. There are a lot of reports that we do throughout the year. We do OPEB reporting. We do the Law Enforcement Separation Allowance report. There's a number of the Bureau of Labor Statistics reports that we do throughout the year. Are there any questions about the processes?
And this one is not really when you do the exit interviews, what do you do with them?
We maintain them in a file.
Do you share them with the manager or anybody else? You strictly keep them in human resources?
If there would be a pattern in a department with issues, I would show them to the county manager.
Well, basically, you just keep them in there?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Do you do exit interviews with people in the sheriff's department?
No, sir, we do not.
On this one, Doris, you say you got 137 part-time employees.
Yes.
Then in parentheses down here, you got the asterisk to see what the auxiliary poll workers, poll workers, auxiliary deputies, EMT paramedics. Of this 137, how many, this is just a rolling number, is this what we have annually?
It's actually how many are in our system right now. And for instance, your poll workers, you might have 60 or 70. It just means that they're in the system. We don't have to re-enter them again the following year.
That's what I want to know.
Yeah, it's kind of misleading. They work on a has needed or if needed basis. Yes, because that's a lot of paperwork if we had to do that every year on each one. Now, every year we do have to add new ones, and when we find out that someone doesn't want to be in that pool, we'll take them out.
Do you know about how many auxiliary deputies we have?
There are not very many. I would say maybe 10.
Brian, how do we account for the EMTs and the paramedics in terms of our head count?
So we have our full-time equivalents that are laid out on the positions, and then we have part-time folks. And essentially, the way we do the part-time budget is there's a dollar amount in that part-time budget. So we're using those funds to cover those areas. We may have a bunch of part-time people on the roster, and they may only work one shift a month. But it allows us to, like Doris was saying, we have larger numbers on our part-time roll. They're not full-time, part-time people, essentially, what I'm saying.
Okay, so we have approved last budget 375 people.
You have 330.
Good. Oh, okay.
So 336 are our full-time equivalent positions based on this right now.
Brian, these are actually the number of employees. We have 378 positions. So right, and this is just as of last week. Those were the actual number of full-time employees.
So the 378 are all full-time? Or does that include converting part-time to full-time equivalents? Just full-time.
We don't convert part-time to full-time equivalents. Like I say, we have full-time equivalents that are positions. So there are 5 people in this office. So part-time is based on a dollar amount.
Okay, so when we get into the budget this year, can you help us understand how that all turns out in the personnel side?
Helping you understand exactly what?
How many part-time people we have that we're also employing?
So I think Dolores has the number of part-time people. You want them broken down by department or,
Yeah, if that's okay.
Yeah,
So we can show you we have, 15 part-time paramedics.
Yeah.
Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or in the sheriff's department. I'm not sure we care about poll workers, but.
You may have answered my question, but the difference between 378 and 336 is 42. Does that mean we have 42 vacancies? Or are those 42 filled by part-time?
That means that we actually, it's a little bit misleading in that we actually have 38 current vacancies. I went and ran the numbers again today. We've got a few employees that are not showing up and active, and they're actually out on leave, non-pay, some of them non-pay. So as of today, based on what we've processed, we had 38 vacancies.
Those are mostly in what department? The sheriff's department is probably, 10 or so, and then the other 28 is where?
I have a breakdown for you. DSS has 13.
Okay.
The water department has 3. Tax collector has 1. Elections has 1 vacancy. The sheriff's office has 10. The jail 5. And communications 3. And the health department 2. But these are vacancies that show up in our database, and they may have completed interviews and have folks ready to come on board in some of the situations.
You've answered my question.
Any other questions?
Any other questions of Dolores?
I would let you know that in the next board meeting, we have prepared a classification and pay request that we'll be presenting, and we're also working on an update on our travel policy.
No, come on. Come on. Well, the thing about it is, we got something we're getting every month, every other month now, we're getting these reclassifications in pay. I mean,
That's exactly why we're going to bring this one to you, because we want to.
I knew you had an answer.
We want to look at it as a whole. I think Commissioner Richardson said it very clear at the last board meeting that we had a plan, but with all the changes we were doing, we're messing that plan up. So we're going to bring you back an opportunity to look at the plan again and correct the plan. And Commissioner Richardson said that he wanted to sit on the committee, and
I want him to sit on
he would
it.
vote for it. If we did that.
But let me tell you this. Let me ask you this.
I'll vote for it.
A little bit. But the thing, Mr. Manager, and I'm gonna say the same thing this time that I said the last time that we done this study, and you've done a very good job. Y'all done a very pay study. Well, please don't do it if you don't have the money to implement it. Please don't. It causes problems.
Commissioner Booth, that's what I say to y'all. That's what I say to the board, and that's what I said to the board last time. Let's not move forward if you don't plan on funding it. Now, we believe that there are funds within the budget to handle that. Of course, we need to see what the numbers are.
Yeah.
If the numbers are way crazy, then we wouldn't. But we do believe that there is some funding available in the current budget.
Well, I'm gonna tell you right now, if you do it, I'm gonna vote to do it. Vote for the pay. Now, he was sitting on the committee. He done gave me his warning.
There's been no committee meeting yet.
I said he said.
But look, you know, when you make the pay grades political, which is what this board has done, then you're going to mess up your pay system every time. If you're going to have a fair pay system that's equally proportioned based upon the abilities of the people that are doing that job, you have to stick to the pay plan. Just because somebody's in here asking for more money doesn't mean they get it, because they'll ask for the moon. And there's another game that is played that I'm going to be torpedoing. I'll give you fair notice, and that is the state pay plan. The game goes like this. Oh, the state has upgraded this person, and they are entitled to another $3,000, and you have to approve this. Let me tell you how that works. Here's what the racket is. Somebody in the county rewrote their job description and sent it to the state and got it changed. That's how that works. It wasn't the state that did it. You did it. The person that's in here asking that we increase the money did it, and when you get in front of me next time, I'm going to be going after you, because it's a racket and it's unfair to the rest of the county employees.
You, Commissioner Richards, let me just want to speak to that just a bit. You're right in that when there is a position that duties and responsibilities change under the state plan, that has to go back to the state board, the state HR, to say this job is now doing different duties. And they look at it and say, yes, we agree, and because it's doing those different duties, then it should fall in this category to be compliant with the state plan. And that is what happens. You're exactly right. What we're trying to do internally is make sure that we're paying people appropriately for the job they're doing. So.
Yeah, that's what I want to.
Okay. Any other questions?
It appears not.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. And last but not least is emergency services update. Chris?
They say the best for last.
Yes.
I can't say that's true today.
So, we're going to talk about animal control first, or last.
So update us on Kearney first.
So Kearney's continuing to progress past what any of the doctors ever imagined him to be. And if you want to see something that touches your heart, check out his Facebook page from last Sunday when him and Melanie were singing in church. Just so far beyond where any of the physicians on this side of heaven expected him to be. And we're grateful for it, and certainly look forward to see what's to come with him. So appreciate all the thoughts and prayers for him. For sure, it means a lot. It means a lot. So kind of on that note, and getting into our portion of the presentation, you know, the thing that we have found, the hardest part we have found about this budget process is simply describing what we've encountered this year and what we've had to go through and the challenges that our office has faced, and really leads us just to a simple saying that life happens, right?
Doesn't matter how good we think we are at our jobs or how good we think we plan something or to what detail in which we plan it. We are not perfect on this side of heaven, and there's only one person who knows what the future holds. He's there before we get to it. And on this side of heaven, we just endure the challenges that come with it, and that's certainly where we've been this year, for sure. I remember early as we started the budget process, a lot of people like yourself was asking us how we're doing. And I just remember telling someone, well, you can't grow without being stretched. And we're certainly growing. We haven't been perfect. We've had some missteps. But one thing we've kind of come to embrace in the office is we just can't be fearful of the mistakes. The mistakes is where we grow. It's how you overcome the mistakes and challenges. And that's what I'm very proud of the office for doing this year, and certainly looking forward to seeing where that continues to go. So our goals as we went into this current budget year for all three divisions within emergency services, one, to maintain our current level of service. And then we were looking at some very specific topics in which to do strategic planning, operational efficiency, professional development, equipment, vehicles, and facilities. So with that, we're going to dive into kind of a division level and how each division within the office has or has not accomplished those goals. We'll start with emergency management first. So for this current fiscal year, some things that we have done in ensuring that we maintain our current level of staffing. We've utilized both part-time and some specific assignments on full-time positions to overcome some of the staffing challenges that we've had with just various absences within our office. Whether it was myself or Jeff or someone else who had leave with personal or family issues, the work must go on. And we have thankfully been able to do that by tapping some very talented people within our current workforce and utilizing some part-time employees to do it. As far as daily operation, just our general involvement and response with our fellow public safety members in the county continues to increase. And that's where we should. That's what we wanted. We wanted to be more involved. We wanted to be more helpful to those agencies and supportive of those agencies. And we find ourselves certainly in those positions to do so. One of the things that we're really proud of this year is our fire prevention program and fire inspection program. In the past, we have really struggled just to keep current with the required inspections. So when you think of inspections and prevention, a lot of us think of just going in, checking fire extinguishers, the exit signs, so forth and so on. About 2 years ago or last year, we came before you all with the opportunity to purchase some new software that really streamlined our inspection program. We're now able to put that on a more efficient schedule. And this is the first year since Carney and I came into our positions that we have been current with inspections at this point in the year. And it's allowed us to shift our focus from just inspections to prevention, which is really the intent of the office, is to prevent the emergency from happening or the fire from happening. So how does that play into success for this year? This year we partnered with the County Fire Association, our forestry service, and we actually delivered a fire prevention and safety message to every fourth grade class in the county. This year. That was about a week-and-a-half long process. The picture that you see in the center of the screen, that's actually two of our part-time employees. Mr. Wayne is the white-haired gentleman in the middle, and he's probably mad that I pointed out his hair. But he's the white-haired gentleman in the middle, and the person behind the mask is Jason Edwards, who's a part-timer that we hired to bring on to help us with COVID reimbursement and some of the reimbursement process in that nature. So again, we're tapping people to do different functions and utilizing that talent that we already have. As far as operational efficiency, we've increased the depth of our on-call capability. We've enhanced our situational awareness, not only in the office, but with the public as well. That could vary from group text messages on calls that we're responding to or things that we're seeing happen, to the emails that many of you are copied on when we share information with the public. Professional development, we're still continuing to pursue Con Ed requirements and that specialized training. Last year, you all funded us for a new vehicle, which we have now received, and we're working to get equipped and in service. Hope to have that in place in March. And then we're doing some facility upgrades, general security to the EOC, some door lock upgrades, and just some general organization and items around the office. So when it comes down to budget, an area that we've done really well this year, is our equipment maintenance and repair. This line item is what we use to keep all of our various equipment minus vehicles up and going and in a state of readiness. This particular year we were kind of scared of this line item because we knew we had some water damage to our command trailer, which is the one you see here. The back doors needed to be replaced. We got some different quotes from various RV dealerships who normally do these kind of replacements. Fortunately for us and unfortunate for the employees, we had some EMS employees who had some injuries earlier in the fiscal year, and one of those happened to be a general contractor. So prior to him going back to shift, he rebuilt the back doors for us. So instead of spending several $1,000s, we pretty much spent about $200 at Lowe's. So we did have a significant increase in savings there. We've also had some opportunities through state grants to tap into some funds from state programs. A lot of the equipment we get, like the generator trailer you see in the picture, that was purchased through state funds. We as a county host that. And prior to this year, we were responsible for the maintenance and upkeep on that. Those funds this year had some changes to it, but we now can petition to the state for maintenance funds on some of those equipment, and it's approved by a case-by-case basis. So we have seen some savings in equipment maintenance and repair. Where have we struggled? Our vehicle maintenance and repair. This year we were budgeted for $4,000 for all of our frontline EM vehicles. We spent $5,300 just repairing one vehicle. We had a 2015 Ford Explorer, had 100,000 miles on it. The water pump, the air conditioner, and the front wheel hub all went out within 30 days of each other. This particular Explorer, in order to replace the water pump, is on the bottom front end of the engine. So you have to separate the engine from the transmission and partially remove it to replace it, or tear the whole front clip off the vehicle to repair it. The other issue we ran into is that when they put it all back together from the water pump, the air conditioner went out, and the air conditioner's right below the water pump. So you can see how these costs quickly added up on us. The other struggle that we've run into, and one that we have talked about before you already this year, is just the price of vehicles. The Chevrolet Silverado that you approved for us this particular year ended up costing more than what was originally anticipated. This was something we brought before you several months ago in the extension of a PO amount. And during that time, we explained that this particular vehicle, we thought we were in the previous year's order from state contract. And we were assured by the dealer in Raleigh that our truck was in under those old prices. Come to find out they didn't order our truck. So then when we go to reprice it, it's a $7,000 increase, and they couldn't give us an estimated time of delivery. So with that, we started looking at local dealerships. We just saw the failures in the state contracts. And fortunately for us, we had some employees with connections at Lee Chevrolet here in town. They were able to come within $800 of the current state contract price, and they got us our truck in 45 days. So we were able to minimize the cost difference of a new truck. The thing we haven't been able to minimize is the upfit for it. Radios have gone up, lights have gone up, anything that runs on electronics, chips, circuit boards. We're seeing delays in delivery and an increase in price. So we are seeing an overage in what we were expected to have on that particular vehicle. Office supplies, we're watching, we're monitoring, we're still within budget, but we are monitoring that. And as many of you have experienced, it's just the increase in cost of materials that we're using on our day-to-day operations. Contracted services is another item that we are slightly over. This particular line item for us is mainly our Orion, which is what we use for damage assessment. That's the real-time tablet base that we do damage assessment on following a storm, and it automatically uploads to the state and Fed database, as well as HyperReach, which is our reverse 911 feature, and then Zoom, which is what we use for all of our virtual meetings, and that is used beyond our office. Many of the departments within the county are using that under our subscription, so we were off by about $15 on that. The other item that we're slightly over on is dues and subscriptions. The biggest piece of that is an increase in due that we're seeing from various associations that we are a part of, given our credentials and certifications. The other piece on that is a software upgrade that we did. So we use a software system called SmartDraw. That's what you see in the bottom left of the screen. We use that on fire investigations to map or to draw the outline of a house or a structure. We initially had a license for one device. What we found was we were working multiple incidents with multiple projects where we were using that, so we expanded the license to 5 computers. That accounted for the majority of this overage of about $200. So as we look forward into the coming year, professional development is one of the things that we're going to have to reevaluate as we come into the coming year. Just the increase in cost and attendance of various classes. A lot of these classes and conferences are required by the grant programs that we participate in, EMPG in particular. EMPG is a program that brings about $40,000 in for us for the purpose of emergency management functions, and in doing so we have to attend certain conferences and trainings and classes. And unfortunately those are not becoming cheaper, they're becoming more expensive. The next thing we're looking at is just equipment purchases. And for this category in particular this year, where we went over in vehicle maintenance, we had to pay for that somehow. And one of the things that we do is try to operate within our assigned total budget from you. And sometimes that means moving money from one line item to the other. So in order to fix an Explorer means I can't buy a radio or a handheld or some type of equipment, and that's where we are. Now, fortunately for us, we do participate in EM through various grant programs, so we have submitted for some of that equipment that we would have otherwise bought on grants, but we just don't know if those are going to be approved. So we may or may not be able to recoup that loss of equipment for this year. More to come on that. The other thing that we're looking at on potential expenses for radios is several years ago, and many of you remember, the county funded a VHF simulcast project for the purpose of dispatching fire and EMS units. And the easiest way to think of that is you have a central tower, which is for us at the Hawkins Beach landfill site right behind it. And then you have outlying towers around the county. So when 911 receives a call and they need to dispatch fire and EMS, a signal goes from 911 to Hawkins Beach. Hawkins Beach sends that signal out to the perimeter towers, and then they all send that message back and forth. It's a redundant system in the fact that the outer towers, the actual transmitting towers, we can lose up to 3 of those towers and still have some pretty effective coverage in dispatch. The weakest link of that system is the Hawkins Beach tower, because that's the hub of the wheel. If we lose that tower, we lose the ability to dispatch fire and EMS from 911. We discovered that in a tabletop exercise we did with 911 back in November when we evaluated the strengths and weaknesses of our various communications paths. What we have in place is a tower at the school bus garage, which used to be a primary component for both talking and dispatching through VHF. And over the years, as technology has advanced, we've pulled equipment out of that tower. We're at the point now of determining whether we even use it anymore or not. Is it worth keeping? For us, in our opinion, it is. We think for a relatively cost-effective amount, somewhere between $10,000 and $15,000, we can put the equipment necessary in that tower to have a backup for Hawkins Beach. Now, that tower wouldn't necessarily hit all the simulcast, but it would give us the ability to page within the county, so it's certainly better than nothing. We're still trying to price that out. Not sure where it's going to lead, but we're certainly looking forward to bringing that information back to you and getting thoughts on it from there. Any questions on emergency management before we jump into the most important division, and that's animal control? Yes, sir. Yes. So I'll speak to that. So I'm a hands-on guy. I thought, we talk about radios a lot. I thought I'd pass this one around. So this particular radio, we talk a lot about Vipers. This is the Viper radio that we're now carrying. If you've ever wondered what $6,000 felt like in your hand, that's it. So this particular radio, just to give you a perspective of how quickly these prices are changing, 3 years ago we were buying that radio for $4,200. The last quote we got as of this week is $6,000. And this is not a top-of-the-line radio. does not have the bells and whistles. I would say at best, this is probably a sub-medium or at medium radio at best. So why is that important? Well, when we look at communications in the county, that is the primary radio that EMS talks on. That's the primary radio that all of our law enforcement agencies talk on. All state and federal officials talk on that radio. Our fire departments primarily operate on VHF, but many of them have this just to talk with those other agencies. You can key up. So a couple of things are happening in the realm of communication. One, those radio prices are going up like we've already talked about. Two, the standards in which those radios must perform and that are set by the state are also changing. There's a big change underway that's scheduled to take effect January 1st, 2025, in where a lot of the radios that are currently working on this system will no longer work on it. It all comes down to encryption, and bandwidth, and programming, and capabilities of the radios. But we have a lot of departments in our county that come 2025, they're not going to have radios that work on the system. And we have been working with them over the last few years on trying to apply for grants to get countywide projects, which we hadn't been successful on, and encouraging those departments take advantage of your current budget and any grant opportunity you got to buy radios now, even if it's just one or two at a time. But get what you can now because this date's coming. So in my office, each of our 4 full-time positions have it, and we have 2 spares in our office. We have 6 other spares that right now work on the system, but as of January 25, they will not. And those were surplus radios we bought from the Highway Patrol. And again, when we look at it countywide, we're not the only ones using these. When you start talking about the sheriff's office, you're talking 80 some radios, 80 some handheld radios. Right. And that's why it's these compliance issues that are coming, and a lot of departments are trying to buy them a few here, a few here, a few here, so that when we hit that 25 mark, we don't have people absence of communications.
And so the piece here is the sheriff's office last year, instead of buying vehicles, you bought radios because they had to have those compliant radios due to narrowbanding. The emergency services, we've been planning this for the last 3 years where we're buying a bunch here. We're doing it over a period of time. The concern is our outlying departments that are not county departments, that are volunteer departments, are not, like Chris said, they've not been able to get to that point. So that there's a concern there. And that's why he wanted to express that to you.
Let me be sure I understand this. The radios that you're buying right now meet the 2025 standards.
That's correct.
So we're not going to have to come in and replace.
Yes, sir. And this is a standard that we've known for a while was coming. Now, we didn't always know it would be the 25 date, but for the years, as the manager had referenced, for the years that you as the board have funded our gradual replacement plan, all of those radios have been P25 compliant. So.
Excuse me. Go ahead. Those will work on the inside of buildings and everything, right? One time you came in, you couldn't get signals on the inside of a building.
So that's a loaded question. They can work better than VHF in some settings, but it all depends on the building and where you're at. You know, there is no magic radio that works great in any situation. These have their flaws for sure. Okay. Yeah, sure do.
So, Commissioner Booth, the concern on that one was in heavy buildings like schools, industrial sites where you've got heavy concrete and those kind of things. In light commercial, you're probably okay. But in those areas, you can't get as good a penetration, and that's where we were putting repeaters in so that they could talk while they were inside the building in our school system.
Yeah. And the schools were a great example of that. If I walked in the middle of Northside High School and keyed that radio up, I'm probably not getting out. That's why those repeaters were put in the schools, and it's on the law enforcement channel. So law enforcement, when they're on their channel in a school, can talk out using that repeater.
Got it. Chris, I was under the assumption that each one of the volunteer fire departments had, that the chief had that one.
So each of our fire departments right now have varying caches of radios. So you take departments like Chocowinity, Bunyan, Aurora. They have several of these radios, and they have been departments who were fortunate enough to have the budget to allow them to purchase a radio here and there and capitalize on grants. So they are further along than probably some of our departments. Now, if you look at some of our smaller departments, our rural departments, our Sydney, our Pogo River, Pantego, they only have one. And that one radio is not compliant in January 2025. It
The
will
one
not
that
work.
the chief has.
The one that they have will not work.
Okay.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Any other questions?
One dumb question.
All right.
I know these radios is good to 2025. Is there any way possible, and when you go out to go to work, we want you to have the best equipment that you can have because of the level of work that you do, but is there a way possible that you can do an upgrade, like put a new chip in or something like that, or you just have to get rid of the whole thing?
Yeah. So, there's not a simple plug and play and upgrade the software. That's correct.
Well, is it narrow banding is why the change?
So that's beyond my realm of understanding.
They're actually changing the frequency or compressing the frequencies that these things talk on? Is that?
Ron, you want to answer that?
So it's the difference of QDMA versus TDMA. You're essentially right. The control sites are compressing, and so the old compliance radios aren't capable of talking under that feature set. So that's the need to replace.
I bet you understand it.
So Commissioner Walker, when it comes down to it, it comes down to money at the federal level side, because the FCC is the one that controls those. And as they narrow band them, tighten them down, they're able to sell more of the spectrum to commercial providers. So.
And again, I just want to give kudos where kudos belong. We have a very talented workforce in emergency services. We have individuals like Ryan and like Jonathan and Brian, who used to work with us, who radios are their thing. That's their language. And they help us with a lot of these radio projects, to include programming these Viper radios for all of our fire and EMS agencies. When Ron was one of the individuals that unfortunately was hurt earlier in the year, in his 40-hour assignment during his recovery was touching base with all the fire and EMS agencies and updating their radio programmings to the new template and making sure they were good. If you did that at a vendor, you're $50 to $85 per radio. He touched everyone in the county for a fire and EMS agency. And that's a huge cost savings that those agencies otherwise would have to pay someone. And we're fortunate to have that in the county. So I just want to acknowledge that while we had the opportunity to.
You want to move to animal control?
She said no.
Where am I hitting now? Just now.
Feral cat. She's going to talk about feral cats.
Feral cats. We don't deal with feral cats anymore. Once you feed them, they're yours. and you get to deal with the feral cats. And that's what we tell people. Okay, so just want to thank you for having me. Just a couple of things of the accomplishments for this year. For the first time since I've been there in a while, we were fully staffed, knock on wood, and hopefully this will continue. Our intakes and adoptions, this year's been kind of a trying year. Our numbers have increased, but mainly because of owner surrenders. We're seeing more people turn in their animals, and mainly dogs right now. And you can look at the numbers. We took in 785 dogs and puppies this year, and out of those, 413 were owner surrenders, but we were able to adopt out 573 of those dogs and puppies. We also took in 922 cats, and out of those, 588 were owner surrenders, and we did 575 adoptions. As compared to 2021, we took in 632 dogs, and only 233 of those were owner surrenders. So we have seen the increase of owner surrenders for a number of different reasons. Evictions, unable to buy the food to take care of them, just the COVID scenario where they adopted during COVID and now they're getting rid of the animals. So we're seeing a lot of that.
Operationally, we purchased 2 new radios, the Viper radios that we will have, which will help us because when we go out, it'll help us be in contact with the office, plus with other stations that we need to be in contact with. Just helps us when we're having to chase animals around, we can be in touch with each other a lot better. All of our officers are certified rabies vaccinators and certified euthanasia technicians, and I'm trying to send as many officers to as many classes as I can find for training. It's hard to find, but you can every once in a while run across one. Equipment, we now have our 3rd Chevy Colorado, and we have seen the difference in the gas usage because we're going down to a 4-cylinder in our Chevys. It has helped a lot. We have purchased or will be getting our new sign hopefully installed in the next 2 weeks. The sign cost $23,993. The county funded $11,000 of that, and we raised $12,000 in donations to pay half of the sign. So hopefully it's ready, that we're just waiting to get everything situated so we can have it installed. And it will be an electronic sign so we can do some great things with the animals. Where am I now? Facility. Way ahead. Just help me out right now. All right, so some of the things there, our budget's a little, we've maintained most of our budget lines. Some that we're seeing that are kind of close would be the shelter care and kennel supplies. And a lot of that is due to the increase in cost of shipping, stuff like that. The vaccines have gone up, all that. And plus we're taking in more animals, so we have to vaccinate more animals. So that has also, that's the difference in that. But we've also been very blessed with donations. The Humane Society helps us out a lot. They provide our flea medication and Tractor Supply. Different companies have donated a lot of stuff, and the public. Anytime we put on Facebook that we need something, we get plenty of it. We get Amazon, Chewy delivered to us all the time. So all we got to do is ask, and most people will help us out with that.
Now, just explain that to them, that occasionally a box will show up at your door that's from Chewy or from Amazon, from somebody who knows where, who just sent it to the animal shelter because they wanted to.
Yeah, and we get that all the time. And really, we go on Facebook, we say we're low on kitten food or we're low on puppy food, and that next 2 weeks we'll be getting box after box from Amazon, just people shipping it. We get gift receipts, we send them thank you cards, we get a lot of that. And there's one lady who adopted a little Chihuahua from us. Every month she brings us a Tractor Supply gift card for $100 because she's so in love with her. And so we haven't really had to purchase a lot of cat litter because that's where we get it from, so we use the $100 gift card. So we're trying to save that money every chance we get. And donation, I'm telling you, we're truly blessed with our community steps up and helps us out a lot.
Can we transfer that to buy a new ambulance?
We can try. Put a cute puppy or something on the back of it, you can, absolutely. So uniforms will be another line item that we're kind of, which one? So uniforms will be another thing that we're kind of running close on, but basically it's because we have such a turnover that we're having to re-uniform people. Our boots, we go through a lot of boots because of the disinfectant and the degreaser we use in our runs. It just eats through our boots. So most officers go through 2 pair a year with our boots. That and it's just everything else is just increasing. So we will be seeing a need to increase that. A little bit anyway, so we can keep them in boots. The soles fall off of them most of the time because of the degreaser. Our dumpster, didn't you know, Chris?
We broke it. Hey, Melissa, we broke it.
Anyway, I can just tell you about it. Our dumpster rentals is another line item that we're kind of on the high end of. It's mainly because we have had multiple fuel surge charge increases. So that is something that we're going to have to look into. Our medical supplies, because of the increasing cost and the number of intakes that we're getting, it's just going up. And because everything that comes in that's adopted out has to be vaccinated. So we're going through them a lot more than I ever have seen. So, there you go. There you go. So that's the medical cost. And then professional services, which this is the SNP program that we deal with where people can apply for assistance to have their animals spayed and neutered. We really push that a lot. We work with the Pamlico Animal Hospital in Tar River and Chocowinity, and it's really pushed to try to help people get their animals spayed and neutered. We do get refunded on that, but this year it seems a little out of, and Chris can help explain that a little bit because it's a tier program that we are in. Because of our number of intakes, we're at a higher tier.
Yeah, so the SNP program is it's a state grant, if you could think of it in that way, but it's a varying amount. So we can't say from any given time how much is going to be in that grant fund because it's all based on the sales of license tags within the state. So that determines, one, the bigger pool of money that the state's working with. And then from there, they divide that out depending on the tier status of your county. So when we're talking about the SNP program and before you talking about these expenses, we can't always say we're going to be reimbursed 100% because we don't know what the intake's going to be that year. So that's a varying amount. And that's why we've explained it in this way, where so far we've expended 10.3, we've gotten reimbursed for 88, so the county's in about $1,500 so far.
Didn't we do a cooperative program with the Humane Society on spay and neuter? Is that still going on?
That's the voucher program that they offer. That's different from the SNP. Okay. They offer $25 vouchers through the Humane Society. So, yeah. So that's the professional services, and then what we're looking for, 23-24, our freezer, we still don't know if it's completely fixed yet. It still has some issues, but we won't know until it gets hot. That's when it starts acting up. So as soon as the temperature rises, we'll know if that freezer is fixed or not. And then we need to get the incinerator inspected. So that's something we're working on. And then to replace the final gas guzzler, I think this one's been around, the Ford F-250 has been around in different, and we ended up with it. We can't take it near, in a lot of places because it gets stuck real easy. So we have to be careful. So we're looking to replace that one and have another smaller truck that we can use. Looks like this. We love them. We love the trucks. They're nice little trucks.
It looks like your truck. Is it your truck? Yeah.
Any questions?
All right, so everybody's favorite. Chief Hibbert is actually on his way back from class from Fayetteville, so I'm going to be presenting his section on his behalf. But as we go through EMS, again, some of our accomplishments this year is maintaining our current level of staffing despite having some extended absences. And when we say extended, we've had 7 so far this year that were greater than 30 days. So as you all are aware, when it comes to staffing in EMS, our normal staffing level is minimum staffing, meaning we have 8 positions each day for our transport trucks and QRVs, and we have 8 employees on each shift. So if we have someone that's sick, that's injured, that's on leave, or whatever the reason might be, that is filled with either a part-time or overtime capacity. So when we talk about 7 vacancies over 30, in each one 30 days, you can see where those things come into play. As far as how busy we are, our patient contacts for the fiscal year 21-22 was 2608. We're currently at 1269. Now, the fact that we're below that halfway mark is not necessarily an indication that we are running fewer calls. We are a seasonal community. We know that spring and summer bring more calls most of the time than fall and winter. So we do anticipate these numbers to climb quickly between now and the end of the budget year. On average, we see between a 5 and 10% increase year over year in EMS calls. Operational efficiency, we're now doing daily conference calls with all of our EMS employees each morning at 8:15, and we are actually entertaining the idea of expanding that to all the county agencies. I just think it's a good meeting to figure out where we are and how we're starting the day and who's staffed at what levels and what issues we might be having. So it's worked out great for us. You may see us expand that to all the county agencies as well. We're getting ready to upgrade our software, our EMS software. So the software that we use to document our patient encounters, we're currently using EMS charts. And as we have talked with you over the last few years, data is important to us, and the ability to pull reports from the calls we're running and see trends and maybe even do some type of predictive analysis. That is important for us. EMS charts left a lot to be desired in that area. And it was also not the most convenient for a user to use in the field. ESO, which is the company we are going with, does meet those checks or those boxes, so to speak. And that is not a cost to us. That is a partnership that we have with our billing company, and as part of that agreement between us and the EMS billing company, they provide us with the software. So we're actually in the process of moving that, and we've been able to work with all the departments in the county to make that a county-wide effort. So this will be the first time in my tenure here that every EMS agency in the county is operating on the same PCR platform, and we can share information and share data back and forth. And that's a big operational improvement. So Washington went live with it this month, and we're hoping to go live with it in March. So more to come on that. Another operational efficiency that we're pretty proud of is our EMS steering committee. That is a group of employees within EMS. It's one from each shift that we just task with different problems, so to speak, or ways that we can improve operation, giving that employee buy-in. And so far, they've changed the way our truck checkoffs are done each morning, our readiness checks, both for trucks and equipment. They've changed the configuration of the bags we carry and where supplies are kept and how much we have on the truck. And they've standardized it. So regardless of what truck you get on, at least for our Beaufort County EMS trucks, the Band-Aids are always going to be in the same compartment as close as we can get it. And in a bag, they're identical, so it doesn't matter what bag you grab. There's just that standardization, and that's important for us when we're filling positions, because we may have an employee that's on the EMS truck in Bayview today, but tomorrow they're working at Old Ford, and we need that muscle memory of being able to find equipment, and that's something they've been successful with. Another thing that we're very proud of this year for this group is just their public outreach. They've participated in career fairs at the community college and high school. They did trunk or treat events at various locations over Halloween, parades for Christmas. They have had a very good outreach in trying to help us in recruitment and retention, and we'll speak some more on that as we end the presentation. And also, you all funded us for a supervisory position within EMS, our senior paramedics. We filled those, and those are working out as we intended. It gives us an additional level of accountability and operational efficiency, so good things to come from that position. We continue to cross-train our employees in various positions. Another thing that we're really proud of is we started some in-house supervisory and leadership training. This year. We started with our EMS captains, our 4 shift captains, and the administrative staff, and just going through different leadership books and talking about different supervisory and management practices. The 2 that we've covered so far, we started with extreme ownership, and we're now working on Start With Why. And we're hoping to continue that style of training and development with our senior paramedic staff as well. We just hadn't had time to do that, to be honest with you yet. But it's certainly on our radar. We have 2 new pieces of equipment coming in this year. One is the Silverado truck, which replaces one of our QRVs, which was funded in this budget year, and again has been successful because of our partnership with Lee Chevrolet. Hope to have that in service in March. The second truck that we're getting this year is actually one we ordered the previous year. So our new EMS truck that we ordered over a year and a half ago should be in service in April. That's being built now and should be in the final stages in the next month or so. Also added a generator at the Bayview station, and we have participated in and made corrective actions on the OSHA inspection, voluntary inspection at our stations. So thanks to Jennifer and the work she did with us on making that happen for sure. So an area that we did really well in EMS this year was our capital equipment. It was the replacement of the generator at Bayview. Last budget process, we were before you with the quotes for this particular project that came from Coastal Generator, which is the company we use for our PM on all of our generators. They quoted us at around 29 and some change. So that's what we put in the budget, and you guys funded us for. And again, fortunate for us, unfortunate for the employee. One of the members of EMS who was injured is a general contractor, and during his 40-hour time, we tasked him with this project. Evaluate it, help us find it, let's get it going. He was able to work with Christina and various contractors in the county and Christina's engineer, and we actually found a slightly smaller generator that was more cost-effective on operations and maintenance, and we got that project installed for 15. So that was a good deal.
You call it Bayview.
Mm-hmm.
Bayview, where is that?
So do you know the old Bayview Community EMS just past the ferry station on the left? Used to be a volunteer agency. They dissolved several years ago.
It's what I call a Bath EMS?
Used to be called Community.
Used to be Bath Community. Yep, Bath Community. What you would know as Bath Community
It's on
EMS.
the left
Yes, sir.
side.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, that station when it was built had an old Dayton generator, and it went out on us. What was the last hurricane? Dorian? Dorian went out during Dorian, and that sent us down the road of replacement and circuit board, and they don't make them anymore. Generator replacement, that's kind of how that whole spiraled there. But that is the building location. An area that we haven't done well in this year. I think we have killed more deer with our vehicles than most hunters. We've had 3 significant deer strikes this year. For vehicle maintenance, that covers, obviously, that's where this category would fit. We're budgeted at 29. We've already spent 35, and that's not counting the wreck that we've got pending right now. The picture that you see here is EMS 6 that took a deer strike in the middle of December. The estimate we just got back this week at 17.3.
Do you have insurance, right? Comprehensive insurance?
Yes, it's through the county insurance. Yes, sir. So
you get reimbursed mostly?
Well, that'll go to the general fund. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir. We do.
Well, there's a deductible.
That's correct.
How much is that, 5,000?
1,000.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. So we'll talk some more about this wreck coming up, but we have been plagued with deer strikes this year. And in addition, anytime you take a frontline truck and you take it out for a deer strike, that means we got to put a spare in service, and spares is where we've been weak. If you look at this, the bottom two there, EMS 10, the truck that we are scheduled to get in April, when we get that truck in, we were planning to surplus 10. That truck has sat, it had some significant transmission issues, and we didn't want to put the money in it if we didn't have to. The problem is the way our vehicles have been out, we needed it as a spare. We had to fix the transmission so that we could keep trucks in stations. So that truck has been repaired. It's slated to go back in service and function as a spare. And oddly enough, mine, which is the primary spare truck, the body mounts are gone. So if you can imagine that box riding on the chassis and it's got the little rubber insulators, those rubber insulators are gone. And these guys who are riding the truck can tell you when you're going down the road, you can feel the vibration in the road on the bottom of the heel of your foot on the gas pedal. So you can imagine what that feels like to a patient on a stretcher. So we're working through those things to maintain our spare fleet, but it is very much moving targets in that regards. Another area, just like we saw some increase in new vehicle and equipping that, we saw the same with the new Silverado and EMS, and that really came back to those electronics, the upgrades, the upfits to them. Yes, sir.
Do you share spares with the other?
So we have. Yes, sir. There's been several times. Matter of fact, we've got Broad Creek spare truck in service at Bayview right now for this reason. Yes, sir. So that's where we are fortunate in having those working relationships with the other counties where we have had to use their trucks and they have had to use up to ours. And the same with equipment. When we were going through COVID and we were having difficulty getting medical supplies, if one agency had it, we kind of bartered back and forth and helped each other out. So that's, again, the working relationship that we have with those agencies. Just can't be thankful enough for. Yeah. Because we've had those vacancies, another line item that we're watching is overtime and part-time monies. I know if you look at this on a percentile, we're over halfway, which is where we should be, but we are over that right now currently. That's not out of the norm when you have those large number of vacancies at one time. So what we certainly hope is that while we've had 7 vacancies long-term so far, we hope we don't have that the rest of the year, but that's not a guarantee. So we manage this the best we can. Right now, we are certainly on track to stay within budget, but that just depends on what happens with our staffing levels between now and the end of the year. I can say this is a little bit tricky as well, and just in the people that we're using for that. So in just a few minutes, we'll talk about some goals for the coming year, and I may come back to this slide. I just wanted to give you guys that quick heads up. So as we look at the coming year, I know we all get tired of hearing COVID, and COVID being an excuse for everything. But COVID has messed up our supply chain. And it's actually gotten us behind on what we originally drafted 4 years ago for vehicle replacement with our ambulance, because we order one and it takes so long to get it in. So this year we are in need to replace an ambulance, because 2 years from now or 18 months from now, when that ambulance needs to be replaced, it's going to have 200,000 miles on it. So that's where we get into the truck that's currently damaged. There may be an opportunity, depending on what the insurance adjusters say, that we explore the avenue of totaling or replacing that damaged truck with a new one. That truck right now is a 2012. It's got about 150,000 miles on it. We just spent $5,000 on it fixing it a few months ago, and now we got a $17,000 bill. So at some point, you quit throwing money in that hole when you say, what can we get a new one for? When we start talking about new ambulances, there are really two roads that you can take on that. You can purchase a new one, built from the ground up, and right now those prices are outrageous. I'll give you a great example. The van-style chassis that you see in the bottom picture, there are agencies in neighboring counties who just put those in service that they bought for $275,000, $280,000. The price for that same truck right now is $330,000. So these prices are going up on the trucks. The other opportunity you have is a remount, and that you can't necessarily remount each truck. So when I say the term remount, imagine taking the box, the patient compartment, off of an old truck and putting it on a new chassis. So obviously less expense in that. Now, you can't remount every truck. There's some DOT standards, some safety standards. Kind of a general rule of thumb is you can remount a truck twice. The original purchase and one remount, and then after that, you start running into issues. That's kind of the rule of thumb when we look at the industry. EMS 6, which is the truck that has significant damage on it, that is a truck that's applicable to the remount scenario. So when we look at remount, it's obviously much less expensive and a whole lot faster turnaround. But again, that varies on the vendor and who comes out in the bid process and what all those things look like. But we're talking to a lot of agencies on the struggle of capital outlay vehicles. And depending on your vendor, if you order a new truck right now, some will say 18 months, some are telling you 3 years. You know, when you start looking at a 3-year cycle, the truck that you just put in service today is wore out by the time the next one comes in. And that's the struggle that we're having in some of these specialty equipment. The other thing that we're looking at for capital outlay on the equipment side is continuing our advancement toward mobile CAD and AVL. These types of software systems and technology allows communications to dispatch the closest unit based on location. It allows them to share real-time information with the people in the field. This is something that we started moving toward with our GPS locators about 6 years ago. The GPS locators that we currently have on our truck are out of service. They're no longer supported, and to upgrade with that particular company was a 280-some% increase with Cradle Point. So to go with the same company with new technology is a 280-some% increase.
I thought we had already bought that over in the sheriff's department. There was something.
So it's a different system that the sheriff's office is using, but ours is similar technology. You have replaced that on the sheriff's side.
Why do we need two of these systems to do the same thing?
What they use is tied through their body cameras and in-car cameras, and we don't have that technology. We don't have those components on EMS. Ours would be cheaper.
They're supposed to be able to dispatch the closest unit to the emergency.
They can currently on law enforcement. They cannot on EMS.
Well,
that's what we're looking at.
That it was for any vehicle.
Yeah. So, if I'm recalling that conversation correctly, that was actually happening, to the best of my knowledge, about the time Cardi and I came into this position, where the current cradle points that we have on our EMS trucks, those GPS locators, those were purchased and put in service for the purpose of moving to AVL. The delay in that was upgrading the communication console and technology to allow them to do that for EMS. And they're at that point now, but the GPS sensors that we have are no longer serviceable. So we have to upgrade those in order to meet that requirement.
How does that apply to the other agencies?
A lot of the agencies that have that are the ones that you guys purchased 5 years ago. So when the county purchased it, it was 18 devices, and those aren't all within our office. Those are on the other county agencies with the exception of
So they all have
Washington.
to upgrade?
Yes, all those devices.
Do they all know that?
Yes. Yeah. In order to have this function, that's something we've talked about with all the agencies.
Well, if we're going to do that, and we've got central dispatching through the sheriff's office, why do you need a different system, and we need to look at everybody getting a system?
That's correct, and that's what we're bringing for you. We've got to look at the component to put on the truck. 911 now has what they need to do it. We've got to put everything we need on the truck to make it happen, because what we have on there, that's correct.
Or their future upgrade, whatever.
That's correct.
Needs to be looked at.
Yeah. Sorry about that runaround. That's been a project that's going on for an extended amount of time, but we're certainly trying to keep that on track because there's huge benefits in it. There's no denying that. Yeah. So any questions on EMS before I close this out?
One question. Sure. That's not on something we talked about.
Okay.
Why is virtually every EMS truck color-coded differently? Why don't we have a standard design that, I don't care what it is, but it seems to me as though they all should look the same.
So for the agencies, they do. So I'll caveat that with this note. All of our Beaufort County EMS ambulances, all of our 3 ambulances, the frontline trucks, all look the same. They're the white, I'm sorry, she might have took it off. They're the white with the gray striping. Now, Broad Creek, Aurora, Pinetown, Chocowinity, different agencies, they have their own graphics.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with them having something different. I just got mixed up with all the things I was seeing.
Yeah. So now what you may have saw were the spares. At EMS 9, EMS 10, our spares, those still have the old green decals on them. So it is very possible that you saw one in Beaufort County didn't look like the other just because it's a spare. Our goal, and it's been a transition because it gets costly to put graphics on everything, our goal is to make everything look the same. And we even do that on our on-call and EM vehicles. That's why you see the same decal that's on the side of my truck is the same decal the chief runs on her animal control. And we do that so that if we have to move vehicles or help with operations, they all look the same. We don't run into that issue.
Let me digress a minute to the manager. All of our other vehicles by department, I see vehicles with county logo on them and nothing identifies what department they are. Are we following up with that? I know at one time we had the policy that the department would be on the vehicle, so when you saw the vehicle, you say, yeah, that's the health department, yeah, that's water department, whatever, but I'm seeing them with just a county logo.
We can certainly go back and look at that. I wasn't aware that was a policy of the board. I hadn't seen that before. I know, like, the water department.
It was here long before you were here.
We'll go back and check that, make sure that's done.
All right. So in closing, Melissa, can you share the PowerPoint again? There we go. So what's on the horizon? What are we looking at for the coming year? The biggest challenge that we all face, and I know you're all hearing it, is employee recruitment and retention.
So that's both internal and external. When I say external, I mean the other agencies that provide fire and EMS in the county. So let's talk internal, for example. A few years ago with the pay study, that adjustment brought a lot of our paramedics back in line with being competitive with the salary of other counties. But we knew that would be short-lived because it's a supply and demand environment, right? As people equalize, somebody else throws more money at the problem and they draw the attention. And that's exactly what we're encountering right now. Wilson County, for example, posted a position about 2 weeks ago, a new paramedic, $55,000 a year. A paramedic with 5 years experience, $68,000. That's more than what our chief officers make. So that market, being a paramedic, that credential is one that is in high demand, and we're getting competition beyond just EMS services. A lot of the competition we're getting right now is from hospital systems, where hospital systems have fallen short on nurses. They are now reaching out to paramedics because we're trained to do the same skills. So they're tapping into that pool of demand as well. So you have hospital systems who are paying upper $20 an hour, $30 an hour to work 8, 12-hour shifts in a hospital and giving you pretty much all the overtime you want. So we have a lot of demand on our providers, and that's becoming very difficult not only to recruit. When we post a posting that's for those positions and attracting qualified people, but retain them. So that's a big one just on EMS. When we look at animal control's in the same position. Our neighboring counties, we're just below their marks, and I'm just not sure that the public understands what these animal control officers were doing. Chief mentioned that all of our officers are trained in euthanasia. So one of the things that I like to mention in the public is, imagine you're an animal control officer and you take this dog in off the street, or owner surrenders it, and for 7 or 10 days you feed it and care for it and do all the steps to get it adopted, and then on that 7th or 10th day we tell you, okay, it's time's up, euthanize it. So they carry this animal that they have fed and cared for 7 to 10 days in a back room, and they euthanize it. And then once it passes, they take various biopsies because it's required from the animal to send it to the state. And we're asking individuals to do that for $36,000 a year, $32,000 a year. And I know we all come to you and scream we want to pay our employees more money. The recruitment and retention, that's a big vulnerability that we have in public service or essential services in general. This goes beyond just our agency, our fire departments, our volunteer departments. All but one of our departments in the county is operated on a volunteer basis. 2 of those have came along this year and paid daytime staff. But the core of our fire and rescue services is staffed and provided by volunteers. And we're not recruiting those volunteers at a pace that's going to keep us at par as people go out. I don't have the numbers in front of me in regards to age, but my perception at looking at it, if we looked across our volunteer fire departments, probably 75% of those members are over the age of 50. And the things that those services provide, you can't do that forever. So the ability to attract and recruit and keep young people, just having young people in your community. Mr. Chairman, I'll talk to Pungo, for example, right? We all talk about the importance of recruiting young people into our area. Pungo River. The longevity of our fire departments are going to depend on the ability to bring in young people who can do those services. And you guys don't have it. And that's a real challenge, and it's not just for us, it's across the state. There are some other things that are driving that, training requirements and all of those, the different stipulations that the state has put on and making it more difficult to get training and certifications. And We've been thankful to work with the manager and through his associations to try to have those conversations. This is a real threat to some of our services as we look down the road in 5 and 10 years, in my opinion. The other thing that we're looking at is just strategic planning for our capital outlay equipment. We talked about the idea that we can spec a truck now, order it, and get it in service in the same year. Those days for a lot of our specialty vehicles have come and gone, and I don't know that they're going to return. The same with radios. That radio right there, we've purchased radios replacement 4 months ago. The chargers still hadn't come in for them. So we've got new radios in the office that we can't put in service because we don't have a way to charge the battery. And those are all supply chain issues, chip issues, circuit board issues. And then the last thing that we're focused on this year, and it's just one that we've been reminded so much of, is contingency planning and resiliency. When we start talking about the essential services of our county, just because I'm out doesn't mean that service stops. And we have to make sure that we keep our staff trained to a level that the work continues. It doesn't hinge on one point or one person. So development, training, cross-training, building depth in that bullpen, so to speak, that's important for us when we look long-term. So with that, I'll be happy to take any questions or comments you guys may have.
See none, hear none.
Yes, sir.
And I think we talked about this last year when you said that you're running 2 paramedics on each truck. In fact, that got into the lead paramedic pay plan.
Mm-hmm.
When we get into the budget cycle this year, I'd like you to bring the data that says it's imperative I have 2 paramedics on a truck, because Jackowinity runs a paramedic and an EMS, and so do EMT.
So we do not have 2 paramedics on each truck every day. That we would love to, and there are some cases, depending on who we're hiring and how they're assigned to shifts, that there may be a truck that has 2 paramedics on it. Generally speaking, there is a paramedic and a lower level provider. And as we look at it across our shifts, of those 8 employees, either 1 or 2 of those are an intermediate, and we pair those with the paramedic.
So then why did we have to have a lead paramedic pay plan?
So the lead paramedic is the supervisor. Right. The reason why we put that into place is we had a station like Old Ford where we had a transport truck and 2 employees working at that station on the same truck. Well, when you have 2 employees and we don't identify who's in charge, then who's in charge? Right. So that's why we went to that senior paramedic. It gave us, one, that direct line of supervision. So the other thing that avoids is the conflict that 2 paramedics can have on a truck just in regards to patient care. So if I'm a paramedic and you're a paramedic and you think we should do something and I think we should do something different, who makes that decision? Identifying this position gave us that ability. Now, we certainly encouraged that back and forth, but it gave us that ability of a decision maker. The other thing that we looked at for that is we lacked, prior to this position, we lacked those intermediate steps to develop people into supervisory roles. And that's what this position has allowed us to do. So there are times, depending on who we're hiring and who's finishing class, we're fortunate that we've got intermediates who are currently in paramedic class. And that's a revolving thing. So sometimes we may have 2 paramedics on a truck. Sometimes it may be just a paramedic or an intermediate. But our goal is to have a paramedic on every truck.
So, Commissioner Robles, to add a little bit to that, so yes, you will hear some folks say, you don't need to put 2 paramedics on a truck, you got 1 paramedic. We staff our positions at paramedic level. So we may have an intermediate slotted into one of our paramedic positions, and then that allows them to grow into a paramedic and get paid as a paramedic. So we may bring in a basic, we may bring in an intermediate, and they work through the system, and we've got them to where we can pay them as they get their certification. It allows for internal growth for us, and it allows us to grow our own folks because we have to do that. The other piece of it is having ridden a truck and being in a situation where you may be the only person there to be able to handle the airway or do one of the advanced skills. If you're the patient and I'm having a bad day, you want a second person there who can do exactly what I can do if I'm having a bad day and manage that airway or do that advanced skill. So from our perspective, it's a good thing to have, if you can, to have to be able to provide 2 paramedics on a truck.
And that's the opposite side of the argument, because you'll have some agencies or maybe commissioners like yourselves in other areas that are saying, well, why are y'all paying 2 paramedics to be on the same truck? It's really a level of care, and we're unique in a lot of regards. We have to be, when we're approached with that statement, we have to be careful in that we're comparing apples to apples. So if you compare us to a municipal setting like City of Greenville, who is close proximity to the hospital, if they have a bad call and you've only got 1 paramedic in the back, they're a quick run to the hospital. When we have 2 paramedics, we try to put those individuals on outlying trucks. So if we were to pick someone up in Pungo, that's a 30-minute transport. That's a long time for 1 paramedic to be in the back, where if it's a bad call, we could utilize another first responder to drive us and put 2 paramedics in the back. If it's a heart condition, we skip Greenville. Well, we skip Washington. We go to Greenville. So now you're adding, for that particular case, an hour and a half transport. And that's a long time to be in the back of the truck. And that's where it is a benefit to have 2 paramedics in the back. So whenever those things come up, we just have to be careful we're comparing one to the other equally.
My discussion, I guess, stems from the fact we talk about inability to hire people and the cost of hiring people. And, if you're going to grow your own, because you're going to have turnover, if you're going to grow your own, that's fine. But if you get to that point, I'm not sure our target should be 2 paramedics. That's what I'm saying.
Right. So whenever we do a hiring process, our typical pecking order is we may have a mixed pool of candidates. We may have a basic, an intermediate, and a paramedic applying for the same position. So one of the criteria, it's not the only, but one of the criteria that really draws our attention is that level of certification. So if we have two applicants who score the exact same thing in a hiring process, we're going to pick that paramedic over an intermediate because it gives us that ability. In the same with the lower levels, an intermediate over a basic. And we've even run into cases where we have an intermediate who is currently in a paramedic class and an intermediate who is not. Those are all things we take into consideration during the hiring process.
Well, I agree with John. I agree with both of you, really. But I think you got a good system which is based on advancing people and helping people advance professionally, and I can go along with what you're doing as good management from the standpoint of this. It's going to sound cruel. You're never going to get there in this environment it's a nice goal to have, and we need to be working toward it.
Yeah, so I think that it's just, if we step back to where we were several years ago, where we had paramedic slots and we had intermediate slots, when we had a employee come in who was at a lower level and was working toward their paramedic certification, once they got it, we couldn't pay them because we didn't have the slot for them. Yeah. So we said, so if you're in that situation, are you going to stick around with us? No, I'm going somewhere where I can use my skills. So when the board said, yes, we'll staff to the paramedic level, that's a benefit for us to be able to keep people, retain people, and grow our own. And you're right, Commissioner Richard, we're always going to have turnover, and we always have to have that ability to have a pathway, although we would like a larger pathway. The senior paramedics have helped, even with a higher step pathway for folks, because to keep people, we've got a great system. We got great morale, we got great staff, we got great leadership, we got folks who understand what it is to do the job and who love the job. But we got to have a pathway for them to grow and advance. Because if not, they're going to move on somewhere where they can grow and advance. And those are the kind of people we want. We don't want folks who are going to just sit back and not do anything. We want those aggressive type A folks that are going after it. So.
And we've had success in that. We have an employee right now who's been with the county since the inception of county-funded EMS. He was brought on as a basic. He's now a paramedic and still serving with us in the community that he lives in. And, that's a success story. And that's where that's paid off. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
tomorrow, I would like to add an item to the agenda. I would like to add an agenda item that's a resolution to this, and I'm not quite sure where it goes to, but it's a resolution that supports the ECU facility at Aurora, and that it be brought back online, and that we are against ECU removing the care facilities that they had committed to do.
It's ECU Health.
ECU Health.
We're going to write that tonight?
I think, yeah. I've got notes I'm working on. Somebody else is writing.
Okay, as I understand.
So, do we have to have a motion to amend the agenda for tomorrow? Okay, so I'm making that a motion.
Second.
All right, all those in favor of the amending the agenda, raise your right hand. Okay.
Is this just for this thing? Is this just for this item? Because the thing about it is, when you set a rule, you need to go by it. And the rule said we wouldn't do this. This is important, John. Don't get me wrong, what you're doing. But the rule says that we would do, we wouldn't have a voting session doing our work, our retreats and stuff.
Well, let's go back to when you finish.
Yeah, but I don't have a problem with what you're saying. I support it wholeheartedly. But I just want to know, was it for just this item?
As far as I know, it's just this item.
Okay. Well, wait just a minute. This morning, what the manager laid out, and we agreed to, is we set the policy. You can't go out of this meeting without giving him some direction. And there are about 5 or 6 items that I have on my list that we need to give him direction on. So we need to vote on some of this stuff tomorrow afternoon. Because what we've been doing is coming to this meeting and sitting here, and then a few of the insiders have been doing what they wanted to. I didn't understand that that's what we were doing in here. Frankly, I'm tired of what we've been doing, because it's a very, I'm going to use the word corrupt process. So we need to give the manager direction tomorrow afternoon before we leave this room.
I respect both of what both of you guys are saying. But on the same other term, I don't think there's nobody up here corrupt, and that's my belief, and I think that's my right to believe that. But then again, I lied too, because I think there is somebody up here corrupt, but I won't call them. But what I'm saying is this: just remember, the majority rules. They ain't always right, but they're rules, and that's the law of the land.
Well, back to what I said, how much disagreement do we have on us giving the manager direction tomorrow afternoon and preparing the budget that he's going to bring to us? Because that's what was described this morning that everybody agreed to.
Okay, well, let's deal with my motion now.
We voted on your motion.
No.
Oh, okay, let's vote on it.
No.
Yes, we did. We voted. I raised my hand.
No, he raised a question. Okay. All those in favor of adding that to the agenda tomorrow, raise your hand.
Discussion.
More discussion?
Yeah. Why can't we get, since Hood brought this up 2 months ago, it's just as big an item as closing Aurora, but we need to talk about the emergency room. I think we need to include the emergency room in the resolution as well.
I'm sorry. My mistake.
Well, you're complicating the situation with these people. You need to keep it clean, because all they're looking for is reasons to turn you down. Don't combine it. Keep it clean. Bring it back again on the emergency room. And I'm going to throw this in. I was going to say this tomorrow. We need to read that contract that the clerk sent us and be sure these people are doing what they're supposed to be doing. I haven't had a chance to read mine. But when you read that contract, you're going to find out some things that you didn't know that you've been being snowballed on.
Just one thing, just one issue. Are you satisfied that they'll consider the emergency room even though you brought it up?
No. The board voted against bringing them in to talk about the emergency room. Political strategy, if the more items you put in the soup, the bigger a mess you're going to have.
I
If you're
agree.
going to make potato soup, just put potatoes in it.
I agree with that 100%.
So let's only do Aurora. Leave the emergency room out of it because you're getting into a political area. It's going to cause you a lot of trouble. I want to win. I don't want to lose.
Okay, now we're going to take a vote on John's amendment to do a resolution or to add that to our agenda for tomorrow. So all those in favor, raise your right hand. Thank you.
And back to where we were in the discussion tomorrow afternoon, before we leave this room, we're going to be giving the manager direction based upon the work that was done at this meeting. Because it's a budget workshop. I don't hear any, who all agrees on that? I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion.
I'll make a motion. He's gonna say we're gonna do that. He said we're gonna do that.
All right?
Yeah, he said it this morning, he did other than that.
You're speaking the obvious.
All right. No, I'm not.
We are now down to the final processes on our In God We Trust, and I would suggest you take a look at this. We've been asked to raise $2,500 to complete the project, and I have one check here, and I would challenge you guys to make a donation to the U.S. Motto Action Committee.
I thought these guys were going to do it for free.
It's a foundation, so they're asking us for a contribution. So.
We need to let animal control make the request.
Animal control. Okay.
They get money.
All right. Brian or Anita, is there any other thing before we take a recess? All right. We're going to recess until tomorrow morning at 8:30. Have a good evening.